destroy. What is up, my European Pred obsessors? This is PCC EU Summer Prelims Day 2. My name, as you all know and can read below me, is Lance Cecil. I am joined here today by HD, Philly B, and my main man, Blue Jay Red Dojo Forever. How are you guys doing today?
Lance, I don't even wake up this early to go to my 9-to-5 job, but I am pumped for this Day 2 matchup versus Sin versus Team Immune.
And Blue Jay?
This is why we come in, right? It's the you could call it Championship Sunday, even though it's not really, but it feels like a Championship Sunday, right? With the teams that we have playing today. So just really excited to get into the games. These are all amazing teams.
We're going to consider it qualifying Sunday because we have our bracket available for you here. We are getting close to crowning our 4 teams that are going to be participating in the main event July 13th. Here in the winner's bracket, we still have Black Lotus, Veni Ven's Many Men, Team Sin, and Team Immune. We will be focusing on this bottom set here for our first series of the day between Team Sin and Team Immune, which if you have been following the EU predecessor scene for any amount of time, you know these are 2 very heavy hitters.
Lance, these are some of the most storied squads, have some of the most named players. These are household names in terms of EU, any predecessor tournament. Really, you're talking about import, you're talking about NEF. These 2 are going to be locking horns here today, and that is just the surface of the depth these squads have.
Yeah, we saw Immune playing last weekend in the North American qualifiers, right? So this Team Immune team has a lot of practice under their belt coming into this tournament, and obviously the team over on the side of Sin has a lot of household names that played even in the days of Paragon, So they've been around for a long time and have a lot of chemistry with each other. So this match is going to be very interesting because both these teams have a lot of strategy involved with their play and a lot of chemistry going on together. So it's going to be really cool to see 2 teams that have so much, playing together, going at it.
And my 2 favorite ADCs in the European scene are in this series right here. Everybody knows about Neff, but we also have 2 hands up here on the side of Team Sin. 2 hands very impressive yesterday with the way that he was playing, the way that he was performing. And it's just, I think it's going to be quite the matchup. Philly, is there any other matchup or kind of spot within these 2 teams that you're looking or interested in?
Oh, absolutely. I'm talking about Import versus Conte. Conte, the Italian jungler, so I got to support him all the way. But those 2 have such good styles about their pace of play in the jungle. And for me, it's going to be, how does Conte keep Import under wraps? It's not like he's can win it, but he has to make sure that Import can't have as much impact as he usually does in these matches.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the jungle just like you are, Philly, and then also the mid lane. Import's someone who loves to play through mid lane, and that's something that Team Immune I know doesn't do as much. They usually like to more focus on the dual lane side of the map, getting good vision, stacking Fang Tooths, properly team fighting. So it's going to be a little interesting to see the different components of this match, because we have one team that really likes to push the pressure in the team of Sin of what I've seen, and then we have Team Immune, which really strategizes and plans on team fighting really well.
That is true, and our draft is ready for this very first game of the day, and I am very curious how this is going to shape up. I think that between these 2 teams, they know each other incredibly well. They know the strengths and weaknesses of each other, as we were kind of highlighting here within the desk. We might not see the same bans and picks that we've seen within our other series. Philly, are we going to see anything surprising in the early rotations of bans here?
That's a really good question, my friend. We might see some differentiation in terms of the ADC, just based on yesterday. 2 hands only played Grim and Kira, so maybe the Revenant not really on the board for one of these squads. So we might see that, but right now we're seeing the Steel, which makes a lot of sense. Both Penguin and Brandon Knight, which will probably be on the support, can play this character really well. Tank supports are kind of in right now, so getting one of the best off the board makes sense.
Yeah, and we've seen Steel coming out on the 2-3 side of the picks regularly, so it makes sense that Sin on the side of the first pick is going to ban that, because they're probably going to be prioritizing something different on their side. And Penguin just is a monster at playing the Steel, so he's played it in a lot of matches. He was playing it in the North American qualifiers, and just the team looks a lot different when you're on a commanding support like the Steel. Like you said, the Wukong gets banned out over here. It's a very standard side 2 ban, because it is just very flexible into the jungle, into the offlane as well. On the Sin side, we do know their offlaner does like to play the Wukong as well, and the Seraph getting banned out for Conte here. This has been a regular banned character, the Seraph, because it is just very, very strong, and if it starts snowballing, it's very, very hard to play against as pretty much any character in the game.
Very
Absolutely.
low.
Go ahead, Lance.
Very low interaction once you get that Ashbringer online. I expect to see Seraph continuously banned for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. Her win rate is insane. Currently 100% over the 2 games that she finally made it through, with a ban count of 25. So absolutely nuts. The Wukong, though, I do want to touch on. Penguin actually played Wukong support 2 games yesterday. So maybe they saw something and they're like, okay, we don't want to do any of that. Also an incredibly high win rate for the Wukong, 80% as well. But then we're seeing the Richter, another kind of beefy, tanky support, being taken off the board. Usually you combine that with a Sparrow as well, or Rev. So makes sense to get the Warden off the board here.
Yeah, and then we see Rampage coming in with the first pick. That's one of the few first picks that you can take. It can be flexed into the off lane or get played in the jungle. We've seen it mainly being played in the jungle as kind of that Tiny Terror augment. Team Immune has a few things. The Revenant, there's the Revenant right there. The Revenant +1. We can look at a Moor and a Greystone that comes in right now. And now it kind of opens up the draft a little bit, because you're kind of seeing these compositions starting to unfold. Sin can either take like an early gadget, an early mid laner to kind of counteract the pressure that Greystone gives, or in my opinion, they should probably lock their dual lane in to kind of face the Revenant, because it's such a force. So they could lock a Sparrow Morn, they could do, something that's going to keep this Revenant at bay instead of getting it banned out on the second set of bans.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see them go Sparrow here either, especially with that Steel ban, the wall not there to be able to be like one of the main counters for Sparrow. But I just want to go back to this Revenant pick. I haven't seen Neft play Revenant since like PCC 2, at least not in a competitive spot. And I am stoked, because he dominated PCC 2 with this Revenant pick.
And just with how strong the Revenant is now, we can see hopefully he'll dominate again. They'll just have to pick a support to pair with it. On the other side, though, Sin, they're picking up the Countess. That's going to go for M in the off lane. M, not normally known for his tank kind of off lane play. So Countess, that's a lock in. I was curious to see how they would prioritize which characters in the draft. So they're definitely locking down their jungle and their off lane first, knowing that Import likes to also play through that off lane side, which will then also open up Neft in the dual lane. But we pick up the Sparrow, and then we move over to the Gideon on the other side, Blue Jay.
Yeah, no, Gideon comes out, just a very standard pick, right? There's only 1 or 2 things that can take him out of the air right now. I know that Manq really likes his Gideon in the mid lane. That's something that he would even bring out when he was playing in the support role, was he'd play Gideon support, Howitzer support. So he really likes playing those kind of artillery mages. And we see the Belica getting hit. This hits the support pool and the mid lane pool. So I don't really, it's not too big of a shock that they're banning this out. I maybe was going to consider a support ban just to kind of hit that pool a little bit extra. But yeah, the Belica comes out as a ban on the side of Team Immune.
Belica pretty good into Gideon right now, has that silence to be able to disrupt the black hole. Aurora is going to be the ban, and I believe that is pretty targeted towards Conte on the side of Team Immune, kind of known for like setting the meta as far as how it goes with Aurora. Found a bunch of the angles, a bunch of the ways to get over the walls. So trying to take some of the comfort away from Conte, but that Zarus is still available if they want to go that direction.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I feel like Conte, they'll probably pick his character last, knowing that the Rampage is probably going to go on to Import. So what is going to facilitate Conte to once again keep Import under wraps, so that way Neft can succeed? It's like a 4-protect-1 style for Team Immune, and it will be the Kwang. We've seen him mainly in the offlane, pretty proficient in the jungle as well, but that adds a little extra flexibility to this draft here.
Yeah, and Team Immune has swapped those characters around a bunch. It really depends on the matchup, which is why they're such a flexible team in general. So they can kind of wait, see what facilitates. They think they know this Countess is going to go into the offlane, which makes me think, that that their offlaner is going to get their pick of the litter when it comes to this, but they're kind of just holding that last pick for support to see. We have seen some Kwang support as well, so that's not completely out of the books. But the Morn coming over like we thought, and then the Iggy getting picked. One of the first times that Iggy's gotten picked here on the cast, even though it's gone through a lot of the banning phase, whereas we saw in the North American Cup that it actually was getting banned out almost every single game. So I'm very excited to see this Sin draft. It looks really, really hard for the side of Team Immune to kind of run into this team. So I really like what Sin has drafted so far in this game.
I got to keep it a buck here. This is just my personal opinion, so don't at me about this. I hate that they just picked Iggy into a Gideon. That is a very, very tough matchup to play for them. I believe maybe they think that they've got like just the skill advantage there. But what I was going to say is that Kwang is going to be in the jungle because Morose does not play Kwang. So we picked the Feng Mao up on our last rotation to round the teams off. Philly, we've got 2 completed drafts from each team. How do you break down what we're seeing from them?
Lance, I think the Kwang's going to be support here, based on seeing the Greystone and the Feng Mao last pick. So Feng Mao potentially in the jungle because Conte loves playing Feng Mao in the jungle, and I love Feng Mao in the jungle because that facilitates him roaming the map, getting his passive online, getting those stacks, and really snowballing throughout the match. And getting pace in to the Rampage is going to be huge. So I'd be curious to see if he takes the augment that debuffs on hit, right? That 5%, and also buffs you for 5%, just to kind of duel and box in the jungle against the import. So I'm actually loving this draft here from Team Immune. Very creative.
Yeah, no, Team Immune comes out with a really good draft. I like the switch into Kwang support. I think it's a good engage into the Morn. Morn's E really does can counter the Kwang a little bit into this matchup. And if we're seeing a Spider Morn augment, then I think traversing the map is going to be quite easy for the side of Sin. I like both comps. I'm actually leaning a little bit towards the Sin comp just because I think the Sparrow Morn lane is a really good. And I think the Iggy, when it comes to objective control with the Rampage, if they play it properly, will be able to set up. And then it's going to be kind of hard for the test side of Team Immune to kind of push into those corridors of the map. But Team Immune side over with the Gideon, the Feng Mao, and I'm mainly looking at the Revenant to kind of take the stage on Team Immune side if they're going to win. But I'm going to give it to Sin on a little bit of an edge basis.
Well, there you have it. We have a split desk. We've got 2 great compositions drafted out of this. The only thing to do next is to send it over to our casters so we can get into the first game of the day. Take it away, F6 and Tang.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning, good afternoon, or good night, wherever you are at. I'm F6. I'm joined here today with the intellect, the handsome devil himself, Tang. How are we doing?
Oh, I'm feeling so good, F6. Thanks for the introduction. Always a pleasure being here with F6. It's been a banger this entire tournament so far. Day 1, so many closer matches, and now we start day 2 off with probably the on paper, best game we've had so far. Team Immune against Sin.
Yeah, I mean, this is like pretty much what some people are even calling what we should expect for the grand final. So this one's going to be an intense upper winner side bracket. But as we get ready to drop down into the sanctuary here, beautiful landscape, beautiful scene. Shout out to this one again. We got
so great.
Man being at the eye in the sky here for today. He's going to give you guys a little chance to look at these augments as we get ready to really just dive into how exciting this matchup really is as we get to break down everything that we should be able to see here today.
I mean, Philly did such a good analysis on the desk, also like highlighting that Kwang pick. I think that is going to be sort of the focal point for us as well on the cast. Kwang with that lifesteal augment. It's going to be pretty interesting to see. It's going to grant himself and the Revenant that extra bonus sort of effective HP that they might need in these team fights. It's going to be interesting to see how Team Immune is going to handle this early game. Obviously a Kwang support, not necessarily what we see out of the rest of the teams.
Not quite yet, right? But I just want to really highlight exactly what you were just saying about getting that increased Omnivamp. But also, if you think about the minor augment of the Veracity, that more than likely that is going to be picked up here by this Revenant, that's increasing that lifesteal exponentially, right? You're creating enough to sustain yourself without even really investing into maybe that Terminus just quite yet into that early game. So that should help fair bit into a lot of those trades. and we talk about a tether, that level 2 spike, that tether into a knockup, then all of a sudden you get hit with the Scar into the Q, and you just kind of just sitting there, right? I mean, the best thing you're going to hope for is Morin over here on Brandon to be able to hit a Mesmerize at the right time, at the right spot, being able to create some peel. So that one's looking a little bit rough, seeing how they're going to be able to trade into that. But it's really the spicy is the Feng Mao here. Kind of an unexpected kind of pick throughout the scene. And not a lot of people understand how powerful this Feng Mao is.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate because actually like the Feng Mao has been gaining priority rampantly in the UC, and especially sort of like after this NA PCC tournament last week, we saw sort of like this bruiser Feng Mao sort of make its appearance in EU as well, and we see Conte with that warrior crest indexing into that as well. So it's most likely gonna be something like the mutilator, like that augmentation of course as well. It's gonna be not that sort of squishy assassin Feng Mao on our side of Dusk. Also really interesting to note, we see sort of the stylistic differences between last weekend and this one as well. The Moon is not gonna be Spider-Man running around the map flying. Instead, it's gonna be the augment that applies contagion on everybody. He ults in Eclipse. Mankyu in the mid lane does have the Toon space. Good dodge away from that rock. Shin, though, is in danger now. Conte on the way.
He's on the way, but the turrets have been set up. Kind of don't want to fight into this as long as Shin doesn't get too much to be able to trade in, but he's getting low, has to force out the blink, and here comes Feng Mao. First blood does get on the board, but Import should be able to trade, and he does not. My God, Conte.
Oh, he is so good. That's why Ego keeps on talking about Conte in the jungle. He has been making his entrance in the EU scene, and he has been on fire, getting 2 frags for his team, winning the mid-jungle duel against Shin, against Imports, 2 of the longest standing players that we have in the European competitive predecessor scene. And already Team Immune looking like they're on fire.
On fire indeed, and even on the me time, you pick up 2 kills in the mid, but you know what? We got another one for you inside the dual lane because Neft on the Revenant is nothing to play with. We already talked about how dangerous that is once you get that level 2 spike, and we're already seeing how well they're going to be able to prosper here. And something that you don't really want is, one, the Feng Mao. Big thing here for the Feng Mao is he's already got 2 stacks on his passive ever since that 1.4 change. As long as he's able to help with a takedown of anybody, he starts to get that permanent power stack. And he's looking good into this game. Even though it's not necessarily too much XP or gold, the power differential is going to be big.
Such a good point of 6. This Feng Mao, 2 stacks already. Like, what time is it? Only 4 minutes in. And this Feng Mao is already so unleashed. Conte, you gotta think that for this Sin squad, even with that Iggy being picked up, you gotta think that this Feng contest might be really hard to do. We see the reset coming in from both dual lanes as well, congregating around the left-hand side. We see historically Team Immune not really playing for the first Fang Tooth. They're more sort of confident in selecting to opt for this mini prime on the right-hand side instead, but could always be an option. I really want to see Penguin, even if they don't want to contest it, at least by time, right? Always pressure the entrances of the jungle. Make sure that he is at least around to make sure that Sin can't pick it up for free. And with Conte making the way on the left-hand side, it definitely does not look like Team Immune wants to give that objective up.
I mean, this is pretty much their primary target, right? They've got about a minute or so before you have to worry about that mini prime to contest that, to see if you want the pick-in. So why not even try and get some pressure here? You already talked about a little bit here on how Conte has that power spike right here. He has a little bit more of an advantage going in, especially nobody hitting level 6 yet. He's kind of just vibing, right? Just kind of being a nuisance, just kind of playing around this Fang Tooth as you're seeing him doing here. They have pressure inside that dual lane. Nothing on the side of Sin here says they can contest because they have to be able to get the XP, but with the pressure inside that dual lane, now being able to contest this, they're going to try and poke here and see how Sin wants to react, but still, they're just kind of just feeling each other out, waiting for that time. Like you're saying, they don't really want the Fang Tooth, they don't want to force it because that mini prime is coming up pretty soon, but they still want to kind of see how the rest of the team Sin is going to play throughout.
I love this. Morn getting caught next on the left-hand side. Inner fire popped though by 2 hands. So much damage coming out. Is the shot gonna connect? The RMB not there. And now the Neft is gonna pick up the frag in the end. It's gonna be Quang still in the vicinity. Lifesteal with that Omnivamp is gonna keep him alive. Neft, one more hit would do the trick. 2 hands though on that Sparrow. Elusive enough, making it back to his turret, surviving the fight. But in the end, still an easy frag secured onto the Morn on that left-hand side, and now in the mid lane, another one.
And it's gonna be Conte picking up another kill, putting Shin down. Team Immune 5-0, such a strong start, and Sin just seems like they can't find an answer. I mean, there's just nothing right now that looks to be going into their favor.
I'm so in love with Team Immune's early game right now. Like, honestly, like, this entire play on the left-hand side where Conte just stares into Import Soul as a gank happens in the mid lane. Okay, I'm just gonna eat my words then. Never mind. I was about to say, I really loved how Conte just stares into Import Souls because he's just waiting for his red side camps to respawn, and then he can be allowed to stay on that left-hand side while that Fangtooth is up. With Conte getting caught there, everything is for naught again, because now Import is obviously going to be in prime position to fight this. Shin also on that Iggy, going to make his entrance into the pit. A bit of damage exchanged.
It's going to be exchanged, but something that you don't want is this Iggy to get on set up, and this one's going to be a dead Penguin in sight.
They bought time.
Exactly, right? I mean, I was just about to say that. It was like we were just 2 brains, 1 head kind of vibe. But this also allows for Feng Mao to kind of get contest here. They forced him outside the pit, but now look at this. It's going to be Team Immune here with the advantage, but it's going to be Team Sin close on by. They know they cannot let this one go here, Tang. But they seem to just let it happen, and Team Immune just comes out with another win, even though Ramp on Team Sin Import just got a big shutdown.
It's just really hard, right? Like the reckoning out of Neft, out of the Revenant, sort of like making sure that the Rampage can't steal it anyway. So Import obviously knows that that ability is not on cooldown yet and is not jumping in because he knows he's just gonna get pulled into the Shadow Realm. There's not gonna be a chance to contest the Smite anyways. And with Iggy being picked up for our side on Sin, it's not a hero you really want to walk into the enemy team with. You need to be the ones setting up first. What an intense early game. I really love how these objectives are being played for. Even for Sin, the pick onto Conte by Import on that Rampage really almost salvaged this early game. Getting another pick onto Penguin, also really important. Sort of counteracting the big kill lead that Immune has been getting this entire game.
And I like it, right? Because they're not... A lot of times you see teams just force these objectives, right? Even when they're able to get the control of the pit, like we just saw Sin there. They, like you said, they got shut down. They started the objective, but they got the pick on Penguin, knew that wasted a lot of time. They couldn't contest due to the fact of the Reckoning and Conte being able to rotate back on. But they're really trying to play this game out, really trying to be as methodical as they possibly can be. And that's where we get the most intense games, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we kind of see the top tier teams. This is the difference between how they're able to kind of look at the map states, look at everything that's going on the map, and make these big decisions.
Import spotted out around this mini prime. It's kind of crazy, F6, that we have not been getting a chance to talk about this offlane yet. Morose against M, 2 of the arguably best offlaners that we have in Europe. Facing off against each other, but not really getting any advantage. I think that this entire game has been around this mid lane. This Gideon and Feng Mao combo sort of opening up the game. Once more, Gideon with the priority is going to help his jungler out on that mini prime.
It is, but look at this. It opens up the map on the left-hand side. Look at that rotation going on over the shards of dual lane. Penguin is definitely going to be caught out. They might be able to potentially catch here, but with Penguin knowing that ramp is over there, this is a free mini prime going over towards the side of Team Immune. And Morose is going to have a field day into M now. He's going to have that pressure going inside that side of the map, and it might not be so quiet anymore. We're crossing fingers, hoping maybe this might change the tide of things. Maybe we'll see a little bit of an advantage. And as I say so, the slipstream is utilized there. Going to have to bounce out. Well, that's the second objective for Team Immune. We're seeing the kill potential kind of slow down. Penguin escaping the death's door for some reason, some way.
That was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, right? But it's kind of how this one's going to play out. There's no more objectives on the board. They kind of just playing for time here. They're waiting for that second Fangtooth. And in the meantime, they're just looking for any type of advantageous picks, looking to maybe steal some camps. But it's often going to be pretty quiet until that second Fangtooth spawns on in.
Dude, F6, like, imagine you're the Grayson right now. Imagine you're Morose and you see, okay, you get donated this mini prime. You see your Quang support getting like chased by 4 people in the enemy blue side jungle and somehow getting out as well. See Conte take away those jungle camps. See how perfectly this game has been going so far. And that is the story of how Team Immune has been the champion of Europe for so long. It's not about getting those kills. Yes, they got it in this game, but the main thing is about choking their enemies out of resources, making sure to pick up everything they can get, to make sure to open up the map whenever they get an advantage. It's not only one kill, it's also a jungle camp. It's also a tower plating. It's also that objective. And I think that is the big thing that Sin has to contend with this game.
And you're talking about how long as well they've played with each other, right? The camaraderie between this team is just so impactful, right? They just know each other at this point. Yeah, they maybe add one or 2 people throughout the entire years here to that roster, but they just know how to play well with each other. And that's really the big point. But throughout this, it's going to be really the second Fangtooth that's getting ready to spawn that we were highlighting before. And this is where those macros and micros come into play as well, right? Like now we need to get our advantage. We're seeing the vision throughout this entire map. Both teams doing a great job with it, but it's going to be the control of Team Immune throughout this pit. On the side of Team Sin, they can't really push themselves in, like you pointed out, with that Iggy and with everything on the backhand side, but it's going to be 2 hands here. And it's going to be a single dingle, but Penguin is going to be able to pick up that kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade. What just happened inside Duo?
Oh, that's the strength of the Sparrow. That's why you pick it up, but I think the point is still there. Hard for Sin to walk in. Rampage getting caught. Manq, big ultimate onto 3. Iggy is going to try his best to respond with that Belch, but Penguin with that lifesteal. Nobody is low. Import gets knocked up. Conte with that Earth Shatter, shattering the hopes of Sin to contest this Fangtooth.
And just with a huge knock-up, you just can't even try to get underneath that, and they just got poked out. Manq with one of the greatest ultimates I've seen from a Gideon to this day. Being able to get so much damage off there onto that fight was how they're able to capitalize and turn on it. Iggy had to use the epoch there. He couldn't really contest with anything. Yep. And both ADCs just kind of fighting it out. So there's a lack of damage coming in from that end, and they both got wiped there. But great job there from the side of Team Immune playing that. The pace of that fight is really what I liked. The way they kind of methodically went into it and engaged it. They didn't just kind of use everything all at once. You saw the black hole through their replay. Then you saw the Earth Shadow coming through after that. And then just a huge pylon of just maintaining that CC to be able to make sure you guys capitalize on it.
Left hand side, bit of trading. Does not want to let the wave crash. Neft and Penguin could be a bit overexposed. Renner Knight just gonna play spoiler. Rampage close by as well. Means that this duo lane has to feel pretty safe, even with Conte close by himself. Iggy on the rotation. This might be a 3v3 as a Blink forced out of the Feng Mao. That's a big cooldown that you're getting pretty much for free. Just a bit of a mid-rotation. Going back to that earlier fight though, F6, it's also about the true save already completed by Manq. The Mesmerize not enough to stop it. Mid lane once more the target. Iggy getting caught. No stasis, as you said, is just gonna get executed. Manq and Conte once more picking up another threat.
Oh man, this mid duo with the jungler cannot be stopped. But here comes M looking for a situation. Manq is going to be able to utilize the torn space already, but here comes Tiny Rampage looking for this fight, but his HP is just going down so low, and M is going to be caught out by himself. Gonna have to utilize the play, but one more Reaping Dash into Earth Shatter, pops him on up, pops him Time Flux, question mark, pull back, see you later, goodbye. And just that one just confused me a little bit there, Tang.
I mean, Conte just wanted to immediately dash out, but again, Conte, another stack in his pockets. Now the Countess has been claimed as well, and this purple assassin on our side of Team Immune is just taking over this game. Greystone on the right-hand side does what he does best, which is pressing the W key and getting those turrets down. Tier 1 secured on the right-hand side now as well. Neft is gonna be in the 1v2. Just gonna be alone while Penguin, his support, makes his way over to that purple bug instead. This one should be really hard to contest with the numbers advantage that Team Immune has around this pit.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen how well this team Immune can kind of win those smaller skirmishes as well. And the more numbers you add to them, did a couple math lessons yesterday. I mean, just more numbers, the better your odds of winning some fights. This time, Conte is going to be the one with the mini prime in his hands on that Feng Mao. So we have to kind of look our way over to where he kind of positions himself throughout the map. That's probably where he wants to hover. Maybe hover inside that duo lane to be able to trade out that T1 is probably the best bet. But the greatest deal that they can get out of this is to utilize this mini prime, as you're seeing Conte already doing it here, is to get this middle T1.
Oh, no.
But my goodness, the damage translation is huge. Gonna have to force out the blink. But here comes that big belly belch from Shin to create some separation. But it's gonna be M, gonna be taken down to solo dolo by Morose inside the off lane. And right now, Team Immune just cannot be stopped.
Yeah, just the mini prem donates it over to the Greystone. Getting so much alone time on that right-hand side means that Morose is just a different beast compared to M at this stage of the game. The counters was the counter pick into the Greystone that did pick up that Sacred Oath, making sure to have that taint on his E ability as left-hand side. Force, tier 1, secure, Team Immune, taking everything for themselves. Not even the 3 camp is safe.
Nothing is safe. I mean, with a lead like this, you can't lose out on anything. Which, like I said, if you think about everything in the game, yes, they have a lead, but it's so impactful when you consider the heroes that they're on. You're looking at this Feng Mao. It's the extra permanent power that you get throughout all these takedowns, and he's pretty much already taken everybody out of this fight. He's fully stacked up, really high into the game, and you consider the amount of gold that they have here in the economy wise and how behind Team Sin is, that's even just makes it feel bigger, right? And third Fangtooth's on the board. Third Fangtooth Monty is going to be the prize here that Team Immune is looking at. But Sin, they want to stop that. You give Team Immune that third Fangtooth Monty, that's 8% more damage, 8% more armor, even a bigger difference between the trade windows. And you're just so far behind at that point. You need to be able to stop this, at least contend to it. If you're able to die to this, you just got to do it fast. But it's going to be Shin. Looking here, Epoch is popped, and this might be dead to rights. Utilizes a blink, but it's not going to be enough, and just gets taken on down. And not what you want to look into towards this next Fangtooth fight.
This is crazy imports. He has to do it all. The steal onto the Fangtooth. Third Fangtooth of the game. These extra stats would be instrumental for Team Immune to be able to close this out. Reckoning would still be in the hands, but with that Eclipse, as you said, no easy angle to walk in, and now it's going to be M in a bad spot with that Time Flux Band used. It's going to buy himself a bit of space, confuse the enemy, make sure that he stays safe as Conte wants 2 hands, the 1 versus 1. Blink used by the Sparrow, buying himself some time. Import also with that tiny Titan, they're looking for the shutdown onto Conte, should be able to get that blue buff secured by Feng Mao, but that is not the price you want as you fall on the other side of the map, though. At least M being secured by this Team Immune squad. Third Fangtooth in their pockets now, and even with Sin picking up Conte, you gotta think that that was not what they were hoping for.
No, they were not hoping for that at all. It's just, you utilize your blink there for the side of Sparrow, so now you don't have that for the next big fight. And guess what the next big fight is? Probably one of the most important fights in the game, that 20-minute mark where the big neutral objectives hits the map. The big Orb Prime is going to be here next, and you know this is a highly contested buff. Team Immune are looking for this. You already seen them set themselves up. They got back from that fight, already starting this big Orb Prime pit. They have such a lead here. They know their advantage towards this fight. They're not allowing Iggy to set up here, and that's the big advantage towards Team Sing's comp right now, right? I mean, if the Iggy sets up, now they have power of the pit. But we're going to hold on putting on that. It's going to be 10k. It looks like Team Immune wants to turn, but it's going to be decided Team 10 cannot get caught out. Manq being able to trade a lot of damage there into Brandon.
Blink used by the Moon just to disengage. Not what you want out of your primary engage, out of this Sin squad. Team Immune not confident enough to start up this objective. They're kind of on a timer, left-hand side, pushing very starkly into them. They have the Reckoning to prevent this 50-50 from occurring, but even with that, they're afraid of the ensuing fight afterwards. So they're just gonna play it safe. They're gonna let Conte go back to his blue side, take up a bit more farm for himself. They're gonna stay collected in the mid lane. They still don't want to give anything over to Sin, but this big prime Gonna be hard to claim for them so far. They're looking for one more pick, you gotta think. If they get one pick, they're gonna instantly pull their trigger.
It's like they already forced out the blink, but it's going to be probably Morose that wants to take this fight. This one looks awfully close. We do know Morose, though, he does have the Stone for Soul, so he should be able to be safe in this fight. And M is actually on the back foot here. Going to be able to push him on out. M has to find a way to retreat. But it's going to be the side of Team Sin that can't get any farm inside the red side. Import is fuming. I know the little rage going on inside that little rampage. And right now, Team Immune's doing everything that they need to here. Very correct. They're pushing away Team Sin, taking away XP camps, and forcing them to utilize a lot of resources. And with that, M being so close to death, M has to reset. And there's no vision to really notice that they're doing big or prime here, and they're going to be late to answer this. They're already going to be able to burn this down, but how is Team Sin going to be able to react on these exit frags?
Eclipse used. Prime secured. Shin on the other side with the Greystone, just going in alone as Brandon Knight Force on the other side of the fight. Greystone still fighting against 4 people by his lonesome. It's not going to be anybody falling quite yet. The rest of the squad slowly making the transition towards the left-hand side. Looking on the mini-map, Feng Mao is looking to cut them off. Two Hands used the cleanse, so did Neft. Big inner fire used, but it's not enough. Mankyu
is going to be able to use the black hole, but they're going to pounce straight on down here. And all we're seeing is the entire Team Sin running away, but Team Immune is not letting them. And that's another one, 4 members down. Biggie, the last member, surviving. And with this big orb prime and those death timers, these T2s are not safe. And if it's my guess here, this right inhibitor is not safe as well. Huge pick up there. Great chases out of Team Immune. They knew they had all the time in the world to be able to stop this. Team Sin just cannot seem to find anything going right for them here in this game.
Like cattle herded to their demise, Team Immune is playing this so clinically, so precise, not giving Sin any chance of a comeback so far in this game. Question is, do they want to start to end this? Left inhibitor falling, which means this inhibitor line is open. It's a lot harder to defend once the first inhibitor is claimed. Right hand side is going to be the next target. Should be an easy inhibitor claimed as well. We're looking at objectives, timers. Primal Fangtooth has spawned as well. Prime still on everybody on Team Immune. With that, this mid inhibitor should be an easy target as well. Eclipse used already though.
Body Rampage going to be able to go on in. They're looking to be able to get a pick here. That's going to be one for Team Sin as they do actually pick up the Gideon who's been causing a wreck. It's going to be M looking for a potential to grab, but it's going to be 2 hands here trying to find something else. He cannot though. They're going to have to be able to back on the side, and still with that, it's Conte looking to take away some enemy jungle here. That's actually criminal. I mean, the man,
that's OPM.
They lose a member and he's looking to take away farm. I mean, you just can't get better than Conte, I guess. But they're going to open up the Primal Fangtooth like you said before. This is going to be big. Possible steal though. I think if Import could find himself in, they can find a way. There is 20 seconds before Mankyu is up. Maybe this is going to allow for them to be able to push up these waves, to be able to at least have one attempt to be able to contest before you have to look back at these waves coming in.
I really like that Eclipse out of Brandon Knight, at least picking up this 1 Gideon. It's not enough to swing this game whatsoever though. Like as you said, the blue side still in the hands of Conte. Import has been sort of relegated to pushing these waves instead, is happy picking up those super minions by himself, as Brandon Knight, not being the Spider-Man, does not have the mobility as some of our other supports, has to walk back. Low mobility on that Morn. This Fangtooth is going to be so hard to steal. Feng Mao with that spell bubble, able to dodge out on the hard CC. Then as we said, the Reckoning out of Neft. This looks unstealable for Sin.
It does indeed, and look, they turned their attention over towards this side. It's going to be Import Shin, double tether into a big epoch, but Import goes down low, and there comes that 4-shot. Neff takes down 1. Mankyu, inner fire popped in the back line. The health bar is going down low, but only for the side of Team Sin. Look at Team Immune wiping these guys down, and here comes Neff, 1 shot. The 38s are loaded, and Team Sin just cannot find an answer back.
Neft finding his revenge, reclaiming his spot as arguably the best ADC in Europe, as Conte is not done quite yet. More tower shots connecting through the wall. Conte gonna fall, gonna burn to death, but it is to no avail anyways, because the core is being pushed down by the rest of Team Immune.
Man, what a game. I mean, we definitely thought it was going to be closer than that, but Team Immune, they came out today to play. They played an exceptional game. Everything kind of felt they're going their way. I don't think they ever made a mistake to where it seems like, oh, this is huge. This is going to probably stop us from doing anything. Maybe that shutdown earlier on towards that Feng Mao towards Import, but they still capitalized on that Fang Tooth. And from then on, just really nothing Team Sin. They just could not find a win anywhere on the map.
I really like this out of Team Immune. I think that how they translated this early game into the mid game, I think was really something to study. I mean, obviously, it was relatively easy. Conte getting a double kill in the mid lane obviously helps out getting those stacks, as you were mentioning. But then, so sort of like staggering his camp timers, making sure that he's always on the right side of the map. And when Import actually, he has an entire jungle up, but he just can't take it because he just has this purple man stare into his soul. And yeah, just able to get these objectives, getting every Fang Tooth, getting every mini prime, playing so cleanly around these objective fights as well, never wanting to even have Import have a chance to steal this away, always timing and not a chance whatsoever, right? And that's exactly what we know out of our Team Immune team.
Just an exceptional game. But ladies and gentlemen, don't worry if you're a Team Sin fan. This is a best of 3 series, so game number 2 is going to be on our way. But before we dive into that, let's see what the desk has to say about game number 1.
Thank you, F6 and Tang, for that wonderful analysis. Game 1, kind of lopsided, fellas. What did we see out of Team Immune that went so well for them?
Yeah, for me, it was that jungle play. I mean, the first blood there on Conte, and he turns this around, which is a crazy highlight. I'm glad we were grabbing it. So it got that passive going early. He could snowball, and it kept Import on the left side of the map towards that dual lane side. For Import also, a lot of these lanes were hard to gank. Even if you did connect a rock, you have a lot of survivability, escapability on the heroes from Team Immune. So Import just kind of fell flat, and then when he fell behind, he couldn't get back, find his footing in the match.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, they're on the side of Sin. They're playing an Iggy comp that is detrimental to get control around the Fang Tooth pits early, stacking early Fang Tooths against the Feng Mao jungle, which you think the level 6 spike should be a little bit better for the Rampage playing that augment. But it just turns out when you have losing lanes for the first 10 minutes of the game, then it just is really hard to get that comp online and get into the game. So Conte did a great job, like you were saying. He kind of mirrored the Rampage around the map and was kind of following him on every step of the way, which is what you should be doing in this matchup. So he played it to perfection. And then we just saw Neft on the Revenant, right? He gets a few kills. It's just very hard to stick to that guy, especially when you're playing the Iggy comp, which is what you want people to run into you. But when you're not able to set up, then the Revenant just kind of goes wild because he doesn't have to walk into anything, right? He just is sitting there and kind of outputting damage freely.
All right, so let's change gears here and kind of focus on Team Sin there. What adjustments do we think that they need to make? What changes should we see going into game 2 if they're trying to stay in the winner's bracket?
That's a good question. I think definitely the mid lane, because Iggy, very vulnerable, right? He can be dove on quite easily and doesn't really have a lot of self-peel. Even when he does get the ultimate online, I mean, that's still a large cooldown. So I would say a change in the mid, and then probably Import not on the Rampage. Let's do something else. He has a deep hero pool. I like the Crunch, the Terra there as well. Just something maybe with a little bit more impact, but then you also have to make sure that the lanes are gankable. So you have to prevent the other team from getting a lot of these heroes with the escape, like Gideon, like Greystone, etc. So definitely some draft adjustments there for Sin, but they have the quality and the depth to bring this all the way to game 3.
Yeah, you know, I definitely would like to see a draft adjustment. Even if they don't, I kind of just want to see them playing a little bit more secure in the early game. I don't want to see them going off on too many tangents and taking that many risks, especially if they're going to draft a comp similar to this. I want them to focus on moving around with the more and getting good vision lines, setting up properly on Fang Tooths 30 seconds, 40 seconds before. If I had to change anything in the draft for them, I would say let's keep man Q off the Gideon. Let's get him on something that's maybe a little bit more passive in the lane. Let's get him on a gadget. Let's get him on, even a Howie that has to lay back a little bit more in the fights instead of being so aggressive with the Feng Mao. Because like you said, when you have so much mobility on the map on the side of Team Immune, it just gets hard to be able to lock down targets, to be able to put them inside of your Iggy turrets. So yeah, draft maybe a little bit more engaged. Maybe a Zarus comes out on the side so you can cage in those targets and make them use those escape abilities to actually leave the Coliseum, and then you can re-engage on top of them. So yeah, just a little bit more draft tweaks and then some more confidence in just playing around your comp.
Well, both of these teams have a couple of minutes to think about what kind of changes they would like to make, and so do you, but stick around because we'll be back in a couple of minutes with Game 2. Welcome back, all my Pred obsessors. We are back for game 2 between Sin and Immune. We saw a pretty lopsided, I'm not gonna beat around the bush here, a pretty lopsided game for game 1. I don't expect game 2 to go the same way at all. There are a lot of big brain players on the side of Sin that are able to make these adjustments, have a lot of competitive experience in here. Where do we think those changes start, Philly?
Yeah, I was thinking about this myself during the break, and I think it's where you draft the certain players. So for Team Sin, they drafted their jungle and their offlane right away. Well, then that tells you where their 2 best players are going, and then you can kind of counterpick them. You saw for the side of Team Immune, they last picked their jungler with the Fang Mao, and then Conte was able to just run away with the game and snowball basically into Affinity. So I would like them to adjust maybe where they put their certain players. Maybe go for your support and mid first instead, and then kind of hide those picks later down the line so that you can counter what the other side wants to do.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with what you're saying, Philly. I think it does start in the draft phase of the game. It starts with Sin building a comp that's maybe a little bit easier to execute and can be a little bit more aggressive in the early game if that's how they want to play it. I know they have some players who do like to get a little bit active, especially in that mid lane. So that's why I was a little surprised, like you were saying, Lance, that they drafted such a passive mid lane matchup when that's usually how they like to win through that lane. So I'm looking to get a very aggressive mid laner on the side of Sin with a jungler that can maybe be a little bit more active in that early game and kind of take control more. I also just kind of want to get Neft and Manq off those 2 champions. Those are their signature champions, the Revenant and the Gideon. They kind of got everything they wanted when they got those 2 picks. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sin even jumps over to the second pick side here to maybe, try to squeeze out that Revenant pick, or maybe even ban it away and then get something else on the backside. I know first pick has been kind of dominant in these drafts lately, but we'll see what ends up happening.
I think that would be very interesting to see as well. We do have the draft ready, and I just want to add my own little 2 cents to here. I hope they put Import on something that can carry the game. I think that Import's the star player of Sin, although all of the members on the team are, very, very good players. I'm a big M fan as well. But Import, the namesake, a lot of people consider him just the best jungler in the game. Let's get this man on something that can carry. And Steel coming out as the first ban.
Yeah, and we talked about why the Steel is so good, being whether you could put him in support, jungle, offlane, what have you. But those support beefy boys, that's kind of been the meta right now. Pairs really well, and also counters the Sparrow. That's a point we didn't bring up, right? That wall can block the inner fire. We've seen him get the double wall augment. And then it's the monkey once again. I'm seeing deja vu here, Blue Jay.
Yeah, no, the bans are staying the same. In these second bans, it'll be interesting to see if it stays the same. I wouldn't be shocked if we see a Revenant ban coming on the side. Another Seraph, that's very interesting to me. In NA, we would see the Seraph getting through a little bit, and some teams would end up being able to play it in certain situations. But they're keeping it going here because obviously there's some scrim prep that they've had to see that the Seraph is obviously just taking over games when it can. What I'm really looking to see is this first pick coming out from the side of Sin, though. Are they going to stick with the Rampage, or are they going to pick up something different? I would expect them to pick up something different and play through, maybe they first pick the Revenant. The Kwang's also up to be able to pick. So there's a lot of picks that they can take that I think are just a little bit better than this Rampage that is coming out. And Richter gets banned away on the side of Team Immune. I think just sticking them the same with the ban so far. Wow.
Oh no, they went with the Rampage, Blue Jay. We might just be watching the same draft back from last time. We'll have to see with these next 2 picks that come out of Team Immune. But hey, there is the chance that goes over to M. So we'll see how she goes.
Yeah, I don't know. M not really known for playing Rampage in the offlane, so I think they're showing their hand once again. They're really diving into this Rampage in the jungle. But like we were talking about in the green room, guys, when you build him a certain way with augmentation, then with Ashbringer, etc., he doesn't have a lot of that beef ability that he normally has. So you feel like you can take him down. He is counterable. He is vulnerable. Then we're seeing the Revenant and the Greystone. It's the same 2 picks. It's going to be Neff on that character, and then it's going to be Morose on the Greystone once again.
Yeah, and Team Immune is basically just saying like, oh, if we're just going to run the same thing until you force us to change something in our draft, right? Which is a completely correct strategy, right? The Greystone's a very viable option. It's very strong in the offlane right now. The jungle, it can be played as well if you really want to flip that offlane matchup on its head. And the next 2 picks from Sin, I'm expecting we'll see. Okay, so they take the Feng Mao away from Conte. One of the main counters. This can be a switch up. I think it's probably going to go into the jungle, but we can take a look. The Sparrow picked up, obviously, because that's kind of the counter over to Rev, right? If one team has Rev, the other team generally is going to have Sparrow right now. That's the consensus on the meta. And then Team Immune, we'll see what they come back with. But I do like that they changed up and took the Feng Mao away from Conte. We'll see if Team Immune wants to pick up a jungle pick now, maybe a Zarus, maybe an Aurora to kind of counteract that, or if they want to stick, just put ManQ on his signature Gideon pick again and kind of roll back a similar comp.
I would be expecting them to go comfort here as well, Blue Jay. I'd be kind of surprised if the Gideon doesn't get locked in, and there is that Space Wizard. So we're going to move into our next phase of bans. What do you think they're going to take off the table here, Philly?
Well, the supports are still needed from both sides, so maybe the Morn, right? Because Morn works both well into the Sparrow and the Revenant. Maybe the Bellica as well. Yep, we're seeing the Bellica because that can go mid lane for Sin or for support. So it's a nice flexible ban, can cover a lot of options. So yeah, definitely liking that. But I'm thinking probably going to be a support for Sin on the other side as well.
Yeah, no, you might see the Kwang ban come out if they thought that was oppressive, but they take out the Aurora. They're obviously targeting Conte here, which that leaves the Kwang open for taking still, which is a very strong pick. Coming into the tournament, Kwang was getting picked a lot in scrims very early on as a very high prio pick, and it's actually getting through the second ban phase in a lot of these drafts, which is very interesting to me. That's obviously open for the side of Penguin again if they want to run it back. I do like the Morn pairing with on the Sin side again, but we see the Kwang coming out on the side of Team Immune again, which is no shocker. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? They're just kind of running back the comp, which is a very stable, very, very good comp, and they kind of have everything that they want on the side of Team Immune again.
I'm going to keep it real. Sin's got 2 more picks coming in, but if Team Immune slams Zarus with their last pick like they are able to do, like right now currently with us seeing the Kwang in the support role in the last game, their composition is like essentially perfect. So Sin's going to have a pretty decent answer here. I really hope they don't go this route of the Iggy. I'd like to see the Gadget come out to be kind of a more natural counter to this Gideon. But we'll get the Argus, which is also a pretty good matchup into the Gideon. Has that way to stop the Black Hole and the Decker. So some long-range CC, lots of ways to stop this Black Hole if they need it.
Yeah, it's always good to, we've seen this composition before with the Rampage, the Argus, and the Decker. It's called the ball comp, at least in my opinion. You're just chucking everything, all the projectiles in the world to try to stave off the advance, make sure the dive doesn't come through. So I really like that. But now I'm curious here for Conte's last pick. He likes those high-tempo heroes. We might see the Boris. We might even see the Chimera. We could see the Zarus, which will probably be what it is. But, I mean, his hero pool has so much depth to it. There's so many options. And there's the Zarus. Easy as you like.
Yeah, Zarus, like you guys were saying, was the pretty obvious pick here, pairing well with the Gideon in this matchup. What I do like from the side of Sin, a little bit change up, is that they do have setup in lanes now, kind of like you were saying before, Philly, right? They do have the Argus stun. They have the Decker stun and the Cage to be able to make ganks a little bit easier for this Rampage or this Feng Mao to come in. We still don't know where it's going to assume the Rampage is probably going to the jungle since M doesn't have a match history of usually playing that. And I think Argus is something that Shin is very comfortable on. I still really like Team Immune's draft. I think they got everything they wanted, and I think they even paired it with maybe even a little bit better setup of a jungler when it comes to using that Zarus Cage in team fights on top of the Gideon ulti. I think Team Immune got everything they wanted, but I think Sin changed it up a little bit to where it could make things interesting.
Well, there you have it. Our experts have given what they think is going to happen. Will Sin be able to pull us to a Game 3, or will Team Immune cruise their way into the next round of Winners Bracket? There's only one way to find out. Let's get down onto the Sanctuary.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back for game number 2 between Team Immune and Team Sin. I'm joined once again with my main man, Tang. Game 1 done. Game number 2 is going to be in our sights. This one seems to be a little bit more spicy.
I just definitely hope so. I think Sin coming in with the picks that they really wanted from the get-go. I think they have a lot of comfort in the team. They have an easy comp to play as well with triple lockdown. I think this one should be a lot better, a lot closer than this first game, as long as we see Team Immune not once again able to run away with the game in the early game.
I mean, I'm I'm really excited here because one, we get to also see the Feng Mao again. A little bit of a different situation, though. Big M on his favorite hero, and we've seen many times Feng Mao on M. He carries the entire game. He can smurf it in 1v9 if he needs to. So that's something I really want to look out for on the side of Team Sin, because I feel like that's a big shift into that side of the map. A little bit maybe less worrying have to be done, especially how comfortable he is.
He's super confident, even picking it into the Greystone. Morose likes to play the Greystone, especially into the Feng Mao. I think has a really good matchup, able to block with that passive as well. One auto attack makes the trading a lot easier than with a lot of different heroes. Shin also on the Argus, a lot more comfort coming in. I feel like the Iggy was a bit forced in that first game. It's good to start up stacking those objectives, but if you fall behind early, especially into Feng Mao, right? Like, and an Iggy is just free food every time the jungler makes his rotation in the mid lane. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what Sin can actually cook up with this draft.
You know, already you're seeing a different kind of feel throughout the game, right? You're seeing even in the off lane, the mid lane, nobody's backing away from the side of Team Sin, right? It's like you pointed out, the Argus having a little bit more advantage. That wave is insane with that particle shredder. In the meantime, M still being comfortable just into that lane, trading into the Greystone. And I mean, that is a little bit already a great sign to me, is the confidence and the comfortability of these characters, which seems to create a different mindset and how to
Team Sin, they have to find the advantages. I think another option for them could be to play through this dual lane. They have the Decker for that stun, together with the follow-up from the jungle then afterwards, right? Morose taking a bit of a bad trade, has to run away. Finally, the blink forced. It feels like M wanted to disengage anyways at that point, and now Morose is actually in a really bad spot. The wave is not perfect. Blink already forced, and that's exactly why we love seeing M in the offlane, finding those lane leads early on.
It's such a master class, right? Just seeing how he's able to manipulate the wave, those trade patterns, right? Being able to hit the auto, back up. Meanwhile, Morose kind of making that mistake here of fighting into that wave a little bit more than M is, but it's going to be thwarted away from the Cyan buff, so at least a significant lead might not be there from him getting it. It's a great rotation from that end. Hopefully this way, Morose can crash this wave, take another reset, and force at least one or two minions not to be able to be picked up here on the side of M. But to this dual lane though, something we've seen matched up time and time again is the Sparrow versus Revenant, but there's going to be a difference here with this Kwang into a Decker. We talked about that Holy Trinity a little bit on the backstage, but I don't think a lot of people really understand how dangerous that is.
Stun into stun. Into stun sounds pretty dangerous to me. I'm gonna be honest. I think especially for those squishies out of Team Immune, it's gonna be a nightmare to play into Revenant. Yes, he can go into the Reckoning. Yes, he can enter the Shadow Realm. But if he is just locked down, it's gonna be hard. Morose on the right-hand side is gonna be the target once more. M following with that Reaping Dash, not gonna be able to close the distance. Import making his presence known. Left-hand side though, Penguin, good trades onto the Sparrow and the Decker. As we were saying in this first game, once more, this life steal picked up for Penguin. So this Neff, this Penguin, they can just keep on healing up, and there's no sustain for Two Hands and Brandon Knight.
I mean, they got that health potion, right? I mean, it's just there's a little bit of help to be able to get yourself throughout that lane. But yeah, like you said, that Omni event is just so crucial. We can't really see it throughout the stats, right? Because it's not going to be there. It's like full heal. You're not going to be able to see it throughout, like just the ticking going on. But every auto, any type of damage that you're doing just kind of helps increase that health bar by 1 to 2 going into this. But it all just stacks up at the end of the day. But the real big thing I like here is how they're able to set up this wave on a dual lane. Yeah, it's on their side of Team Immune, but they're going to take a reset. They're going to be able to have some time to come back to it, have that lane frozen where they want it to be. And when they're ready for this first Fang that's about to come up, they're going to be able to push it. And they're the ones that are going to be able to control it the way they want it.
Gideon ticking over to level 6. It's important. Argus can't make the play for the Fangtooth yet, does not have the level 6 up, so has to go back to the lane one more time. This is a repeat of the first game. We see Import on that left-hand side. Sarah is hovering, not having any camps up on that red side. So it's imperative for him to try to contest this 3 camp, because otherwise Rampage is just going to be able to force this Fangtooth to keep on making Conte guess on where he is, while Sarah is kind of left out to dry, right? Does not have any camps to farm himself. Gonna opt to reset instead. I don't think it was on Vision Import. Not knowing where the Terrace is, just keeps on looking for a gank instead.
He's looking at the Kwang here, and Kwang's going to be caught out a little bit, but here comes Conte, but Penguin is going to be the one that CC. The tether hits to create some space, but it's still going to be some aggression. Now it's going to be flipped on the other side. Two Hands going to be in trouble, have to utilize the blink, but Conte is still on the hunt. It's going to be Team Immune looking for some type of engage here, but huge stasis ball coming out of the Decker to create some separation. But ladies and gentlemen, this gives up the big opportunity here for the side of Team Sen. It's going to be Team Immune once again poking out Team Sin to get the advantage on this Fangtooth, but it's not quite done yet. They still have the advantage through mid. Gideon's going to be able to crash that wave. Import looking for any type of opportunity. It's already down to 1K. There seems to not be anywhere in sight. Team Immune secure the first Fangtooth.
Super scary. No level 6 on the Revenant, no Reckoning. Able to stop this steal. Would have been a 50-50 if Rampage jumps into the pit, low HP bars, makes him second guess himself. We know how lethal Import is when he gets to those smite steers. He's not gonna try it yet. Again, Team Immune, really solid early game. That's exactly what I was sort of hoping to see after seeing them perform in North America last weekend. They were always sort of late on these Fangtooth objectives. I feel like Conte was always on the wrong side of the map, going for his blue side that, yes, is spawning, but then you just give over Fangtooth for free. So I really like the game plan coming out of this Team Immune squads, and Import trying to overforce on the left-hand side, and Kwang being too tanky, not even having to expend that blink to get away from the double stun.
And don't forget the Omnivamp, right? I mean, it's got to play a little bit of a part into it. I mean, it's just enough to be able to keep yourself alive a little bit longer. But like you said, just a great all-around performance from Team Immune. It feels like they're just on a different level. We've both got the chance of casting for the NA preliminaries there, and we just felt like there was something missing from the Team Immune, right? And I cannot say it better about their early game, being able to control the smaller, minute things to perfect their game. And I think that's what we're seeing inside this Team Immune over here on the EU preliminaries, and they're just putting on a masterclass. But here comes Argus, looking for an opportunity. It's going to be the tether knockdown. It's going to be able to use their heavens and come down to Reckoning. But here comes the first blood is actually going to go towards Two Hands, but Penguin should be able to die. Shin's going to be able to finally pick it up. But the rotation is there, but that's going to be a big pickup there. Being able to use the Reckoning, also getting first blood with that extra bounty gold from using your ultimate there. That's a big kind of economy shift going towards the side of that Revenant.
Oh yeah, Revenant feeling super happy about that. Neft getting his response after this early game where we saw the Sparrow, Two Hands, getting the better of him in that 1v1 Argus mid lane. Shin forced to blink away into that true self-enhanced Gideon Black Hole. It's gonna be able to escape though. Import with that tiny Titan once more, but Penguin already on the rotation. It's gonna force out that cooldown out of Import. Zaras barely escaping. This is a fist fight. Penguin knocked up, knocked down. He's gonna try his best to escape. One more surge. Gonna get him to safety. Both of these teams out for blood.
Oh man, and Lamb inside the off lane. Morose seem to find a little bit more fight inside this side of the map. And then both of these teams, just the first 6-7 minutes of the game, they was awfully quiet, just looking for windows of opportunities and nothing to be found. And then just like that, one first blood goes in, and then after, just everybody's want to fight. Just all of a sudden, right? It's just, hey, you know what? This is the time. We're going to take our switch off. But still, not being able to really find too much inside that. And like you pointed out, the true silver bracelet just coming to impact into this game. And it's really useful when you draw back to the Holy Trinity that we're talking about. The Decker Stasis Ball, the Dread Nova coming out of the Argus, and the Boulder out of that Rampage. You just need to have something there to help, and that's really where that True Silver is going to come in. So we're going to be able to see Manq more than likely become now a little bit more of a nuisance, because you have to expend so much. You have to force down his shield before you can even try and CC him down. And in that meantime, he can create some commotion, create some damage split, and that's going to be a problem they have to worry about it. Verticality, and then also horizontally onside the playing field.
Definitely gonna be a big worry for this Immune squad with all the hard CC. As you said though, smart itemization out of the Gideon. Really interesting to me as well that the fight happens on the left hand side while this mini prime is the only objective up on that right side. Conte knows that Import does not have the blink up. Tiny Titan though, Janel is gonna go for the boxing fights, but once again the black hole just stopping anything that Import was trying to do, as M on the other side of the map not able to win out against the Greystone either. So is gonna be forced away from this mini objective that is gonna go in their hands. Left hand side though, two hands going dangerously low. Penguin in a fire, forced out already. Neft blinks in, blink returns, but it's not gonna be enough in the Shadow Realm. Neft dominates two and gets another pick for himself as the Argus finally makes the rotation over.
Dynamic Obliterator is going to be ready to go and pop, and he does pick up that kill. Jen being able to lead straight into it, but Penguin's looking to try and escape. Going to be the Gideon that's close on by, but a huge boulder. And here comes that Holy Trinity trapped inside the cage. The containment defense going to be huge, but the tether is going to be bigger, but they still cannot stop the man. Towards space, he's utilized into the dash, and the man has the feet and the skills to get on out.
Dude, I love this out of Mankyu. That was such a good play. Like, he knows he can't contest in the fight anyways. He runs in, drops it towards space, makes sure that the Kwang makes it out alive with a good double tether, making sure that he doesn't take enough damage. And honestly, that is so important, F6, because the Fangtooth is up. If Kwang forced there, you gotta think that it would be Sin in prime position to take that for themselves.
They would have been, because a lot of their big lockdown coming out from the Kwang would have been on that cooldown. But here comes a bad rotation though. Brandon Knight being caught out, but here's the Coliseum. It does land, but she's going to be able to jump on out. That's going to be able to at least stop them from the side of Team Immune to be able to try and attempt this Fangtooth any further. Now they have to be a little bit more careful because the big 5v5 looking to rumble around this side of the map.
We're looking at cooldowns. A lot of ultimates have been blown. No Colosseum, no Black Hole. Only Black Hole up for Mankyu. I eat my words. It's gonna be Ozo, the Reckoning, missing for another few seconds. Hard to take those objectives for Team Immune. And you gotta think for Sin, they need to find a pick first. But with those buffed up minions, it's so hard to control this mid-wave.
I mean, a big thing for me here is on the side of Team Sin, there's no blinks up at all. Meanwhile, Lazarus does have his, but it's going to be Import being caught out once more, and Team Immune find that kill. But look at this, Stoneforge sold to a black hole, but it's going to miss members due to the fact that Two Hand dies just so quick. And just like that, Team Sin just does not have an opportunity. Middle T1 goes down, advantage Team Immune on second Fangtooth.
Why does Penguin on a Kwang support peel better than any support I see in my solo queue games? Must be because we are in the PCC EU Championship Circuit. The amount of plays coming out of both of these rosters has been insane, but I'm gonna be honest, Team Immune, they just look unstoppable at the moment. Once more, cycling back to the story points that we love to drop over and over again. Every tournament, it feels like, in EU, apart from one, has been claimed by our Team Immune squads. They're showing it once more here against another very respected roster in Sin. Lots of people were hoping that this time might be the time where Import can wrest away sort of that top dog spot from Neft in this PCC EU tournament. But so far it's been Team Immune finding the plays, finding the objectives as well, and just dominating the game, even though, again, not a lot of kills, but just the objective game is so stellar.
And it's like, you're looking at this comp, right, and you're like, wait, why do we even allow the Revenant and Neft to be in the same kind of sentence, right? I mean, that shouldn't be a thing. But it's really not even Neft that's like pulling together to the advantage of these team fights, especially early on. It's Conte coming in, and it's going to be Mankyu here, just being able to kind of just come together. They're the ones really setting the tempo, creating a pacing, and just allowing for Team Immune to be successful. And here you're seeing it here today. The Root's going to come in, but here comes a big rock, and that's going to be able to drop him on down. Mankyu showing once again why he is being able to control this mid and being able to control this game tank.
Mangoat in the mid lane. Different showing from last weekend. He is just on fire today. Winning the plays for his team over and over again off the back end. Was it like from the True Silver bracelet as well, tanking so many stuns in all of these team fights, being the nuisance that his team needs, and somehow still able to make those rotations to those side lanes, impacting them. Yeah, and Sin, they have to find an answer, right? They have to maybe get a few shutdowns onto the Feng Mao, maybe get the passive stacking for themselves. So far, Team Immune, they've not been giving them any angle so far.
Once again, we're seeing Conte on this blue side, creating some separation between the junglers, being able to also get these timers on the map. We have talked about timers a lot throughout these PCC and throughout competitive Pred. I mean, I think that's one of the most important things into this game, but we're going to put a pin in that as we see a big rotation here from Mankiw and Morose. They're looking to sandwich 2 hands, and he's going to be in the middle of the spot, but with a big back hold ready to pop on up. They're still going to be able to get 2 hands as they pinch him on down, and just cannot be able to find the match. Morose just able to just kind of be able to be a force to be reckoned with because that Stoneforge Soul's up, and M in the meantime trying to get this T1 inside the right is just not going the way of Team Sin.
I like the idea of Team Sin if 2 hands actually just backs off from the tier 1. I think if you can just trade a bit of gold onto M for a bit of gold split between a bunch of immune members, then actually that's a trade up for you. So I think if they just sort of play a bit more safe on the left-hand side when they know that Bang Mao is getting a lot of value on that right-hand side, then I think this play actually works out in their favor, but just a bit of a misplace coming in from Sin. You gotta think that they are impatient. They're not used to being in a position like this, being so far down against a team like Team Immune. Mini Prime has been started up. Rampage not in a position to contest this either. It's just gonna be claimed once more by Disgrace though.
Team Immune just showing an absolute kind of a dominant force here. A little bit of a slower start though indeed from game number 1. It felt like Sin kind of figured out how Team Immune was going to play into this one, but now it feels like just Team Immune we're just waiting on a switch to be flipped to be able to really capitalize on what they wanted to do. That's what we're seeing here. Team Immune was just a significant amount of lead. They have all the objective lead that they need. They're having the kill lead. The gold is their way. And Team Sin still trying to fight for their lives here, trying to find a way back in. It might be the third Fangtooth where they're able to do that. They have to stop the third Fangtooth Monty here. And we've talked about that in game number 1. I mean, the 8% damage increase and 8% armor is just too good to let the other team have.
100%. I think we also need to see the Holy Trinity in action, right? We've talked about it, we've not seen it yet.
Crazy.
I want to see those 3 stuns stacked together, catch somebody off guard. Probably not Morose though, with this mini prime. It's gonna be so tanky, but once more, Team Immune, they're first on objective, they're allowed to walk into the river, and suddenly your stuns, they don't do anything anymore.
Nothing, and you just can't find your opportunity. But look at this, already down less than 1k and nobody in sight, and now it's going to be side for Team Immune. Black hole on top, ripping apart their health bars. Mankiw being able to translate that damage, and Neft as well. That's going to be 3 members down on the side of Team Sin. But oh my god, triple kill for Neft.
The bounty hunter, what was that? Like, Sparrow should be good in fights like these, right? But if suddenly a black hole is on top of you, if suddenly the rest of the squad is close by, and you just have the shopkeeper's advantage of just having your entire pockets filled with gold, it's just a different story. 2 hands not able to chew through any of these Team Immune members that are in high spirits, running down the mid lane, getting this inhibitor for themselves, making the most of this 16-minute mini prime. Gotta think for Sin, they are on the ropes. As we said before, they need to find a pick, but it's just been Immune the ones pressing the trigger every time.
Every single time, and a 19-minute inhibitor is crazy work inside the PCC. Import 2 levels down. I don't think you want this fight, buddy. And with the third Fangtooth Monty here, this is a big opening for Team Immune. We'll take a little bit of drawback here. I mean, you get the third Fangtooth Monty. You get a triple kill on the bounty hunter, like you said. You take down an inhibitor. Everything's going your way even before this. I mean, there's just everything, just the gameplay style, the macro, the micro from Team Immune. I'm just gonna keep saying it, is just impeccable in how they're playing throughout this, even against one of the best teams we consider here inside the EU.
One overstep is needed. Team Immune in those team fights has been the team performing, has also the easy execution, I gotta be honest, right? Like, that black hole has been so pivotal in all of these team fights. Mankiw so strong at finding those angles. Big Prime has spawned. 20 minutes in. Sin, need to play together, need to find a corner to hug. It's fine dropping waves on the left side, because honestly, just getting one shutdown is more than a wave's worth of XP. Way better in terms of the gold value as well. But they need to link up. They need to find this stun combination. Conte, though, has different ideas.
Penguin, oh my god, with the triple tether into a black hole, they cannot make this one up. 2 members on the side of Sin fall. Make that 3, make that 4, and M is going to be the one on the run. Team Immune strike once more.
Oh, there's no way. Like, they are not finding anything. Like, Team Immune, Penguin on that Quang makes that hero look like the best support here character in this entire game. Finding that triple knockup, finding that Rifties into more displacement, and making sure that we are gonna be able to see Team Immune in the finals in this next series.
I'm not gonna lie, that is the craziest thing I have seen to PCC to this date. You're telling me a Kwang support triple Rifties into a tether, into a knockup, and here comes the black hole over top and all the damage, and Rev's just shooting in the background. Neft is just having the easiest day of his life. He doesn't have to worry about anybody diving him. I don't know. Team Immune right now is looking absolutely terrifying. Probably the best team I've seen throughout the entire PCC, NA, and EU. And I'm just going to leave that one for you guys to have food for thought.
Yeah, definitely. I think Team Immune, definitely the team to beat, just from history as well. Winning most of their tournaments. And now against Sin, it would be okay to say like they won, but it was not only a win, right? It was a stomp. It was them absolutely rolling over them in all stages of the game. It feels like we never had really an opportunity to sort of highlight how well this Sin team played yesterday, for example, because Team Immune was just too strong at controlling all aspects of this game. Yeah, Team Immune looking scary.
GG's all around. Team Sin couldn't do it today. They're going to drop down into the loser brackets. Hopefully they can climb their way on up to be able to see them back on the main event day. But we still have more winner bracket show. Team Immune trying to just close everything on out. We're going to get back to the desk, though, as we get ready for our next set. And it's going to be a great one.
Thank you very much, F6 and Tang. Before we jump into what went well for Team Immune there, I just have to tell everybody to get ready for Kwang support in your solo queue games. Philly, what did we see there?
I mean, Tang summed it up really nicely. It's Team Immune does that 4 protect 1 style, and when you have 4 characters that can just dive on anybody, that causes so much confusion, so much chaos for the opposite team. Who do we focus? Who do we stun? You got 3 stuns, but 4 people that need the stuns. They need the lockdown. So it's just the math is not mathing, and that leads to Neff just free firing in the background. I think he had 3 or 4 triple kills in this game. That guy was just unstoppable, but it's because his team facilitates him to do so.
Yeah, and we just kind of saw the comps playing out how we kind of thought they would. We had, like you said, multiple single target stuns on the side of Sin, but when you have everything just jumping on top of you, it's very hard to, play the game as the Sparrow. This game had to be won from Sin through the laning phase and through getting ahead through these picks and becoming strong enough to just fight on their own. But once, the early game unfolded, and Import did a decent job about getting some blinks early, but like you said, there's a lot of mobility on the side of Immune still. And when you have your blinks down, but you're not getting killed and you're not getting fed on this inside, it really just isn't going to work out well for you with the side of Immune and the comp that they drafted.
Yeah, and we talked about it a little bit, kind of behind the scenes amongst us while the game was going, but who is supposed to protect that Sparrow in that game? There really isn't anybody to be able to stop against all of those dashes that were coming into it. That makes it so hard for Two Hands to be able to do what a Sparrow is supposed to do. Made it really easy for Neft on the Revenant to be able to do what Neft does when he gets this Revenant. So that does put Team Immune into our grand finals for the day. They will be fighting Team Veniven's Many Men for their chance to go straight into the grand finals, but it's not over for Sin just quite yet. They go down to that losers bracket, still have to win one more series to make it into that top 4, but I would say it's very likely that we see them continue. We're going to take a quick little break, and we will be back with the highlight series of this EU tournament so far, Team Veniven's Many Men taking on Team Immune. Don't go no.
The last Koru Shinzo, an ascendant warrior of soul binding. Yurei is a flawless warrior bound by duty and discipline. Yurei's primary ability is Anima Burst, where she unleashes a deadly spinning kick that deals physical damage and inflicts Soul Rip, a status effect that enables the target's soul to be torn from their body for a short duration. Yurei can also use Anima Burst while jumping to leap in a direction of her choice, making her extremely difficult to pin down in a fight. Yurei's secondary ability is Severance, where she surges forward, slicing through enemies, dealing physical damage and briefly slowing her target. If the target is afflicted by Soul Rip, Severance's cooldown is reset and the enemy's soul is fully severed, spawning an entity that tethers to them. This entity can be damaged by all allies, and any damage it takes is transferred back to the enemy hero it's bound to. This ability synergizes perfectly with Yurei's other abilities, as they all apply Soul Rip. So try weaving Severance into your combos for maximum damage. Whispering Echoes is Yurei's alternate ability, where she throws 3 razor-sharp kunai in quick succession, each one exploding on impact to deal physical damage and apply Soul Rip to any enemy's hit. As the kunai are thrown one by one, Yurei can hit up to 3 targets at once to mark them all with Soul Rip. Try using Whispering Echoes as an opener before dashing in with Severance to sever their souls. Then hit them with Anima Burst and dash out with Severance again. Yurei's ultimate ability is Soul Storm, where she summons a raging maelstrom of spiritual connection around her, dealing physical damage and slowing all enemies caught in the storm, while also applying Soul Rip. When the chaos comes to an end, enemy heroes are pulled into the center of the vortex and their souls are severed for a short duration. With multiple targets severed, Soulstorm becomes a devastating setup for follow-up damage. Yurei's passive ability is Hallowed Strikes, where after casting an ability she gains extra attack speed, and the next 2 basic attacks shoot waves of pure soul energy towards the enemy, giving her extra pressure in trades and helping to weave abilities and basic attacks into a seamless rhythm of punishment. Try building into items like Malady and Pain Weaver to enhance Yurei's burst damage, mobility, and wave clear. Master your destiny with Yurei. Coming to Predecessor in Update 1.6 on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you were able to get a snack, some popcorn maybe, on that break that we took, because we've got a show for you with this next series coming in here. Many men taking on who we just saw 2-0, Team Sin, Team Immune. F6, what are we thinking about these two teams here in the European scene that are meeting for a chance to go to the grand finals?
Well, what am I thinking is there's two Titans getting ready to butt heads here. I mean, so far through, we only really have scrims to really look at to see how these players have been performing against each other. And Venimans have yet to lose to Team Immune in scrims. So they've been looking like the kryptonite to the Superman team of Team Immune. I know we just talked about Team Immune, especially me saying Team Immune's looking like a team to very rarely going to be able to beat. But this Venimans team definitely look like a team that might be able to do it.
Yeah, no, definitely. And both these teams coming out with players that are very notable from, both scenes. Venom and Bondrewd on the side of Venimans. Then we have obviously the staples, Neft and Conte coming out on the side from Immune. And Penguin is performing at an all-time high, I think, in his career. He's been playing out of his mind. So I think that really he's going to be a deciding factor in this game to see if they can actually, break through the wall that is Venimans, many men's. But it should be a great series. I think it's going to be the best one of the weekend so far, and probably will be the best one still. So yeah, should be very exciting.
F6, I know that there are a lot of shared picks amongst these teams. The Feng Mao for both Conte and Ven, the Rev for Neft and Sagu. Are there any other prio important picks that we might see these teams kind of fighting over to get their hands on early in the drafts?
I mean, just kind of the staple meta picks, right? I mean, right now, a lot of the comfortable heroes are kind of in the meta. So Countess is definitely going to be the one up there when you consider kind of in that off lane, right? She's doing exceptionally well into the off lane currently. And also the Greystone. The Greystone as well is probably one of those hot ones to be able to kind of Greystone inside the off lane, kind of differentiate there. But it's essentially just the same meta heroes. It's more of comfortability when it comes down to how they want to play the matchup, right? I think that's really where we're going to see the difference. I think we're going to see the same heroes, but probably a little bit more of a different mix on how they want to kind of attack each other.
Yeah, no, I think Revenant just as a pick in general is probably going to be high priority or maybe even banned in this games. If it does get through, I've still yet to see it being first picked on the side. It's always on the 2-3, which I wonder if that actually starts to change as people start playing through this and seeing, oh, maybe this character really is just the most broken carry in the game right now. That could just be what ends up happening. So I think that pick will be highly contested. We've seen the steal support being very valuable in a lot of these games, as well as the Gideon on the side of Team Immune. So we'll see if there's going to be kind of a keep away strategy in the pick and bans instead of more of a banning general picks that are very, overpowered. It might switch to more of okay, let's try to enter these picks back into the game and see how the flow starts to happen.
Perfect. And we are ready for draft to get cracking here. We will have Team Venimans Many Men on the first pick side of it. F6, what are we expecting for our first ban? Is Sereth going to make it through?
I mean, there's no way a chance throughout these first rounds of picks Sereth is going to make it through. She's one of the biggest hyper carries into the game right now, especially in that jungle role position. Can be flexible into the offlane if need be, but she's just too busted to kind of let through. So I'm seeing her ban within the first two rotations. I also kind of agree with Blue Jay being Revenant being one of those first bans within the first two rotations. So I'm kind of just seeing that way. But it is going to be the Wukong. We've actually been seeing that quite a lot throughout the PCC EU preliminaries. I think they're putting a higher prior on this character, especially due to the fact how broken he can feel.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like Wukong, Sereth are just kind of insta bans from either side right now. There's not really anything too interesting going on there. And then the second bans coming out from both sides have been a little bit more targeted. We saw Sin last game banning the steal support away from Penguin, who's very, very comfortable on that character. So we'll see if Venimans takes a similar approach, but they are going to take out the Feng Mao, which Conte had an amazing performance on last game in that first game versus Sin. And yeah, I just think overall a good ban. Feng Mao is a really good character right now in the game, especially in the jungle, able to maneuver around things very quickly and, able to take that ultimate augment if they want to and create a little bit more CC for the team, which is something that the character hasn't had before.
Right, and I mean, must not want to first pick it or expect for it to be banned from the other side. Team Immune going to follow it up with that Revenant ban, so I expect to see some high priority on Sparrow as these picks start to roll in the draft.
I think so too. I mean, Revenant being off the board, that also shows Team Immune's kind of flexibility, especially when you think about Neff, right? His kind of character pool is just unlimited. So they're not really losing a lot onto that side, but I think it's more of like Veni Men's are going to be losing a lot onto their end, right? And I feel like their hero pool and their ADC role is a little bit smaller when it comes compared to comfortability. This, like you said, I think this, you said the Sparrow, but I think this opens up the Countess, which is what we see here from Veni Men. And that is going to be a big part here. That's going to be a big part inside of that offlane to see how maybe Bondry could potentially play this into any type of matchup.
Yeah, no, and then obviously Immune banning the Revenant means that they were pretty confident that Veni Men's would take that as the first pick on their side. Otherwise, they would have left it up and taken it on the 2-3. Countess, like you said, coming out on the side of Veni Men's, probably going to Bondred in the offlane. They like to do this where they play a lot of AP characters in the offlane and then have Venom on a very high damage jungler or a more physical ability jungler. But we see the support steal that was banned out last game, plus the Gideon coming in from Team Immune, staying with those comfort picks, putting Man-Q on it. He's having an insane games on Gideon. He's had some really, really good ult synergies with Conte so far. And then Penguin playing signature steal. He's been very, very agile, very good on these engaged supports. And this kind of is very interesting because it blocks the Sparrow pick almost on the side of Venimen, taking that steal, almost baiting them, saying, oh, we want you to take the Sparrow, or we're just going to get it on the next pick and we'll play Sparrow steal with a bunch of peel for our carry. So Rampage coming in on the side of Venimen's. This is a kind of looking similar to that last game that we saw. Team Immune is probably frothing at the mouth saying, we hope you pick the same comp that we just played and just destroyed. But it's being piloted by some different people now, so it might come out a little different.
And we do have the import and, or not the Rampage that we saw on import and the Argus in here. We kind of talked about the matchup for the Argus in to the Gideon that didn't seem to deter Man-Q from having a good game in game 2 of the last series. They're going to pick that Greystone up for themselves as we move into our bans for the second segment.
Yeah, more than likely going to the offlane there with Morose. Especially a good matchup into the Countess. You're going to see that matchup throughout this entire kind of prelims we've been seeing it. So it's pretty even lane, kind of depending on who's able to get that lead first, who's able to kind of have their junglers help. But it's TB being banned out for the side of Venimen's, and we've seen how well TB has been performed in especially day number 1 in the prelims. But the Zarus is really what's kind of catching my eye here, because now kind of shortening that kind of pool for the side of Conte. He does not have the Feng Mao, doesn't have the Zarus, doesn't have that Wukong either, or that Serit. So it's like really not too much that he can really thrive from. We're going to see how he's going to be able to kind of play this one. Maybe that Aurora.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Aurora pick here for him. That's kind of what would be the next champion in his pool, unless they want to put him on like a tank or a little off meta pick. But looking at, they take the Kira actually on the side of Team Immune, obviously prioritizing that. They can kind of take what they want, because when you actually look at the AD pool, they don't think Venimen's going to take the Sparrow. So what's actually left up, right? You have Murdoch, you have Drongo, you have Grim. We know that a few players really like to play the Grim, and Kira is pretty decent into that pick as well. So I do like them picking up the AD and kind of leaving a little flex option open in the Greystone. It can go to the jungle or the offlane. I would still think that that's going to go into the offlane against the Countess, because Moros is very good into that matchup. And we do see the Murdoch coming out from Venimen's. We'll see what the last pick they make here. It is going to be the Crunch. So I do not hate this that much, because when you look at the side of Team Immune, there actually is not a lot of CC besides the steal on this side of the team, right? You have the Greystone, you have the Gideon. I would not be shocked to see the Aurora coming out right now to kind of finish out this comp. I think it's probably the clear pick in this, the clear pick for this angle, but we'll see what ends up happening.
A lot of flexibility left on the side of Team Immune too. They could even, like, might be a little bit of a stretch, but they can even go Decker here and move that steal into the offlane, the Greystone into the jungle, or vice versa with those, because very, very hard to play a Crunch into a Decker pick. I believe this also means that for Venimen's many men, that Rampage is probably going to be their support, which is very fun and interesting to see. But we will see Big Thick Rick up here for Team Immune.
I think this completely closed out their build. I know you're talking about that Aurora, but kind of feel like what this allow is now you have CC in the offlane. If you throw the steal over there, you kind of have like kind of a simple matchup, right? You don't have to worry about too much back and forth. Steel, you're kind of just waiting to get to level 6 anyways to start to rotate towards his objective. He fares well into most opponents. And then the Richter, you kind of have some lockdown on the opposite side of the map as well. So anywhere this Crunch wants to go, you have that CC. And with that Gideon having the root inside his kit, a little bit to be able to stop him there. So I feel like this really evens out their comp and kind of gives them enough to kind of lock everything where it needs to be.
Yeah, and then obviously Lance pointing out that the Rampage is most likely going to be in the support role right now is good because that enables the Richter pick, right? Richter into ramp support is one of the things that has actually been pretty good. It's been scrimming a lot on the NA side of things as well. And right when Rampage picks up that rock, Richter can throw the hook out, can CC the Rampage out of ult. It's a very valuable pick, and I think kind of rounds out the TMU comp like you were saying. Many-Men's is going to have to play through this Argus kind of pick comp. And I think that they're going to have to do some things with the Rampage roaming into mid lane, doing some things like that. I think the Crunch might have a little bit of a rough time now into this game. It's going to be hard for them to kind of isolate targets and CC them out, especially with the Kira dash resets. But I would give the edge to Team Immune, in my opinion, right now.
Perfect. Well, we have a trip to the grand finals on the line between Team Immune and Team Veniven's Many Men, and there is only one place that it can be settled, and that is down on the Sanctuary. We're going to toss it over to our casters, Falcon and HD Philly.
Thank you so much, Lance and the desk. It's Philly and Falcon here to guide you through the winners bracket round 5. Falcon, some 2 different ideologies between these compositions. Team Immune going for heavy team fight, while the Many Men's going for that pink composition.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting game, and it's going to be a case of who gains the momentum in this early game, who can start the ball rolling. If Many Men's can get that lead, especially on the likes of the Argus, and get a position to start using those picks, to start using those Dreadnovas, those rocks to make sure the numbers are always in their favor, then they can definitely run away with this game. But, I mean, we saw the last set. I was watching backstage. I saw Immune decimate the side of Sins with a team fighting composition with a lot of these picks. So you can never count those out.
Absolutely not. And especially with this pick composition from Veniven's, how are they going to engage in some of these objective fights with the Fangtooth and the Orb Prime, right? When you have so many ultimate abilities from Team Immune to just shut you down. So they're going to have to play very carefully, especially this Crunch and Countess, about who they target moving forward. Falcon, there's only one thing left to do, man, and it's get into the action.
That it is. What a lovely stinger, as always. I love it so many times every time I watch it. And now we are into game, and the first thing that I want to mention, it is in fact that Rampage support, as Desk was saying, has that rock augmented, increases the rock damage. It's probably going to be the most helpful in that stage. Mini Rampage is not going to be as much of a threat when you are very much in a gold deficit compared to the enemy team. But I don't really know how it's going to go in lane. Obviously, both supports are going to be very tanky. Both of these ADCs don't really have the best wave clear in the game. They are going to be mainly just focusing down those minions until they get those first items online. So it might just be a slightly boring duo lane. But what I want to focus is on this off lane.
Yeah, I mean, the Countess versus the Greystone, we've seen this time and time again. It can go either way. The Countess wants to really, accelerate into this matchup. But I think what you want to talk about, Falcon, is the 2 players piloting those champions.
Yeah, Morose and Bondroid, probably the best 2 offlaners in EU. Both of them have been around in the NA scene as well. Bondroid being the last PCC champion with Team Leftovers. So very, very strong. Both of them are able to carry in. Already we can see how much of an important lane this is. Conte ganking level 2. Whiplash hits. The oath hit is going to be from Morose. I don't know if there's a blink follow. It is going to be blinked. Blink is going to be used by Conte as well. He's going to try and use his movement speed to try and run him down, and eventually will get that first blood. Conte is going to spend a long time doing it, but that is the first blood towards Team Immune.
And that is a big first blood, especially onto the Countess. That gives the Greystone a little bit of license there. We do have a jungle invade happening right now. The Crunch recognizing that Conte is really low, but that has to expend the blink to get out of there. A good rotation from the mid lane. A Riplash, even better. The Ether Crystal to keep everybody locked in. And it is Mayor to get a rebuttal kill onto Conte, but the bloodbath is still going. Almost Manq falling there on the Gideon, but it is Morose who takes down Ben. Oh my gosh, Falcon, 2 minutes into the game, we've got many kills on the board.
Well, this doesn't look like an EU game at all, but I am definitely for it. And that happened because of how long it took to kill Bondrewd. Then finished his red side jungle, got that gank into mid lane, had the prio with Mayor there, and was able to invade onto the 2 camp, which hadn't been started by Conte yet. Had the level lead as well, level 3, level 2. That's why he got that early game kill. Luckily for Team Immune, Morose was still around, was able to rotate, albeit slowly, because he went through the river instead of his own jungle, and got a 1-for-1 trade at the end of it. Now, both junglers are going back to their blue sides. Ven still has got the lead, did get at least a few of those 2 camp on the side of Team Immune. So, I mean, it's a good start for this Crunch.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that, I want to point out is Conte on the Richter, one of his favorite characters, but it's feast or famine. Right now, though, he's 2 for 2 on those Riplashes, connecting and finding eliminations for his squad. Those 2 you see on the board there, folks, are because of that displacement ability. You see him kind of lurking on the mid now, waiting for maybe to pick out this Argus. He's going to go for maybe a possible invade as well. We see Ven kind of playing that vertical jungle game here. Going to be keeping that Greystone under his tier 1.
Yeah, I love Bondrewd helping Ven here, knowing that the 5 camp is going to be up because of their own 5 camp respawning at the same time. And also, whilst that was happening, the sequence was by his own 5 camp, stopped Conte from walking in, means that Ven gets that camp free, is able to do the reset and go towards his own red side, pick up the 5 camp, pick up the 2 camp. And once he's done that, Fangtooth will have spawned. It would be 5 minutes in the game. And with the lane advantage that many Vens has right now in the dual lane, it's definitely an opportunity for them to go for it.
Absolutely. Folks, I do want to highlight that the Richter did go for current overload, which allows his electrocute ability to give him movement speed and 30% more damage to monsters, so he can clear that much faster and then rotate over to the Fangtooth. You see him kind of making his way, going to protect this river buff on the red side as Gideon goes for the other one, which is perfect because if you can keep the mana economy of the Argus low, that Particle Shredder can't come online. That limits his damage capabilities. They're looking to set this one up with the vision going the way of the Dawn side or the Dust side here for now.
No ults from either solo laner. It is going to go rather low. Bondrewd and Morose are both being so low. Bondrewd jumping in, forcing the blink from Morose. I don't know if he would have had the damage. Look at his mana bar. He would have only had 1 more ability, but that would have been enough to proc his passive do that max true damage HP. And it could have been bad for Morose. I still don't think he needed to blink there. He would have been safe. And now, because Bondrewd backs first, he can push that wave into tower, take the Cyan buff afterwards, and then do his own back. It's going to give him even more advantage in this lane. And this is risky from Ven. He's going for the red camp. Morose isn't going to be nearby, but we can see Conte is walking directly towards him.
And Mayor is here to join in on the action as well, but Conte kind of just keeping him at bay. Can he get to the red buff in time? Looks like it will be, and the Riplash will secure it. Now Ven has to use the forward crunch to get out of dodge. Folks, we're highlighting the jungle because they are just that impactful. Some of the best players in the EU scene piloting these characters. And here's a lane we haven't discussed too much, Falcon, is the duo Penguin getting that Bull Rush augment so he can just kind of tank the rock to the face and not get CC'd from it. So you'd imagine he'll be taking the bullet for the president more often than not.
He's going to try to as much as he can, plus that shield wall is going to be so strong against the likes of the Argus, likes of this Rampage and Murdoch. But the reason we haven't really been talking about that dual lane is because it's nothing's really happened over there, Philly. They just kind of pushed the lane back and forth, done 1 or 2 resets. They really are waiting for those level 6 power spikes, getting those ultimates online for every single player in this dual lane is going to be so impactful, especially for Sagu, who has got that cross map ultimate in the Long Arm of the Law. He's able to impact the side lanes, he's impacting mid lane, and if he gets maybe 1 or 2 assists using that, his gold will increase compared to like Neft.
And that will be huge. And you're looking around the map on how they're going to set him up, right? With the Rock, with the Dreadnought from Argus, even the Feast will lock somebody down long enough for that long arm Malal to come through. So you can see that pick composition, come to fruition. You see the idea, what cookery they're putting forward. It's just, can they execute it? It's very tough with what the side of TI are doing. And right now, they're starting the Fang Tooth.
The starting Ven is on the side of the map, but we can see that Manq has got the first rotation compared to the mid lane. Same with the dual lane. This is going to go down very quickly. I don't know if Conte has the 1k smite. It is going to hit 1k now. Ven's in.
Oh, and he gets it, the forward crunch right into the hunt, locks down the Fang Tooth, but will he expend his life for it? He does expend the blink, and I think that will be all well and good to get him out of dodge. Penguin trying to lock down the ADC, and there it goes. They give it over to Neff. Who else will secure the elimination? They give up the Fang Tooth for it, though. They started, they just couldn't finish it. A nice dodge there from Secret, but you got to say, that's a great move from Venny Vens.
I think you take that Fang Tooth for just one death. Yes, it is on Sagu, who, I mean, that body blocking was a bit funny. I'm not going to lie on that one. But overall, you definitely take that. You're not ever going to win a team fight against this Team Immune, who has got those ultimates. We saw the Skewer, we saw the Purge on top of it, and it just did so much damage to the front line of many men's. But they still got the objective. That's going to delay Team Immune. They can't get these 3 Fang Tooth plus, as we saw in previous games, before that final spawn, so they have to be careful with it. They can't get it before the Orb Prime either, so any Orb Prime fight that does happen around that 20 to 25 minute mark isn't going to be as dangerous for the side of any men's.
Absolutely. And what I was thinking about with the TI, normally they'll start an objective, wait for the other team to engage, and then they'll turn and not finish the objective. That time, though, the patience from Venny Vens allowed them to then dash right in at the final moments and steal it away, because they caught TI in two minds. Do we finish it? Do we turn? And with the Fang Tooth so low and so squishy at this point in the game, that was the right opportunity for the Vens to strike, and so they do. Now we're going to be looking for advantage in the off lane as the mini prime is on the board. That's going to be the next objective these teams fight over.
And we can already see that both supports are in the mid lane. They want to make sure that if any sort of fight happens around this mini prime, they are set and ready. But Conte doesn't care. He's going to solo.
Oh my gosh, he whiplashes right in the Stoneforge Soul because the shock therapy silences the Greystone. The Knight of the Realm can't get the ultimate off. That is huge, and that's why you pick the Richter there. Oh no, excuse me, Falcon, it's the Countess that goes down. Oh my gosh.
I was a little bit confused there, but Royce is going to use the Stoneforge Soul. Ben is going to drop down. He is rather low. That should give Team Immune enough priority over this pit to continue. Then, I mean, if he wants to dive and die for it, he can, but it's definitely not going to be worth when there is 4 members of Team Immune in there. It is taken. Conte most likely use the Slay, and we can see that many men's is using their stuns to great advantage, but only one away.
Yeah, no exit frags there. And there was the play in the offlane. They got the Countess, not the Greystone. Apologies for the folks at home. So that opens up the door for that mini prime. And they're facilitating it on Conte. So that means they're going to be looking to press the issue here. Right now, though, they have to focus on mid lane, my friend, as the wave is crashing in.
I think they probably would have wanted it on Morose, but with Ven in the area, Team Immune is just playing it safe rather than sorry, making sure that they at least get it on a character. Conte's not exactly the type of player to just randomly die either, especially on the tankiness of this Richter. Already got the Fire Blossom, is going to get his Saphir's Mantle, building towards that Tainted God, so has so much armor compared to the side to the many men's. But I don't know entirely if I like that. Yes, you need anti-hero against the Countess, the Crunch, and the Rampage, but when there's double AP threats from Bondrude and from Mayor, I feel like you're going to need that sooner rather than later.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely an interesting choice, but I like it. I mean, he feels like he's ahead. He got the first blood. He's been facilitating. He's got a lot of assists under his belt. He feels like he will scale really well, and eventually it gets to a point where that Warden is just so dang tanky, and I don't know if they're going to have the damage on the side of Venny Vens to take him down. We do see the Megacosm, though, online. Oh my gosh, Sagu, the Green Beret, snipes across the map and finds Moreau's unsuspecting victim. That's a huge pick for the carry.
And that's a lot of gold towards the side of Sagu as well. That's going to be the kill, not the assist. and it's going to allow Bondry to push onto this tower. You're going to have no one able to defend it. Conte, we can see in the mid lane, has to go towards that Fang Tooth because that is going to be the next port of call. Saying that though, Team Moon kind of happy with that timing of death, if of anything, because Morose has respawned now. He can now immediately run towards this Fang Tooth, which has been started. If there is a team fight, he will get there in time. And we compare to the side of any events, many events. Mayer's not there. Bondry's not there. There's no steal coming through. Ven is going for it, but there's going to be no follow-up.
Yeah, that's a coordinated team play. That's what we expect from TI. Get the Fang Tooth and everybody portal out the back. We've seen it time and time again. Bondruid crashed that under tower, but you would have thought that maybe he should have stuck around in the off lane, knowing Morose was going to make that rotation. Right now, a rotation to the mid lane. They're knocking up the Gideon, but he is so shifty. A Torsbane once again has to dodge the Argus ultimate. It's like playing dodgeball over here in the mid lane.
Dodgeball, but he is more than safe, is able to reset. However, tower might be another tail. We have got Conte nearby. Seems like Mancu is staying as well. Has got Blink, has got ult if he wants to. Conte is going to wrap around. I think that's going for the gank.
And the black hole, it's massive to keep Ven under the tower. The Ether Crystal as well actually stuck his person in, and it's a Rip Flash, and there it goes. It's a double kill in the mid lane.
Mancu's on less than 100 HP. I don't know how he survived. He got the blink in, was able to use the ultimate, and it looks like that Ven was just unable to use that left punch, that uppercut, to stop him. No Dreadnought came out either, and he was just high enough to avoid the damage from Crunch. Conte coming in at the perfect time as well, able to save his mid laner, get the double kill, and save his tower as well.
I mean, this is just a testament to how Mancu is feeling right now. Blue Jay alluded to it on the desk. This guy just has exuding confidence, and then that keeps you to make these kind of plays when you think maybe I should back to base. No, I'm diving in. I'm getting a double for my squad. So Mancu just on a tear right now. He's getting both of the river buffs and has the Tainted Scepter as the second item, so it's going to be a good power spike for him.
Yeah, definitely needed Tainted against the side of any events, many men's. I'd imagine that most of the team is going to get it. I imagine Neft's going to get those stated rounds to most Tainted Blade after he's finished that Agathis of Aether, I believe the name is. Mind has gone, unfortunately, for that one. But it is going to be the normal build that Morose does go. Ven is over here, but Morose has just hit level 11. I'm not entirely sure. I'm saying that. Look at the damage.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the Ven just punched him into oblivion. Can he get the Stone Force? So off he can. That will allow him to assault the gates. He doesn't have the blink though, but I think Morose will be fine just for now. Even Meyer made a rotation over here, but it's going to be all for naught. That allows Mancu to get Prio in the mid lane.
There's nothing else for Team Moon just hate though on the rest of the map. They are pushing down the mid lane and the Jura lane, but we can see that Sagu has just reset, is going to be able to get there in time before that tower does go down. Goes Dust Devil's second item, which is rather interesting for this Murdoch. I do kind of like it, but against the likes of many men's, I still think the anti-heal would have been better. That Tainted Round second would have given him quite a lot of damage as well on this Murdoch. However, I mean, he's the pro player, not me. That's why I am on the desk. So we'll have to see how that goes later in the game.
Absolutely, but that's the best part of MOBAs, is that people can craft these different builds for different situations. Once again, Moro's under duress. He has no blink, he has no ultimates. He's going to do some fancy footwork onto the arc shot and take a ride to the other side of the map. Another rotation to this lane. We do see the Steel and the Warden making their way. They know the Mini Prime is next on the menu, but they're probably just going to give it up here for now, find the trade across the map.
Yeah, as soon as Morose took that teleport, that was kind of it for the side of Team Moon over here. Bonjude is going to be the one to have it given over to him, which, I mean, Countess with a mini farm I will take every single day of the week as my team, but Neft is going to have support to take down this tower. This is going to be the actual first tower of the game. 16.5 minutes in, that is a pretty crazy statistic. Overall, these towers are basically made of paper at this point. I can imagine that Bonjude is going to be able to take his rather soon, especially with the fact that Ven is lurking in the rings.
Morose
under
the pressure again. This time the Stoneforge Soul just barely dodges the long arm of the Law. Bondruid, though, extremely low, which causes Ven to make that rotation. This tower on a knife's edge as well. So much action in that offering, my friend, but it is time for the Fangtooth number 3.
The lazy pair from Bondroot, he was just backing in that alcove, and that's just going to be an easy kill for Morose. He just uses his jump, gets on top of him, and that is going to be that. And now that Ben has been lurking over here the entire time, he can't back because of Morose. Now it's going to be an easy Foundry for Team Immune to take, and they are going to take it for completely free. There's basically a discount because Morose has just got a double kill and a tower in the solo lane.
What do we even call that when one player gets a two-piece? It's a brace for Morose. Oh my goodness. He is doing all the work over here, but it is Meyer to maybe get a little bit of revenge. He's going to be chasing him down. Does have the augment that will allow him to get the little extra speed boost. Morose, though, assaults the gates and gets out of dodge. This guy is on a tear. Can he dodge the obliterator? He can. My goodness, what a play.
That's perfect for Team Immune. Let your solo laner do their thing. The rest of the team's going to group up, get the objective, and that's not really anything they've done special. Many men is just letting that happen. Ven should have basically not been on that side of the map. Yes, you want to make sure that Bondroot is able to use that mini farm, but not to the detriment of losing that second Foundry, losing that out of combat movement speed. And now they have to be so careful around that 23-24 minute mark when both the Orb Prime and the Primal is up, because you cannot let Team Immune get this Primal Foundry, get that extra dot damage, as well as that third Foundry buff, because Primal still gives it. It's still going to give you that 8% increase in offensive and defensive stats.
Sure, now it's the time for Dawn to make a rotation for the offlane. Kante trying to predict the Rip-Lash there. What I will say, this is a standard playbook for the side of Team Immune, just to play patiently and then strike when the time is right. Penguin with a two-piece on the shield slam, but he might just expend his life to allow his mid laner to get out, and there it goes. The particle shredder can bent the steel, and so it does. Neft making his way into this one, allows ManQ to go over the top of the black hole. Sucks in a couple, but it's not enough damage just yet. Now Morose is making his way in. He's going to just hack and slash, turns Secret into sushi. He gets a double Stoneforge Soul under the tower. The dive is clean. Neft picks up one as well. It's a 2-for-2 trade. It's a little chaotic over here in the mid lane, but a massive shutdown goes the way of Sagu. He gets an exit kill. Still, we battle on. A good portal there to get the team out of dodge.
Long is going to come through, hits Neff, but not going to have enough damage to take him out. Multiple members of Team Immune are low. Many men are basically full HP. Bondroot and Ven pushing down the mid lane. Isagu has gone off to the side of duo. Bondroot snipes Conte behind the tower with the Eventide. That was lazy from the side of Conte there. Should have seen that one coming. And I mean, that's a great zone event. Many men, that team fight was so good. They pulled back as far as they needed to into that tier 2 tower, let Team Immune overstep, let Morose tank that tower for as long as they needed into that Stoneforge Soul, and then Sagi's just going to place a trap under him, rooting him in that tower. He has no armor still, and that's going to be an easy set of kills, and just continue rusting down afterwards means that they get 2 towers in that play as well.
For sure. I mean, yeah, one misstep. That is how this game is played. You go out of line for one instant, and you can lose some structures, objectives, etc. Right, 2-tier towers going down. That creates a little bit more space on the map for Venivens to make rotations to these next objectives. We see the big prime is now set up. These teams are going to be clearing the vision, trying to gain the advantage for this next fight.
Neither team is going to go for it, though. It's just so dangerous, especially when you don't know where the enemy jungler is. We can see that Ven is on the 2 camp. We can see that Bondroot is 1-0 from Duo, and that's going to be enough for Team Immune to go for it. They have started it. We have got multiple members of many men's coming over. The damage is there, but it's not going to be fast enough for them to take it.
But this is their playbook, my friend, right? They'll start, wait for the other team to show, and then they go ManQ once again with the black hole. He immediately gets stunned right out of it, but it's a good shield slam right in this tiny corridor. It's about where is Neff, though? He just isn't in this engagement to pop the shots, and that's where the damage is coming from. The long arm of the law, though, does cut through the battlefield. The skewer to block down a couple, but it is going to be Morose who falls down first. It's a turn of the tides here for Venivens. It's a double kill for Bondroot. He finds Neff in the backline. Penguin and ManQ trying to escape. They take the blast cone, but they lose 3 in the pit.
Renimens is just going to say thank you for the team fight. We're going to take the Orb Prime now. We are going to lose no one. There is a ward there, but there is nothing Team Immune can do. No Black Hole, no Chill Slam. This is going to be an easy pickup. And now look at the cooldown timers. That Primal Fangtooth is now up as well, so they can now reset, go over to that Primal, start that up immediately. And by the time they do that, Team Immune is only going to be respawning. Going back to that team fight though, it's just again Team Immune. Yes, you sold out the Orb Prime. Yes, you bait many men into a choke point. But many men knew what was happening. They just waited out the Black Hole, knew that you weren't still bursting down the Orb Prime, and then got a lovely 2-man knock-up onto the front line of Team Immune. Set up the rest of his team to just shoot down like a fist in a barrel for the rest of the team, and picked up 3 people as well as the Orb Prime.
Massive counterplay, and that's exactly what you need to do. You have recognized the game plan of Team Immune, and then you realize how to counter it, right? They did it just there, but I gotta say, Neft, he just wasn't involved in that fight. Maybe a little bit scared of how do I navigate this into this tight corridor. That crossbow doesn't shoot very far, so you have to be kind of up close and personal to get that damage in. All of those ultimates expended in that fight. The no shield slam now comes down online, and he has to use it to get away. Fortunately, locks down one. It will be the skewer to keep Bondruit in place just for now. Manq goes over the top once again. The Black Hole putting in so much damage. Secret in a load of trouble, and there it is. Neft now getting involved, finds himself a double kill. Then might not be long for this world as well, ladies and gentlemen. He has to use the forward crunch to get away, but it's a triple kill for the side of the Kira.
And this is why we never discount Team Immune in any game they ever play in. Neft just shooting from the back line. He wasn't a threat in the last one. He definitely was in that team fight. You can see again, I don't know why Bondruit was there, just trying to dissuade the backside. But Penguin immediately slammed down on him. Manq got a lovely Black Hole around the corner, meant that he couldn't be dissuaded. Neft ulting, trying to follow up as much as we could, gets a nice double kill into that triple kill off screen. Now that's going to be the Primal given over to Team Immune. Yes, Renimens still has a few members with this Orb Prime, but it's not going to last for too much longer at this point in time. This is going to be the moment Team Immune wants to try and push down. There's still 3 tier 2 towers for them to take, and realistically at this stage in the game, Renimens cannot just walk up and win a team fight.
They have to wait this Primal Blaze out. So go to your jungle, clear what you can. The waves are pushing into you. Get some of that farm online. But it's also 3 Fangteeth for TI. They have the hat trick there in terms of dinosaur bones. So they get that extra boost to offense and defensive stats. So even more of a threat now is Neft and the crew. They're going to be looking to put the hurt on the pressure now in the mid lane.
I mean, as a 4-1 split, it's kind of going to be your bog standard push in for any MOBA team. Just going to have Rose in the backside, making sure that he can at least create a threat to allow the rest of his team to push in. And now that's the tier 2 down in the mid lane. That's the tier 2 going to be down relatively soon in the solo. I don't think Bondruit is going to be much for this world if he continues staying where he is currently. And now the rest of Team Immune is just waiting. This is just great for them. Great patience. They know they can just let Rose continue pushing up, get to the same point they are, and then have 2 minion waves pushing at the same time. Force Renimens to split the attention. Make sure that they have to choose where they want to defend. It's not perfect, but it is going to create that issue.
And Renimens, they know they have structures to give, right? Those T2s, just buying them time to wait out this Primal Flame. Eventually it will go down. They'll be able to strike off of that. They just can't lose anything more. So it's about clearing the waves, poking as best you can, especially with the Particle Shredder. This Argus is going to be paramount to the defense. Fortunately for the side of Dusk, they do have the duo lane. It's kind of in their favor, pushing in pretty nicely.
Still, though,
the siege is on here for Alpha.
That shield wall just completely nullified Maya's ultimate there. Whiplash followed, gets hit onto Bondruit. Penguin's going to rush in.
And then the skewer just immediately canceled. It is the feast on the Neft, but he stands tall against it. That just tickled him. Mo Rose dives into the back line of Stoneforge Soul, expended here, but it's really just to keep the attention on him, so it allows Neft to do the work. And that fancy feat from a Rose once again dodges the laser beam. Looked like a Matrix move from him, and now the portal for the team to get out of dodge. They take the inhib and lose nobody, Falcon.
Can someone in chat tell me how many times Team Immune has had team members survive on sub 100 HP? Because I swear every single team fight, there's at least one person just walking away from a Synaptic Obliterator from Long Arbor Law and just saying, goodbye, I'm going to reset, go back to base, I'm going to have some items now, thank you. It's just ridiculous at this point in time. Now that's the mid inhibitor down. It's not the worst in the world for many events, many men. They still have 2, and the mid is probably the least problematic inhibitor for them to lose, because they can still respond to either side of the map if needs be. From someone defending that, they can go to the AWP Prime, they can go to the Prime with Fangtube. It's roughly the same sort of distance, same sort of time, and that's going to at least give them a chance to contest this objective, mostly around the AWP Prime.
For sure. And as we pan through all of the different heroes on the side of Dawn, everybody's got something tainted, and they're gonna have to take showers after this. I'm seeing tainted bastions, tainted guards, tainted rounds. It's Moro's the only one, but he's got so much magic resist. I mean, that is why this Countess is just tickling people, just not doing a lot of damage. Man, Q though, expending the black hole. It was just a bait and switch. Bond Druid gets chunked immediately, and there it is, the Event Horizon Augment just doing that max HP damage. The offlaner goes down.
I'm not entirely sure how Bondry got caught there, but that is a big death timer for the side of Many Events, Many Men. That is going to be a lot of damage from that team that is now going to be missing. They still have to really go for this. I don't think they can just give this up. It is at 10k. Ven is going to be in position. Penguin going to try and keep him out.
And so he does the shield slap right to his face, and there's the tried and true TI maneuver. We start it, but we won't finish it, so we can take your lives. Secret, though, he's splitting off the team. He's keeping the squad separated. It will be Moros who has to jump out. Can he dodge this one? No, that time Segu connects. That's a good skewer, though, to keep a couple folks in place. The Epoch has to come through for the side of Meyer. He expends the blink as well. This is a beautiful view from our observer Tedium, and it will be TI to secure the Prime. Can they get any exit frags for it? So far, they've lost 2. It's a massive shutdown. We're looking at the minions as well. The core is blaring in the ears of the side of the Dusk. They have to get these eliminations and return to base as soon as possible.
It's not going to go down just yet. They still have resets. Bondry has just respawned. Team Immune loses 3 members in that team fight. It's just so much damage was coming out of the AWP Prime. It was aggroed that entire team fight. It lasted, what, 20 seconds? That was multiple missiles sent out, and meant that they were taking so much more damage than they needed to. Yes, they got it at the end, but losing 3 members for the Primal Fangtooth that has now spawned. Bondry able to defend the mid lane, get that wave pushed out. They're going to have a 5v2 here, and I'm not the greatest mathematician, Philly. I kind of failed my maths, I'm going to be honest. I don't think those numbers work very well in Team Immune's favor.
Yeah, and Conte on the Richter, not the best jungler to kind of dive in. So I think they're going to give this one up. And just like we know in Predecessor, it's the teeter-totter. Goes one way, now it's the other. The momentum going for the way of Many Events, Many Men's. Falcon, there hasn't been too many eliminations. It's very close here, only 15-11. That is just how tight this game has been.
Yeah, we're used to definitely having a one kill a minute, that sort of territory, and we are below that at the moment. Only 3k difference at this stage of the game. Multiple carries are reaching that 5th, 6th item mark. We can see that Neft is at 5.5 items building. What I can imagine is either going to be Determinus or the Sky Splitter from that that lifesteal item there. I imagine probably the Sky Splitter. There is a lot of HP on the side of Many Events, Many Men's. It would make the most sense in terms of just the straight up damage. So I was talking about damage. Look at Bondry's build. No sort of bruiser items whatsoever. He has just gone for that full assassination attempt. Try and kill the backline as much as he can. And it's not been the most successful. 3-6-3. Hasn't got a great scoreline as this Countess. But you have to always be careful of him.
For sure, but it's who's his target. You're going to go on the Richter, you're going to go on the Steel, you're going to go on the Mage. He's going to just jump away from you. I mean, he's got a really tough time into this one to lock somebody down for his team. That's why you saw him getting picked out in the mid lane in that previous engagement, because he was looking for something. He's trying to press the issue, but it's really difficult to do so. Now the teams, they know they're nearing their full build capacity, so they're going to be farming as quickly as possible to get ready for these next neutral fights.
I don't really like this. Redefines Many Men has that primal burn on them. It's 30 minutes into the game. It's going to do so much damage, and they're kind of doing absolutely nothing with it, is putting it nicely. There's been no pushes towards these tier 2 towers. There's been no real pick attempts at all for the side of Redefines Many Men's team. It's just been clearing those waves, pushing it back towards them, and I mean, we haven't had any action for, what, a good 2 minutes at this point in time. That primal buff is going to go very, very quickly. Might have already gone from some people. We can see that half the time has already been lost from that primal. Or prime is going to probably be the next sort of play from both of these teams, because, I mean, it's a bit boring at this point. This is just classic EU Philly. But again, they just are such a awkward position. They can't lose a member.
For sure, it's dire straight. Those death timers are so long. You lose one person, you're down for a minute and 10, 20 seconds. That could spell disaster. And these teams are vying for a grand final spot, Falcon. That is guaranteed money should you win this set. So neither team wanting to make a mistake. They're playing the disciplined game. Yes, it's slow. Sometimes MOBAs are like that. Yeah, we get this is like an arena brawler sometimes, but it is a MOBA at its heart, so you have to be tactical, you have to be aware, wait for your timings, wait for your move to come through.
A big thing I want to see on the map right now, I know we're having a small skirmish. Look at Bonzi, he's got that minion wave up to that tier 2. It's going to be sown on the map here. This is kind of Team Immune's best chance to do something if they so wish. That tier 2 is going to finally go in the Jura lane, and there's going to be no response once again for the side of Team Immune. Don't want to step up to the rest of the team, don't want to be hit by a Boulder Rock, by a Dreadnought, that pick composition that we talked back 33 minutes ago, 35 minutes ago from the desk, is such a threat. They can't just walk into that darkness. And a good point of this is look at the wards. There is 3 wards on the side of Redefines Many Men around that mid lane. There's only 1 on this All Prime side from the side of Team Immune.
They have no vision. So the dust side, they could go for this. They could start it up. You can see even Secret plopping another word down there as well. The vision game going their way. They've got 3 on both sides. They're definitely going to be looking to take these fights, but they need that vision, my friend, to get the picks, because they know their team fight isn't as strong. So if it's a 5v5 ultimate clash, they're going to come out worse for wear. It's just about where these picks come through. I did like that rotation from Bondra to take that tier 2 tower. It's like in soccer. You kind of pass the ball around to rotate and maneuver the shape to then create a gap somewhere where a player can strike. And that's what happened. Putting pressure on the other lanes allowed Bondra to push that wave in, take that 2. That's a little bit of extra gold, a little bit of more map pressure on their side.
Really, I just want to point one thing out. This is the PCC EU tournament. We call it football here. But anyway, back onto the game. I mean, you see that both of the carries, Neft and Sagu, have finished those last items. It is going to be turns for Neft. Having that extra steal, just wants to survive that burst potential from the side of Redefines Many Men, especially if he does get picked from the likes of Bondud, might have a chance of survival. And with both Primal and Orb, it's going to be a question of what does each team want to go for? Team Immune has got those 3 Fangtooth buffs already. They could go for the Orb if they wanted to get that push. But also at the same time, Primal, again, it's just the better team fighting ability, the better team fighting buff. And it's surprising to me that both teams are just gravitating towards this right side of the map.
I wonder if they're going to go for a trade. Maybe at one point they're like, okay, we're going to give up the Prime here. Let's rotate to Primal and take that instead and kind of see if we can do like a DPS check, like race it down, maybe get over here, find some exit frags on the other side. It's really also about how the teams want to engage. They're looking for Conte on the Dawn side to pull somebody in, get them out of position with that repositioning tool, and then take them down. But you got to hit that. And when the other team is wary that that is what you're trying to engage with, they're going to play it.
It's just, what do you do as a team? Like, this is so tense. I know, again, we have kind of been waffling for the last 5 minutes or so because of just everyone, basically a Mexican standoff at this point, let's be honest. But it just shows how much pressure there is on these teams. The first person to make a mistake is going to be the team that is going to lose. We can see that 4 members of Redefines is grouping around this orb farm. They haven't started it just yet. They just want to create that threat. Morose has now shown himself on left. It is a 4v4 in this area if either team wants to go for it.
And Morose, he is going to be worse for it. Has to expend that Stone Force Soul on that side, but it's a massive 4v4 team fight. All of the ultimates in the world being expended. Q, though, just putting in a ton of damage with the Black Hole, but it is Neff and the crossbow that is skewering folks here. They find the support. Morose is able to survive in the offlane, which is big. He's there to protect his inhib. More importantly, the Countess wasn't there to pick on Neff in the backline. He was able to do some damage. 60 seconds now. The Rampage will be on the gray screen.
But it's only as a support. Conte went down under half HP. He could not stay to start this orb farm. And Bonju disappeared at the start of that team fight as well. They couldn't risk the Countess coming in from the back, making sure that they would get the kills. He's still missing, but they're just going to go for it. Bonju is going for the split push. We can see that many men is running towards that farm, but they do not want anything to do with this orb farm. But it's going down so fast. Bonju's going to take the inheritor on the left side. I don't know, he should be pushing. He needs to back up. He needs to go and help this farm. It's going down to 10k, but Immune are coming.
This is huge. This is a crazy rotation. Exactly what we were looking for. Can they secure it? They can. We're tied up 3 to 3 on Banshee, but it's about Penguin getting a exit frag. Does the shield slam. Massive a shutdown there for Neff on his opposite number. The skewer is there. It's about finding a little bit more. They need to find these kills. Neff hasn't used the purge. He's shadow glides out of there. He gets a double kill. No. Gets his life expended as well. It's a 2-for-2 trade thus far. The Rip Flash to lock down the Countess, but they are feeling emboldened now. The Primal Blaze upon them, chunking through. Morose, who expends the Stone Force Soul. Secret now has respawned. He's back in there. The Rock could connect. Morose has to be careful. He's been good so far. Mayor, though, kills the Penguin. That bird's wings are clipped. Oh, my friend, it has been a crazy bedlam over here outside the pit. All the while, the Dusk Side creeps are marching towards the core.
Morose needs to get back to those minions. Mayor is going to be running down as fast as he can. This wave is not going to kill the core, but with this Argus, there is a chance Secret is going to be here as well. But they're backing off. They don't want to risk it. They don't want to lose any more members. They want to make sure that it is nice and clean. They need to defend right side as well. Look at the size of that minion wave on the right inhibitor. And the start of this team fight looked so bad. It was a 3-man ultimate from Penguin, but Bonju caught Mancu in the back. He caught Neff, and only due to the fact that Morose's Stoneforce Soul was not able to be dodged was he finally taken down. We're about 40 minutes into this game, Billy. Both teams, once again, are basically in a stalemate. Full items on their mages, full items on their ADCs, 3 Fangtooths apiece. The only difference is that Team Moon hasn't got an inhibitor at the moment.
This is as close as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. It cannot be understated. The difference is when the composition works to how it's intended. If they get a pick on the side of any Vens, they can win it. If they get a good engage off a Penguin or Riplash, then it's the Dawn side that wins it. So it's really about the execution at this point. Who cares about the items or anything like that? If you get the proper engagement, you can win the fight. Look at that. Only 3,000 gold separating these squads.
I mean, it's just every single person basically at full build outside of the support. Conte is at 5.5 items, is going to be building into even more tenacity. I'm not entirely sure what he is going with that, but just trying to make sure that he is going to be not as stunned as much as possible. So at this point in time, money does not matter. It is nothing about the gold. It's nothing about the gold difference. It's nothing really about the experience either. Secret is level 17, and so is Penguin. So everyone is at the same experience. And two-stone battle. They both have 3 apiece. They both have the 8% offensive and defensive stats. So it is just down to what do you have? What execution can you do from your compositions? Is it going to be that pick from Many Men's that gets the team fight started? Is it going to be just the coordination from Team Moon with these ultimates that decimates the side of Many Men's? I don't know. I'm freaking out, Vinny, at this point in time.
And so are the fans. If I was sitting, I'd be on the edge of my seat, folks. This is such a contentious match. it could go. If we go to 60 minutes, Falcon, I don't even know. I don't think it will, but
3 games in 60 minutes.
I don't think I've ever seen a predecessor game go that long still. These teams,
We'll find out.
at least for the Dawn side, they're going to wait for that inhib to come back online. So they're not going to push up, not going to do anything drastic. You can see a lot of defensive wards in their jungle so they can farm those camps safely when they come up. But really, it's about waiting for that inhib so that the core stays safe.
So the farm doesn't matter. They've got 4 items. What are they? Most are sitting on
True.
4,000 gold. What do you do with 4,500 gold, 4,000 gold? The elixirs are only costing 500. They're just farming for the sake of farming at this point in time. I mean, Morris could change his entire build if he wanted to. It wouldn't matter. Primal is going to be the first objective up compared to the 2. Orb is going to be a bit later on. We can see that the wards are not really there from either side yet. Team Moon has one on their side of the map, but really, it's going to be now. We can see that Penguin is walking towards it. Secret is also going to check it out. Bondrude might get caught.
The Icecorn Talons do go down the feast on the Conte, but he was just waiting for it for the
Healing.
skewer. The Countess, though, so dang slippery. He's able to shadow slip off of that one, but it was all just a farce to allow the Primal Fang to be burned by his team. A fantastic bait and switch for the side of Veniven's many men's. Now they are buffed in flame. It's about who can they take down as they are emboldened now.
Why was Conte on the right side of the map? They knew the Primal Fangtooth was going to be the main focus. Penguin was there, warding, and as soon as Conte showed his face, they knew that there was no opposition from Team Immune. Veniven's many men instantly started up, instantly took it down, and now Team Immune, if they want to have a chance in these team fights, they need to make sure this Orb Prime is not given over. They cannot allow this Veniven squad to have a double buff at the same time, 43 minutes into the game.
I am shaking, my knees are wobbling, and it will be the Prime. It's a double bubble buff for the Dusk side now. They are going to be taking the issue. They're going to dive right in. It's Secret. It's a double shield slam over the top, and it's Neff with the Purge. It's a massive shutdown there for the carry. He wants more blood, though. The Demon Hunter looking for more, but a patient and disciplined play for the Dawn side. They get one, they're backing off. They know they have to play a little bit of defense.
They're walking in. They're going to try and catch Morose. He has got Blink. He hasn't got the ultimate available. He's going to try and survive as long as he can. The rest of Team Moon is coming in. Hits the Blink. Is knocked up at the same time. Maya has not got the ultimate to try and pick it up. There is still a tier 2 tower in this game. I know this is a bit out of thing. How is there a tier 2 tower still in the game, Philly?
And it's like, I mean, that's just a time sink at this point. They don't need the gold like you stated, right? There's no buybacks. Tonics are only 500, but yeah, that is going to be massive further down the line. I think that just states how well Morose did in that lane and how much pressure Bondrude's been putting in the other lanes, like this duo lane here. The inhib, though, folks, is now back online. So it could be the time for the Dawn to strike as soon as the double bubble wears off.
Then going from Mancu's use of the torn space back to his tower isn't going to be caught there. I do actually kind of like Mancu's build. He has got a lot of HP with that World Breaker, gives him a decent amount of magical power in exchange as well. The Dreambinder is slightly interesting. It has got that slow on his cosmic abilities, but overall, again, he doesn't have as much damage as the side of Maya. It is mainly Neff doing the damage in these team fights, so that could be the difference at this point in time. Again, for the they're just wasting these buffs. They haven't done anything. They haven't started seizing these inhibitors. They haven't started taking down this tier 2. You see from the side of Ven that the Primal Fangtooth buff has already gone. They've only got the Orb Prime. Those enhanced minions are going to do a lot of damage to these objectives. But it doesn't matter if they don't push them.
Well, Bondrude, he's over there on that offlane side. He heard you in his headset there, my friend, was like, all right, this one, it's 45 minutes in. Time for you to go. Take a dirt nap there, tower. And so it does. Looks like we have a 4-1 split this time for the Dusk side. Let's see if they can claim an inhibitor. I'm seeing the blue check marks all lit up for either of these squads. It could be the go button. It's just about how do we engage? Do we get a pick for the Dusk? Do we get an ultimate combination for the Dawn? It's contentious here. The Rock, the Dreadnova hits, but they're under their inhib. You can't dive it. Doesn't even matter. We'll be looking at Conte here to get a nice Riplash. If he does get one, it could be over for the fight.
Penguin just going to use that shield wall as much as he can to block the damage onto the inhibitor. Conte going to miss the Whiplash once again. The damage is now starting to come on. Those minions are staying alive for a little while, but Benevents are playing so safe. They're not walking up. They don't want to get hit by that skewer, get hit by that shield slam. The Steel Victor combo is such a deterrent onto this Benevents team. It is... I've never seen a game like this where they are so scared of walking up with Orb Prime onto an inhibitor 46 minutes into the game.
There's a lot on the line here, but Ven, the captain of the squad, leading the charge to take down that deactive inhibitor, causing the rotation there, which then opens up this mid inhib, which is extremely low. You feel like just maybe a couple more hits there, Falcon, it could have been taken down. The chase on just a little bit here, but you got to say that defense from TI, perfect. They knew when the other team is buffed in purple, those creeps are empowered. You kill the creeps first, use all your wave clear abilities, get those creeps away from your tower, and then what engage tool does Benevents have to go under the inhib? They just couldn't do it.
No, it's so smart from the side of Team Immune. And as soon as that Orb Prime ran off, Benevents had to retreat. They at least got the inhibitor that was taken down earlier down again. It was the easiest one to take. They could just walk up to it. They don't need the minions there at all. And now Primal has spawned. They're starting out with 4 people. Bondrude is going to try and play offense onto Morose. It is down to 9k. We have multiple members of Team Immune here. Conte's in the pit.
Oh my gosh, this would be the most miraculous steal, but it's ManQ who sucks in 3 and it allows Conte to get the hunt off. It's a huge play from the Rector, but now can they finish the fight? Of course, it's Neff finding his opposite number immediately. Bondra, though, is at the core, ladies and gentlemen, just keeping Rose there. Out of the back they go. Nice Torm space to keep the team alive.
That's all free inhibs.
Doing his dangdest, the Knight of the Realm protecting the castle. So far, though, it is now a battle of the mid laners. It is Mayor who is just destroying ManQ. It's some active obliterator is huge. It does find him. Oh my goodness, what a fight. It still continues here. The Whiplash doesn't get it. Penguin Bull rushes in right on top of Mayor. He has to use the Epoch to keep himself safe. Ben says, see you later. I'm sacrificing you. And who else gets the final blow? It is Neff. He gets a triple when all is said and done. The core, though, is going down.
It's going down. There's so many minions. Conte is going to be back in time. He has that augment that does more damage. He has the primal. That is going to be safe. But look at how many minions are pushing into this core. Bonju did such a good job of taking down all 3 inhibitors. All Prime has been started. Conte is not there. Ven is still alive. Benevents has the hunt. Whilst Team Immune, even with 4 people alive, can't risk it. They can't go for it. The core!
I think this game is done. There's nothing that Conte can do, even with the augment. And it is the creeps, the Winions, who take it all. And it is Benevents many men's in a 50-minute banger to take game 1.
That's how this ends? Minions is how it ends? What? What a game. What an absolute insanity of a game. There is no way in God's green earth I could ever begin to break that game down, because there was absolutely anything and everything you would want from a predecessor game. And Team Immune, they just did not respect the minions. Conte is a full tank Richter. He has got no damage at that stage of the game. You are not able to defend a core against 20 minions as a Richter. That one call, nothing in the team fight, nothing to do with macro. It was just not having more people to defend a core against minions.
And that's all it takes, especially 50 minutes in, my friend. You lose focus for 1 second, and that's all that it takes for the core to shatter and you to lose the game. You think that's an interesting call, but maybe they're like, I'm done. It's over. Let's just go to game 2, please, and reset and try something else. My friend, what an absolute match that was. Fortunately, it's a best of 3, so we have at least one more. I'm going to toss it back to the desk to even try to begin to break that one down.
Good luck.
Thank you, Philly and Falcon. I'm glad you guys had to talk first, because it gave me a second to collect myself. Pred obsessors, are you not entertained? F6, what the heck was that?
That was just straight macro control there from Bondrude. everybody thinks like KDA matters, right? We talked about this on the backhand. I feel like once that 20-minute mark hit, he was controlling the side lane. He was controlling the minion waves. And that's why you get those minions in. He was just able to keep pressure on the inhibs. And at that late game of the stage, everybody knows they have to contest the objective. But with the 4-man, as you're seeing here, yes, they stole the Primordial Fangtooth at the end, but they got greedy and went straight after the Orb Prime. And that is really what cost them.
Yeah, no, I mean, an absolute insane game. I know we were all watching the game and just thinking at the beginning, Immune's running away with this. You know, they were up 8-2 in kills. It felt like they were just kind of steamrolling over the game. It felt like a really slow bleeding game. And then they just had a few fights where it came out and many men's came back and started to actually push into the game. Bondred in the side lanes, like you said, was absolutely pivotal in them coming back into this one. And then you just saw in these fights, it's crazy how these fights are playing out. I don't think we had a full fight where there was a full team wipe in any of these fights. People are just so slippery and all these players are so good mechanically that just the little things are so important in this game. And it kind of showed, but unfortunate that Winions ended up happening at the end. So we didn't get to see another big fight, but obviously just pulling away with the game and a great comeback from Benny Benz.
And I still have so much to wrap my head around. That was such a long game, so much to go through. How do these teams maintain their composure and their mentals heading into the game 2 after the marathon that we just faced?
I mean, when you break it all down, it's a lot of tiny mistakes were made, right? We talked about how they misplayed certain objectives, the timing of how the waves are going to impact that core. It was just all that. I mean, they just have to set themselves and be like, hey, what was the biggest mistakes we made here? I mean, all the way till the end there, Team Immune were playing fantastic. They got a Primordial Steal, but they just made that one big mistake at the end. If they're able to clean up those small mistakes around the objective, secure those kills, it's completely different. And especially when you talk about Conte, when they lost the first Primordial Fangtooth to really open up the map, so they get double buffed up on the side of Team Benny Benz. He went over there to try and gank Bondred. He ganked Bondred, used the ultimate, used everything, but they could not find the kill. And spending so much time over there inside that off lane just created that opportunity for the side of Benny Benz to take that Primordial Fangtooth, leading into an Orb Prime, leading into that double buff.
Yeah, no, if I'm both these teams, obviously you're just taking a breath after this game. You're like, this is a really, really long one. And you just kind of got to take a second to recoup, rethink about your strategy. I think if you're looking at it, both teams probably think that draft was really nothing to do about it. They both had their opportunities in this game to kind of take it down. So I don't think they're going to be calculating too much about that. I think it's more just around what's happening alongside the map. I think objective control and setup is going to be a main priority for both of these teams coming out of this, right? We saw a lot of disturbances happening in the side lanes on the side of Benny Benz, and we saw Immune, when they did take control of those objectives, able to actually fight really well with the Steel. Penguin getting a lot of big ultimates in these fights and actually peeling really well, even when like Conte getting caught out on the Orb Prime side, for instance. So I think if you're on the side of Immune, you're kind of brushing it off, saying, hey, we had this game in the bag and we kind of just choked it a little bit. So let's just get back to what we know and what we're good at. And if we're on Benny Ben's side, we're thinking, how do we clean up this early game so that we don't have to be put in a position like we are currently, and we can actually just make the game a little cleaner on the win.
Right. Yeah, I think both these teams need to take a little bit of a break, a little bit of a breather. And we as a broadcast team and you as a viewer probably need that as well. We're going to cut to a short break, but you're not going to want to miss game 2. We'll be right back.
The time has come, champions. The mythical trickster has finally come home. Prepare for chaos. Wukong is coming to Predecessor. Wukong is an agile, elusive, and deadly fighter whose fate was forever twisted after learning the true nature of his beloved teacher, Feng Mao. Now at odds with his mentor and on the run, Wukong's path leads him back to where it all started, to face his greatest challenge and clear his name.
Wukong's ultimate ability is 84,000 hairs, and it's unlike any other ultimate in the game. Rather than being a single powerful move, this ability instantly switches between his spirit and body stances. Depending on which stance he's in, Wukong's primary, secondary, and alternate abilities will all have completely different effects and cooldowns, making him our most versatile hero to date. One who's hard to master, but devastating in the hands of anyone who can expertly switch stances to set up incredible combos. Wukong also has access to his ultimate from level 1, and it comes with a powerful passive. Every time Wukong damages an enemy, he gains a stack of hair. At 5 stacks, a clone is summoned and the stack resets. Wukong can have up to 2 clones at once, increasing to a max of 5 as he levels up. The clones attack your enemies too, so try to stack them up before diving in for maximum damage. Wukong's primary ability in Spirit Stance is Cloud Walker, where he summons a cluster of clouds beneath his feet for a short duration. Wukong can walk freely along the clouds in any direction, enabling him to traverse terrain of all kinds to seamlessly maneuver around the battlefield. In Body Stance, this ability switches to Pole Vault, where Wukong launches himself in a direction of his choice and gains extra attack speed for a short duration. Both of these abilities synergize incredibly well with Wukong's secondary ability in Body Stance, which is High Impact, where Wukong crashes down to the ground with his mighty staff, dealing physical damage to all enemies in the vicinity. The longer he falls, the more damage it deals, up to a limit. So combining this with Cloud Walker or Pole Vault is a great way to maximize his damage output. In Spirit Stance, Wukong's secondary ability becomes Cycle Breaker, where he spins his staff at ferocious speeds, destroying incoming projectiles while granting extra damage reduction for a short period of time. Then he hurls his staff forward, dealing magical damage and stunning the first enemy it hits.
Come back when you're ready to fight.
Wind Surge is Wukong's alternate ability in Spirit Stance, where he dashes forward, piercing through enemies, dealing physical damage and slowing them briefly. In Body Stance, this ability changes to Force Push, where Wukong drives his staff forward, pushing all enemies away, dealing physical damage and slowing them for a moment. This ability is great for creating distance, or when used at the right time, countering enemy abilities by shoving them out of range. Wukong's passive ability is Somersault, which enables him to jump again in mid-air to perform a double jump. Not only does this give Wukong an impressive amount of mobility, but it also combines perfectly with Cloud Walker and High Impact. Try using Cloud Walker to run up into the air, double jump with his passive, and slam to the ground for maximum damage with High Impact. Items that grant Wukong ability haste and physical power are great for enabling him to use his abundance of abilities faster. So try building into items like Augmentation and Basilisk to help reduce cooldowns and maximize your uptime on key abilities. The faster he cycles through his kit, the more pressure he can apply. Become the legend with Wukong. Coming to Predecessor on Xbox, Play. PlayStation and PC. Get ready to
Pred obsessors, welcome back in. Hopefully you got your popcorn ready, because if game one is any indication, we've got a doozy lined up for you here. I'm still Lance with Blue Jay and F6, and I want to talk about what we might see different in game two here.
We're going to be seeing probably just a little bit of differentiation between the draft. I think in the jungle position, I think Conte is going to want to kind of force something he could kind of secure those kills on a little bit more. That Richter had a little bit more setup for the side of Team Immune, but you just kind of seeing them not being able to capitalize and lock down those kills. So I think that might be a little bit of change in the draft onto the prior, but I think when it comes down to the macro, micro, everything's going to be pretty much very close going towards both of these teams.
Yeah, I think we're going to see pretty similar from both sides. Like we were saying last time, it's kind of like both teams really just had a few little mistakes that they made pretty much in game. It was really, both teams are probably not thinking that's too much to do with the comp. So probably thinking, oh, if we just made this one play a little bit faster, a little bit better, then we would have probably won that game. On the side of Immune, I think they're just thinking, hey, if we just don't mess up a few of those those mid-game objectives, then we probably just snowball this into a really early win. So I think that's probably what they're going to try to do, play the early game a little bit similarly. Where I see on the Many Men side is playing the early game a little bit cleaner, right? Not giving up a lot of those easier kills in the side lanes that they were getting picked on. Maybe focusing a little bit on the jungle and playing the 2v2s a little bit smarter.
Yes, and we're not going to delay it any longer than we have to. Everybody wants to see game two. We're going to jump immediately into our draft here. Team Immune taking first pick this time. Yeah. Ven's Many Men had that in our last draft. Will we see the same bans, F6?
I think we'll see similar. I think for the first rotation, I still think we'll see that Wukong and that Seraph ban. I think really where it's going to get a little bit spicy is that second rotation of bans. There was a lot of problems. I don't think they're going to ban out the Murdoch. But Sagu was definitely a problem with that Murdoch into that lane. But there's also just so many things to go around. But like as we expected, that Seth Wukong, you does not want to see those two characters in that game.
Yeah, no, standard first two bans. But it'll be interesting to see if the Rev gets banned out. We know Immune banned it last time. They're banning it again, so they don't want to take it as a Prow first pick. That's what we kind of learned here. They're just saying, hey, we're getting it off the map because we would only take it on the second side and we don't want to play against it, right? So they're taking that out. They're looking to Prow probably something a little different on their side, and then we'll see what Many Men's comes out with their second ban. There's a lot of things that you could take the steal away from Penguin. There's he did have a lot of pressure in that last game, and you could take a few other things away. The Kwang's up, I don't think so. Maybe the Greystone, but they take the Countess away. Obviously, when they actually just play that, so they think it's very first pickable. Obviously, on the side of Many Men's, and does not want Moros to get their hands on it.
And I would be shocked if Team Immune isn't going steal here with that first pick. That also kind of takes the Sparrow off the board for Many Men, allows Neft to be able to play it. If they pick this steal up for themselves, we'll have to see what is coming in, but that is Lance's prediction, and I do got the orb that I'm stealing the, reading into the future from.
I think they probably pick up the Zars here first.
Boom!
It's going to be the steal. They definitely do not want the side of Many Men's to pick up that Sparrow. I think it's still a good pickup for Penguin to be able to play that steal, but I feel like you can also play a lot of different heroes. So I kind of feel like they're forcing a little bit too much of the advantage onto that kind of dual lane side. Even with the steal last game, they weren't able to really utilize a lot. Kira was pretty much behind. Sagu was still able to kind of do the damage they need. And on the side of Many Men's, they get the Rampage. And I think the Rampage was a little bit more fluent in towards the team comp of Many Men's. The Rampage was able to set up a lot, or if needed, be able to kind of engage really hard, but at the same time, take a bunch of resources out and then use that ultimate, use that extended leap range to kind of be like, you know what, let's reset and then go right back in.
Yeah, and we see the Feng Mao coming out, right? That is one of Venom's favorite picks as well. Taking the jungle was banned out last time, and we're going to get to see it in this game, which is amazing. Taking the Rampage as well, obviously a three-way flex at this point, right? In the meta, which is really awesome to see. That character who was very just jungle capped into a three-way flex with just a few tweaks from the developers. I don't meta, but the Feng Mao coming out. Just a very overall good pick right now. And we do see the Sparrow coming out on the side of Team Immune. This was probably their draft strategy from the beginning. Take first pick side, get the steal Sparrow, Zara's comp. This makes it very interesting because I do not see them letting the Gideon get through here, but I also know that they're probably just looking to play the gadget. I would not be even surprised if anyone picked up a Gideon ban gadget just to kind of take that combo away from the Zara's side. Because I don't think you want ManQ on the Gideon again. He's had some stellar performances. Obviously, last game it didn't, work out totally in their favor. But as we see, the Gideon gets picked up because they want to keep that away, and I think it's a good strategy on the side of on many events.
Yes, and I completely agree, Blue Jay. I think that they have to ban Gadget here. You cannot give that over to ManQ. We have seen him have a little bit of a limited pool, and yes, that Gadget ban comes through. We have seen him have a little bit of a limited pool, struggling a tiny bit when he's not either on that Gadget or that Gideon, which are definitely his comfort picks. Still has that Argus available to him to try to shut down what Meyer's going to be able to do on the side of many men. But still one more ban to come through. What are we predicting here, F6?
I mean, on the side of it, yeah, I was just going to say the Aurora. Something that they're missing from the side of this Venimens is going to be CC lockdown, right? You have some minor stuff. You have the boulder, you have the root coming out of Gideon, but it's just something a little bit more oomph that you're missing. And I think they're going to need to pick somebody up on their NT to utilize that. Greystone, though, is still a threat for both of these comps. Whoever can get that, we know both of the offlaners like to play Greystone. Greystone's pretty strong this meta as well, but I think maybe picking up the Richter here might be a big possibility on the side of Venimens.
Yeah, and we see the TB getting taken, that's taken away on the last side. And the TB just generally is solid AD at just staying alive in the lane as well. Into this Sparrow, which is a very high pressured laner, probably the best efficient laner in the game right now on the dual lane side. Very oppressive with the slow and with the RMB. So TB getting picked up makes a lot of sense here. Kind of just going to want to scale through that dual lane, get farmed up, make sure that you can do damage to this steal, to this Zarus. On the side of Team Immune, they have a few options. They do go with the Howitzer, which I'm very excited to see. We have not really seen a Howitzer being played in this tournament so far, and they come out with the Terror as well, kind of anticipating maybe a little bit more of an engage coming on the side of Venimens. We do have the Richter, like you were saying, still up, so the Terror is very good into that. Can kind of just run through the Richter. So Team Immune kind of planning for what VVMM might be drafting, and now they have a few options on the side of VVMM. They do need, like you said, a little bit more of some crowd control to be able to play into this Team Immune side. So we'll see what ends up happening in the next pick.
And only one wall builder available left for Venimens, and they're probably not picking that gadget up. In fact, they're going to go with the Sevarog, which is once again going to push that Rampage into the hands of Secret and into that support role. So we have our comps completely locked in and flushed out. I would like to hear from both of you for which one of these compositions you prefer before we get into game two.
I don't think there's a comp I prefer. I think both these comps are very strong in nature, but I'm just going to kind of pick Venimens here. I feel like this Sevarog is going to be the key to a win or lose here. Bondred, we've seen him play it time and time again. I don't think this is his strongest hero, but hopefully he's able to at least get to that mid to late game. Hopefully he's able to at least stay even throughout that, because Terra is definitely going to be a nuisance towards the Sevarog. Her trade potential early on is going to keep the Sevarog on the back end, unless you're going to see Ven using that Feng Mao to be able to rotate to that lane to help kind of secure and kind of push her back to not allow for her to bully that Sevarog.
Yeah, I think I'll give the comp edge out just slightly to Venimens. I think that they just have a little bit more going on. I think their comp is a little easier to play. We do have the Sparrow front to back, though, on the Team Immune side, so I think that is a solid one. I think it's going to be kind of similar to last game, where it's going to come down to how the teams are playing in the game. Both these teams, you can tell, are very, very hardened on how to draft what they want, right? And they're going to give themselves the opportunities to be able to play the game how they want. And it just depends on those little things that they're doing inside the game. But since I don't want to be a back and forth guy, I'm going to give it to VVMM on the side, and I think they'll take this one.
I'm going to disagree with both of you strictly on the basis that I want a game 3 in this series. But before we can potentially get to a game 3, we got to get through game 2. We're going to pass it back to Falcon and Philly for the cast.
Welcome back, Predecessor fans. Philly and Falcon here for game number 2 of Team Immune versus Venimens Many Men's. The winner of this series will punch their ticket to the grand finals and guaranteed money as part of the PCC Summer Series EU. We had a 50-minute game, Falcon for number 1. I don't know, with these squads, might not go the distance again.
I'm still not completely recovered from last game, Philly. I'm going to be honest. I'm still in shock, in awe, in many different emotions of what I witnessed. But there is no time to think about that anymore. We are in game 2. It is do or die for Team Immune. They need to win this. And what they have chosen is apparently attack speed howitzer. The augment that ManQ has chosen is going to be that cannon gives the extra attack speed on hit, stacks up to 6 times, is probably the least used augment out of all 3 from howitzer. I'm not entirely sure what the reason is behind ManQ's choice in that. He hasn't gone the Typhoon either, so he isn't going to be using that extra damage from that. Might just be using it for poke.
Yeah, very interesting. Or maybe they decide to put him as like the carry 3 or carry 2, right? So you have Sparrow with the damage and Howie damage, then with the Kante on the Zarus is your damage, and then Terra just builds kind of full tank front line. So very interesting choice. Very excited to see how that plays out. A matchup here, though. Terra into the Sevrog, my friend. Not one we see every day.
Definitely not. Sevrog, I mean, some people play him, but it's not as popular in EU compared to the NA side of things. Terra is going to be able to probably control this lane from start to finish. Especially once you hit that level 6, having that CC immunity means you can just dodge the subjugate, dodge Colossal Blow, able to walk down Bondrude. And early on, Secret already being forced to blink, has got that level 2 first from Team Immune, meaning that just that extra damage was too dangerous. Wants to keep his HP high as possible. It's going to have that extra jump as well at level 3, so he's not going to be in too much danger losing it. And because he blinked so early, he is still pretty healthy. He can still stay in this lane, but just has to be a bit careful of any ganks coming through.
Yeah, we do see Kante on the Zarus making his way to the blue side. So, you know, if the lane goes the way of the Dusk, he can definitely make a gank. But that Sparrow Steel lane is so oppressive. It's so hard to get onto that Sparrow. You can put the shield wall down, just free fire behind it. I mean, so much to like. Friend, we were talking about in the green room, Secret playing on this Rampage support. Didn't do anything wrong last game, didn't do anything crazy out of the blue, was just there to absorb damage, get a couple stuns in. Likely to do the same thing again, kind of like a low budget steal, if you will. But then we look at the jungles, and there's just high tempo for both of these characters.
It's going to be very interesting to see what Ven does in this early game. You want as many stacks as you can as quickly as possible. Playing the same route gives you the extra percent attack damage on the character, but it looks like Kante is going to catch up with Ven.
Those two, they're just going to be duking it out there. Ven did go with the augment that enhances his ultimate, so that will allow for the little micro stun as well as the execute. So he won't be taking those trades willy-nilly, especially with Kante's Gladiator passive that'll be healing him up. Right now, though, there's a little bit of a scuffle in the offlane over that Cyan buff, and a scuffle here over the gold buff. Penguin does dash in, but Segu will get it with the Vaporize, but will Penguin expend his life? He puts down the shield wall. Looks like the kill potential is here. One more shot will do it, and first blood goes the way of Sagu. Penguin overextended.
He has Blink. He has Blink, Billy, and he decides not to use it. That is it's a choice, and that choice is going to give First Blood over to the side of many men's. Not much else to really say. Good job, Penguin, on getting the gold buff, and we'll continue from there. Now, going back to the mid lane, we've seen ManQ a little bit with this extra augment, but nothing really has come of it. Maya's not really any lower compared to ManQ. Hasn't really taken that much poker damage compared to this howitzer, so we'll have to see if that's maybe more of a team fighting augment and see how that all goes.
Yeah, and he did build Dusk Staff first, which can go into Soulbinder, Orb of Growth, Combustion, Megacosm, so a lot of different items which could all kind of work with that build, so very interesting there. Segu did get the augment that increases his Vaporize range. That could be why Penguin didn't want to expend the Blink, because Vaporize probably could have sniped him from that range. So kind of some discipline there. But I'm not sure if he got the gold buff, my friend. I think Segu got it and then was able to get the first blood. So we'll have to see next time we pan over to him what items he has. Currently, though, the Fangtooth is online. We see a lot of members in blue gathered on this side.
Conte not level 6, same with Ven. Junglers really want to hit those ultimate power spikes first before they start this Fangtooth, but it looks like Team Moon is just going to go for it. They have the priority in the dual lane. Manq is able to get the first rotation, but most importantly, look at Morose. He has the rotation from solo lane. He's able to control the mid lane, make sure that there's nothing lost in that area, and if there is a rotation from the side of Maya, from the side of Ven, he can immediately respond to it, and that basically chess play has allowed Team Moon to get to that first Fangtooth on the map. Ven is going to try and take this red buff. Again, a bit deja vu here. And once again, he's just going to run away from it.
These rotations perfect, and that was because Morose was able to get priority in the lane. He goes for the wild rush in, and wild indeed. The subjugate does not connect because the unstoppable has been popped. Now Bondrude, he's been shoved into a locker. It looks like the R2000 will hit him, shove him back a little bit further. The blink expended from Ven, a little bit scared there, even though the Coliseum not online. The chase is on, but I think the chase will be given up. Nobody falls yet here in the offlane.
Conte got subjugated by Bondrude, was able to be rooted in place long enough for Ven to get out. It does feel like he's going to try and maybe stop the back going around. Bondrude isn't going to get out just yet. Ven does get the reset successfully. Maya has returned back to the mid lane, means that he's able to try and push out this wave onto tower. Might get one of the plates available, but we can already see Manq is going to return, has enough wave clear as this Howitzer to make sure he has any sort of defense available. And it's been a very slow start to this game, and I think this entire series has been rather slow as a thing. I mean, 50-minute game, that's gonna happen, but even last game we had multiple kills in the first 10 minutes. We had action across the board. This one has been kind of more measured, trying to just gauge what each team is doing. It's very careful, very making sure that they don't do anything dangerous, unlike what Penguin did earlier, but we'll gloss over that part.
And it could be because of the junglers, right? Wanting to get to that level 6 first before they decide to make an impact, where in game 1, Conte on the Richter, you just need one Riplash, get somebody out of their position, and then you can take them down. So, you can have a little bit of early game pressure with that. But now we see the level 6 on the junglers. Their ultimates online. They can make moves, but right now the move being made is towards the mini prime. Manq and Morose, so many M's in that sentence. They're going to be looking to take the mini robot down, but Mayor is here as well as Bondrude. Conte now into the mix. It's a 4v2. The mini prime will go the way of the Dawn side. Looks like the exit kills might come through. They do dive in. It's Mayor with the huge black hole, but it does get stunned out immediately. The make it rain from Manq as well. The pelt in the Mitchell. There's the up down from Penguin. Locks up to Secret. He goes Behemoth, but really it's just to stay alive. Conte finds one in the background. Now it's Bondrude who just gets shoved into the corner. He goes for a massive colossal blow. Hits on to 2. The subjugate doesn't connect, and the R2000 will take him down. It's a turnaround here for TI.
Team Moon just playing it so clean, make sure they have the numbers, takes the Orb Prime, or the Mini Prime, sorry, immediately turns around, knows that they have the advantage as soon as that black hole went away. I'm not entirely sure what got the stun onto it, but it was so fast. Such good reaction times from whoever did that. And then the team fight was just clean. There was no sort of close calls, nothing like that. It was able to be completely overall Team Immune's favor, and I feel like it's just the aggression for many men. They didn't need to take that fight. They could have just given up that mini prime when they knew they were outnumbered at the start. Once that was taken, they should have just backed up immediately instead of going for that fight.
Yeah, find a different trade, right? We talked about, Falcon, it's a chess match. If you take something, I'll take something else. Right? So, okay, go for an invade on the blue side or find a tower plate somewhere else, right? You know you're at a disadvantage. They rotated 4 members. The Sparrow was on their lonesome in that dual lane. Maybe make a rotation over there, but it was not to be. 3 kills go the way of Team Immune. They're going to be setting up for the second Fangtooth. I can't believe it's already time for that. The support's kind of duking it out. The beefy boys punching each other, but it's all just to create a little bit of space here for Dinosaur number 2.
And with that mini prime, Zarus is going to be able to do quite a lot of damage. Hasn't got that Colosseum, hasn't got the blink. In fact, there's not really much from either side at the moment. We can see that Secret just got his ultimate back, getting that Goliath form. And I mean, Team Immune, they have the advantage, they have the wards, they have the first movement in a place. You can already see Morris rotating from the solar side as well. Many men, again, just not really being together, not really being cohesive in this early game. Bondru just going to reset. Honestly, I feel like they just want to maybe just give this up unless they can delay for as long as possible to allow Bondru to come back in. It seems to be the case.
Yeah, he's floating his way over here. He's going to show face as all good offlaners should do for Fangtooth number 2. But it's about the engage. How does VVMN get into some of these fights, right? It's really going to be on Bondru to kind of tank up, take a couple shots, and then allow the assassin of Feng Mao to clean up some of those kills, even getting Secret in there just to jump on people and cause some havoc. So, but it's kind of difficult to execute those things. Looks like for now, though, nobody will go for the Fangtooth. There will be a play made here in the duo lane, potentially. A lot of posturing, but nobody fighting just yet. Finally, Penguin, he bull rushes Secret into the river, but that's where the fish wants to be, in the jungle to get his regen online. Penguin has just been all over the place, slapping people left and right.
Again, Team Immune just have the advantage in these skirmishes. They just poked out Saggy, poked out Secret. Now we've got a return, though.
And there's a massive Colosseum. Again, it will be a stack. The jungler finds his opposite number. Mayor goes over the top with the black hole, but the Make It Rain finds him. It's a 2-for-1 trade here so far. Now the inner fire from downtown slicing through the Reaper of Souls. Bondru will go down. It will be Sagu to take the blast cone to escape. And that will be Fangtooth number 2 going the way of Team Immune.
And again, it was just completely clean for the side of Team Immune. Yes, they lost Penguin, but the black hole was on 3 people, and it didn't seem to do really that much damage. BanQ and Neff were completely unaffected. They were able to get their ults off in full on the enemy backline, and that just created so much damage, so much momentum for Team Immune. They got those kills, able to reset back to the Fangtooth, get that second one on. Probably not as fast as they would have liked. I imagine they probably would have wanted it within the 10-minute mark, but the third Fangtooth is still going to spawn 20 minutes. That's the important part. Get that third Fangtooth before the Orb Prime spawns. It gives them such a better position to be in for when that Orb Prime fight starts.
The wild thing, though, Falcon, is that in that fight, the Sparrow, Neft, wasn't even in there for most of it until finally they decided to come through just to take down Bondru. So if you imagine if Neft was in that entire fight, holy moly, it would have been a ton of damage. So that just shows the scalability of that Sparrow getting those relentless stacks online. I was seeing, as we were looking through some of the characters on the Dawn side, a lot of serrated blades, which lead to tainted rounds, tainted blades, etc. ManQ under a little bit of pressure here. Doesn't have the Make It Rain, though, that causes Kante to kind of come to the aid of his mid laner. Morose called in as well. They'll shepherd him to get back to safety. A good engage there with the Colossal Blow, but not the follow-up there to take the mid laner down.
Mayor just dropping down from where ManQ was going to spawn. That extra distance on Colossal Blow probably just be a bit surprising to him. And it meant that ManQ basically got off scot-free, didn't need to have blown anything. Now that mini prime has been taken, given over to Morose on this Terror, who 1-0-4 surprisingly done a lot in this game.
And there's the dive coming through. The Colosseum drop to separate Bondru from the rest of his squad. It's Mayor who puts in the black hole, protects himself with the wall, but everybody had already retreated, so no damage done. A disciplined play here from TI. They know they got the objective. They got what they came for. They're going to back out as the health bars are low, but right now, painted in purple is Morose, and he's got the target on his back. Penguin here to be the best support in the league to keep his offlaner alive. ManQ as well with a barrage of rockets. Bondru just doing his best to put in some damage, but after it's all said and done, the dust settles. Nobody down, nobody worse for wear. The prime still on Morose.
And I feel like that entire fight just shows how good of a composition Team Immune has for disengaging in these team fights. Many events, they have CC, they have got this several, they have got this Rampage that can lock down a target, but just was not able to find anyone. Penguin doing such a good job of just delaying any sort of engage on them. The blast, the landmine coming in from Howitzer, the slow coming in from Neft. I don't know how in these later teamfights, Ready Events Many Men is actually going to get onto this backline, because they're already struggling 15 minutes into the game, and I don't think it's going to get any better the later the game goes.
My friend, I'm worried about the damage numbers. Where's the DPS? Like, it's going to be on the Twin Blast, but that's about it. Whereas you look on the other side, I mean, you do have Conte on the Zars who will scale. He's got the Ascend perk, right? So he'll get that physical power and HP. And then the Howitzer picked up the Life Binder. I thought that's what he was going to go, especially with that augment to his basic attack to get extra stacks. So you have 3 different avenues for damage, where on the other side, there's just one. You can see Secret now. He's getting blown up by the Inner Fire, has to expend the Blink, but it is Neft who gets turned upon. Venom strikes the fangs into the heart of the Sparrow. Snakes eat birds every day of the week. Penguin using the Shield Slam to get out. He won't fall, but the carry goes down.
And the tower is also going to go down. Morose with this mini prime and with no opposition, Bondru being late to the lane is going to get that entire tower free. It's going to be traded over in the duo side. Ven and Sagu should be able to pick this up, with, even with the fact that Conte is going to be over here. I don't think Conte really wants this. It is level 11, has got the Colosseum online, has got Penguin nearby, but again, it's just a bit too dangerous to go in, especially the fact that Sagu and Ven is the damage from the side of any event Many Men. They are the ones that are going to be doing probably 60-70% of the damage in these team fights, and they are going to be the main carries. So with the third Fangtooth now spawned, we can see that multiple resets have come through from both sides. Morose has reset from the right hand side, isn't going to have the mini prime available for this. Actually, I think he will just, but it needs to be started up quickly for Team Immune.
It's positioning though, and it's VVMN that has it at this moment. Bondra, though, who is the front line, he's kind of doing a pincer maneuver with the side of Ben here from the mid lane, and that leaves the rest of the team open. Neff just runs down Seeker. He's like, I didn't get you before, but I got you now. There goes the support down, and now the positioning given over to the Dawn side. They'll be able to at least start the Fangtooth. It's about whether they can finish it. I think they're going to look to burn this one as quickly as possible, folks. I'm seeing a lot of check marks for the ultimates online. Here is Mayer. He goes into the backline again with the black hole, but the make it rain to counter him. He's been pressured out immediately. Once again, Manq finds his opposite number, and there's the bull rush in. The Coliseum dropped on top. The ultimates working to perfection. The colossal blow to push a couple people away, deny the dive, but it will be his life for it. 3 go down, make it for that Inner Fire. Absolutely shredding kids. The TB did as best that he could, but all for naught. 3 Fang Teeth for the side of TI.
This is the point where many men have to be worried, or even maybe thinking about game 3, because that is such a shutdown statement from the side of Team Immune. Gets the Fangtooth clean, gets the picks up basically every single person. Secret only just respawned, so that was all 5 members of Many Men's going down, losing only 2 in response. It looked like Sagu was going to clean up for a moment. Manq was very low, but just the stun from Conte into that Inner Fire, which somehow wasn't used in that entire team fight, blew that Trim Blast completely up. And now, with this third Fangtooth, 320 minutes, what I was saying earlier, Philly, with the Orb Prime now being the big contention, there's very little Many Men can actually do to stop this.
And they don't have Black Hole. That's been their main engage tool. That's been how they started each and every fight. Without it, it's going to be hard pressed for them to do so here. They might be waiting for that crucial cooldown, but as they wait for it, might be too late. Right now, Ben, he's making his way to the mid lane. Could be a contentious spot. Penguin chasing after him. If they get the jungle down, it's definitely going to be the go button to go on the mini prime. The rest of the team there, though, to help shepherd him back to safety. All the while, Bond Druid in the off lane takes down that tier 1 tower. He's going to be looking to put a little bit of pressure on the map like he did in game 1.
Bondru may not be playing the countess, may not be playing a counter, so with the most damage, but he's still going to keep his older tricks up and available, going to try and get as many stacks as he can in this mid game. Not max rank yet, really wants that final stat to get that aura to that max HP damage, which will do quite a lot in these team fights. Again, I'm just worried, like, is he going to be able to survive Neff's ultimates? Is he going to be able to survive Manky ultimates? He is the main front line for the side of any events, many men's in this game. We've got to remember that Secret is a support. He's not going to have really any items, has got that dynamo, has got those treads. So in terms of just straight up stats, he is pretty squishy.
For sure. And, you know, maybe you're not always taking fights in the jungle where you get the little extra buff to regen, etc. You know, you're fighting in lane and he can be shredded quite easily. But I'm looking at the tower state here, my friend, and the pressure has been pretty good from the side of Dusk, right? You can see that dual lane tower, barely a leg to stand on, some extra little pressure in that mid lane too. Or on the other side, there's still a couple towers available for the taking right now, though. Tons of vision littered across the map. These teams are preparing for what comes next.
And it's mainly from the side of any event, many men's. They want to just make sure that if Team Immune makes any sort of play, they are aware of it. Maya is already going to start rotating from. It was going to rotate from the zero side, but it is having a second thought. So you can see that, again, this Team Immune has control of this area, has cleared those wards out as best as they can. Did miss a few from Conte, might be able to sweep those up. And it's just waiting around, just making sure that if any events, many events makes a mistake, makes a macro error in this game, they can immediately pounce.
My friend, I just don't see the vision here for VVMN. Like, what are they supposed to do? It just seems like it's on the Gideon to just jump in, cause a little bit of chaos, and then maybe you get some cleanup kills from there. But if you don't have that engage tool, who goes next? It's going to be Mondruid? Okay, well, he's going to get blown up by the inner fire. Is it going to be Secret? He's not really building the right items to be full on tanky just yet. So it's very difficult for them to find their footing in some of these engagements.
The only real benefit I feel like for VVMN right now is that there's very little that Team Immune can do to actually stop that black hole. There's a lot of damage they can do onto the Gideon. They can just burst him, which is probably going to be the actual game plan, but there's no real aerial CC. You have the Steel, who is mainly ground-based. You have got the House of Landmine. Again, you have to be on the ground for that. So they can get a full black hole off, but it's a question of, can they keep Team Immune in there? And even if they do, is it going to be enough damage to actually turn the tides?
That is a good question. Only one way to find out is that's when the next time these teams clash, and it could be right here, right now. A jungle invade could go awry for them. Secret, just toss a rock in, say, hey, don't follow us any further here, friends. But there is the Highland Hurl for the side of Morose that I think can take the Wizard out of the sky. But if he has True Silver Bracelet, then, you know, you have to put in a little bit of damage first. The Unstoppable popped, though. That's a crucial cooldown for the side of Morose, who is level 16. He's 2 levels up on his opposite number, Bondred.
Just classic Morose things there, just having that experience. It is quite an easy lane against us. Everybody's not going to be able to do anything. That is Orb Prime started up. We can see that many men is going to try and trade it out with the Primal. This is their best option. Again, Bondred, there's not really anything here you can do. The best thing he needs to do right now is just delay him. Make sure that they don't get to this Primal, even if it costs him his life. Because if they get nearby, there is a chance we're still there. There's a chance for a team fight, and they will just lose.
And I think he's going to expend his life for. He was probably also sniping the numbers as well to say, like, okay, you have this much time, you have this much time. And now they get the trade. At this point, though, with still some T2s up, I kind of like the Prime buff better, as you can see it right there. Some extra gold going their way. Conte, there's no way he's going to try to find some exit kills here. He did stop a couple with the Spear of Nier, but, I mean, what does that really do? I guess it creates space for the inhibitor to go down, friend. What?
It might be the game, because they're still pushing on. Neft is going to be taken down to the core. They're just walking back to the core. They are going to be able to stop this. This is going to be maybe the end of the aggression. Tier 1, Tier 2 towers on those side lanes. There's nothing else for Team Immune to take within the base, but there is plenty in the jungle. And Conte, that was a big play. It didn't look like that. But if multiple people were able to back, there is a good chance that the inhibitor might have not gone down, because they still have the Primal buff. They still have a lot of damage that could have been done from the likes of Ven, from the likes of Sagu, even Maya. And now just the retreat, the runaway call has been made from Team Immune. They got everything they could in that back. Let's spend that money. In case of Morose, that's 3.2 thousand, basically the entire item, and let's get even stronger.
Oh my goodness. And I love that play. And they rotate effectively through the blue side jungle knowing it was up, because in that previous engagement, they went to the red side, saw nothing was available, so they retreated effectively, took out even more farms. So even a major economic blow for the Dusk side not being able to farm that up. Now they have extra creep pressure being pushed into the mid lane, which allows space to be opened up around the map. You can see that tier 1 tower going down, looking to put some pressure on the tier 2 as well. So this is how they stranglehold the match, Team Immune. They're just going to constrict you until there's nothing left.
And once again, Morose is doing a split push duty on the opposite side of the map. Create that space for the rest of his team to do what they can. Redefines is trying to look for something, but once again, they're just not able to secure any purchase on any members of Team Immune. Just the CC is not there. Now with 5 members over here, Morose knows he has this tower for complete freedom. Even with Ven coming over, the minions is going to be more than enough for this to be taken. And now with the last 2 inhibitors under threat, Redefines, they need to make a decision. Do they try and do the team fight on the left side of the map, or do they try and just kill Morose?
And that is a tough situation, one I would not want to be in right now. Neft, he's got 3 buffs on him too. He's feeling beefy. He wants to take some fights. You can feel it. They want to close this game out and send it to game number 3. All of the minions are charging towards the base here. It's going to have to be a good defense from the side of VVNM. They have to take those creeps down, but that inhib going down first. A nice shield slam though, but dodged effectively just to create a little bit of space for Morose and company to take down that 3rd inhibitor. Friend, you're thinking that this could be the end. There's no neutral objectives. There's nothing on the map for them to retreat and take. Could be one final buy, and then it's to the core.
Their team, they're not playing any chances on this. They want to make sure that they take this win nice and cleanly. Get as much money as they can, get as many items as they can. The Orb Prime is going to run off by the time they come back, but we can already see over a 10,000 gold difference between the 2 teams. This is mainly on, I was going to say mainly on the ADC, because that's not much of a difference. This is mainly on this offlane. Morose 15,500, Bondru 12.5. That is a bigger difference. I mean, Morose is level 18 at this point in time. The highest level on many events right now is 16 from Bondrewd. 2 level difference at that stage of the game is mind-boggling.
He's been playing extremely well, rotating effectively, finding these waves, getting that experience is just as important as getting those items online. I do wanted to draw folks' attentions to the amount of assists, 31 assists over 12 kills. That's like almost triple, right? But this is Penguin maybe dying for the vision here, has the bull rush to get out though, and goes off the top rope. So he'll be fine just for now. But the 31 assists, that's a ton of extra gold in the pocket, not just the structures. It's that teamwork that's elevating TI here.
Yeah, so it's a story of how Team Immune is playing in this game. They're not going for these single 1v1 team fights and getting the victories from that. They're playing together. They are knowing that as a team, they are better. And now, they can't even enter the jungle.
Oh my gosh, what? Bondru just deleted there the inner fire.
That's a tank.
Slicing through him, and that's the tank, you're right. Didn't look like it, looked more like a feather pillow. Holy smokes. And with the Bondru down, it will be time for the Primal Fang. Also in that fight, one slowing grenade field from ManQ just chunked like a 1/3 of the health from Bondru as well. So this damage output from ManQ has just been insane. Then he'll say, okay, well, I'll have to find a trade somewhere. Maybe that tier 1 that's still standing somehow. All the while, the 4th Fangtooth and a Primal Fangtooth that will go the way of Team Immune.
I mean, he's going to try and escape. Morose is going to follow as much as he can. Has got that dash, has got that Highland Ho. He's going to follow through. I think Ven's going to try and go for the teleport. Actually going to go for the blast tower. Going to go and try and knock top and misses. Just continues to use his abilities. Tries to get those slows. Whilst this is happening, that doesn't matter anymore. The Orb Prime is going to be starting. Morose is going to blink. Probably not needed, but why not at that point? Ven is going to go for this is just a chase of the century right now, but it doesn't matter because look at the rest of the team. They're all pushing up mid lane.
Ben, I'm reporting you for inting, bro. You're just taking all the time. You need to get back to your team because your base is under siege. There is another in-hit down, and just as soon as it respawned, it is eliminated. Now it's a 4v4 at the core. It's a party in the Dusk base, and everybody's invited. The alarms now are blaring. Looks like a double bubble buff for the Dawn side. They're going to be looking to put the hurting on that core, and still we find this wild goose chase. Eventually, Morose, you got to give this up and just finish the game, please. The core, though, will go down, and ladies and gentlemen, we will go to a game number 3 between Team Immune and Veniven's Many Men's.
That game couldn't have been more different from the first game. Just complete domination from Team Immune. There was no chance for Veniven's to come back in that game. It was clean, it was coordinated. It felt like Team Immune didn't get dragged into the aggression of Veniven's Many Men's in that early game. They knew that if they just played their own game, they would get the lead, they would get the victory around those objectives. And from then, it was just a case of, it was like a completely different team from game 1.
Absolute macro precision from the side of Team Immune. They followed the flowchart to perfection, as we know they are apt to do, right? Go from objective to objective, structure to structure. But for me, it was Veniven's. Their team comp I didn't feel like I knew how it was going to execute. It just seemed like they were trying to do too many things, and then they did nothing well. So an unfortunate error for them, but that's why this is a best of 3. They'll probably be able to change that one in their draft. We knew this one was going to go the distance, my friend, and I'm absolutely here for it.
That is definitely the case. We have got that third game. First game was 50 minutes. The second game was 30 minutes. I doubt we're going to get a 10-minute game. I don't think that's going to happen. But that is where we are going so far. However, both teams have got one apiece. Both teams can show that they can win these games. It is still anyone's to play for. And, I mean, we'll have to see. But first, the desk. You need to break that game down.
Thank you, Falcon and Philly. A different style of game we saw into compared to game 1. Of course, Team Immune not going to get swept. Anybody that's been following the EU competitive predecessor scene knows better than to expect Nef to get 2-0'd or 0-2'd. F6 and Blue Jay, what was the difference between game 1 and game 2?
I'm just going to say back to what we were doing in drafting. I just don't think Sevarog on Bonju is really the impact that you were able to get. A lot of the times, Bonju's able to hold himself inside the lane, then start to create some pressure around the map, like we saw in game number 1, being able to proxy those ways, but he was just not allowed to do anything. They're kind of missing a key player throughout their team comp, and Team Immune took advantage of that, and they had a very aggressive jungler, Kante, on a comfort pick of that Zarus, and he was just allowed to be free.
No, yeah, totally. And then I also think that the main thing that Immune changed in their playstyle was through their objective setup. You saw in this game compared to last game in the first set, what they were doing is they were going to the objective and they were kind of doing this kind of flip style where they would trade a lot of objectives. They would get there and they would be a sort of even team fight even when they had the lead. But this time you saw them pushing into the enemy jungle, pushing mid and side waves up to where the other team had to give up their jungle camps and answer those side waves, which gave time for them just to fall back. And if the enemy team ever wanted to actually step forward, they had a line of vision in their jungle, so they knew exactly what was going on. So making that little change about moving together with support and jungle, clearing out wards, clearing out vision, and just controlling the whole map was really the decision maker for me.
I also love the strengths that were built in the duo lane by Team Immune. Putting Sparrow and the Steel together kind of takes away the answer to the Sparrow from the support position as well. So good drafting out of Team Immune here. We do have a game 3 coming up, though. We are going to move to a break so we can get to that game 3 faster. Don't go nowhere. Click that follow button and we'll be right back.
Unlock your true potential. Augments are coming to Predecessor in Update 1.6. Augments are powerful new effects that add a whole new layer of strategy, creativity, and counterplay to every single match. Every hero now has a unique set of 3 powerful hero augments to choose from, each one offering a range of new effects to play around. For example, taking Rampage's Tiny Titan augment switches his ultimate to shrink him down and boost attack speed at the cost of taking extra damage. Veiled Stalker enables Sparrow to enter true stealth when activating her heightened senses ability, giving her the opportunity to reposition more easily or surprise her enemies. Or with instant reload, Grim.exe's ultimate ability resets on takedown for a short duration, allowing them to chain ultimates together for pure destruction. Alongside all of those, there are also 10 minor augments that are shared across all heroes, offering smaller passive effects. Here's how it works. After locking in your hero, you'll pick one hero augment, then 2 minor augments, one at a time from separate pools. That's 3 decisions and a multitude of possibilities. Augments are coming to Predecessor with update 1.6 on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC.
You remember, don't you? That moment, that feeling. What you were is gone because of him. Once broken, now.
Pred Obsessors, we are back with the draft for Game 3 and a trip straight to the Grand Finals on July 13th between Many Men's Many Men and Team Immune. What are we expecting, F6?
I'm expecting for Many Men's Many Men to kind of go back to the drawing board here and be like, you know what did we do wrong from game number 1 to game number 2? And that was all out letting Team Immune just being able to be comfortable. Meanwhile, you're forcing yourself on characters that, is not going to kind of attempt to that playstyle. So I kind of want to see Bondrewd on something that's going to be a little bit more aggressive to play with Moreau's aggression and have a little bit more impact towards those early rotation, those objectives, and not kind of waiting on Sevarog to kind of scale into that game.
Yeah, I think we might actually see something interesting with the bans here. We've been seeing the Wukong and the Seraph come out, but Team Immune has has a little bit of trouble right now because they're either going to have to ban the Revenant or they're going to have to ban the Countess on that first pick swing. Or, interesting enough, they could just ban neither of them and take something else off the board and then take the other one on the flip side. So I think that that is probably what's going to happen. We see the Seal coming out, and that's an amazing ban from Many Men because it would take either the Countess or the Rev with the Steel on top of it on the side of Team Immune. And I think you just want to get Penguin off that and playing someone different at this point. He's very comfortable on that character. And even in the first set where they lost that game, he was one of the most impactful players on that game. So they are going to say, okay, we'll give you the Rev first pick and see what we can do. But we'll see if Many Men's even wants to take that Rev as the first pick. I think it would be a good, because I don't think you want to give that over to Neft on the side of Team Immune, who has just been a menace on that champion.
And with the Countess being banned out, I would also expect this Rev to be the first pick. The answer to the Sparrow already kind of taken off the board as well from Many Men, so maybe they go the Sparrow route. But I agree that you don't want to give Revenant over to Neft. We still have that first, and I think that this pick right here with the Rev will set the tone for this draft.
It sets the tone indeed. You're picking up a big character right now that just does a lot of damage, is a really big focus towards a lot of the AD roles. So this is going to be a big changing point on the side of Team Immune. They have to be like, how do we want to respond to this? Do we respond to it throughout the dual lane? Do we respond to it throughout the off lane? Like there's multiple ways I can go about this, but like we're going to have to kind of negate this Revenant and how he's going to be able to play throughout the mid to late game, especially when you consider that Reckoning as well. And going to be the Greystone into that Richter, maybe hoping to kind of get a Riplash off onto him, being able to secure early kills, or just having a Greystone dive him in the back line with a second life, being able to take a little bit more damage.
Yeah, Greystone solid pickup here. Obviously, Moros has been playing that one a lot, and the Richter giving that surprise kill lane in the support role. We also know that this can be flexed into the jungle for Conte, as he has already played this in this set. The Greystone is a good pickup into the Rev, though. It's very hard for the Rev to be able to kind of ult the Greystone and kill him unless he's really far ahead. But then they come back with an Aurora, which is a good pick into the Greystone, applying a lot of CC. The Greystone jumps in, he can't really get out anymore, and then picking up the Argus as well. So we're seeing a lot of crowd control coming out from the side of VVMM, and Team Immune will have to respond with something that can definitely affect the way that the Greystone wants to play, right? Because if they just draft a bunch of stuff that isn't going to be able to help the Greystone initiate the team fights, then it's not going to look pretty good for them.
I want to cycle back really quick to the first rotation from Team Immune, because both of these picks I think are perfect answers to the Rev. That Greystone can block 25% of his DPS ability with the passive to block the shot. The Richter also stops Team Many Men from being able to pick that up, where if you get that root off in the lane, then you just get pulled by the Richter and you die. Team Immune will pick the Sparrow up. Don't have to worry about the steal since Many Men also banned that out.
I mean, yeah, I'm kind of a little bit questionable about this pick. I know that when it comes down to the DPS, Sparrow kind of has it to kind of tend with the Revenant. But one of the big things missing is kind of the CC and like the ability to create your own 1v1, right? A lot of times if Revenant's like, man, I'm not in here or farmed up enough to really win this fight against Sparrow, he also support being able to take that kill. And then now you kind of just don't have anything to really spend on. So, but the surprising thing here is the crunch being kind of just banned out here. I mean, I don't think it's really too much of a problem on their end, but I think on the side of Many Men's, banning out the Zars is very big, kind of forcing that pull down. But the big question is, where's that Feng Mao going to go?
Yeah, Feng Mao's still up right now. We kind of saw in that last game that Ven was piloting that to not the best success. because of the team comp orientation. But we see it coming out on the side of Team Immune. They want to make it work. Feng Mao is pretty good into the Argus, into the Revenant. Does have that spell shield to kind of negate a lot of what Argus does with that stun. So I like that coming out to the side of Conte and not just kind of throwing him onto that Richter pick. I think we can almost confirm that this Richter pick, of course, is going to go into the support role now for Penguin. It is going to be a big kill lane for that Sparrow-Richter combo. And the Rampage getting picked up on the side over here with the Kwang. So we have a few different things to digest over here. It's funny enough, all three of these picks can get played in the support role, the Rampage, the Kwang, and the Aurora. So they do have a lot of different options here. And we'll see what they end up going with. It will kind of depend on what Team Immune drafts for their last pick, though, I think.
To me, it looks like Veni Ven Many Men's is setting up for the Sagu show. All four of these heroes can play a supportive role into that Revenant, who can, obviously set that route up himself too. And it will be the Gideon. I was going to be very surprised if we got through a draft without seeing the Gideon, even touched in bans or picks. So that will be ManQ on the hero. We've seen him pilot very well the entirety of PCC EU summer prelims here. So we've got our compositions. I want to hear from both of you one more time. What are the strengths and weaknesses of both of these comps?
I'm just going to go with Benny Mans again here because I've just been thinking about it just a little while before you even asked that question. Is they have a lot of objective control. The Glacial Charge, being able to utilize that Aurora Wall. They have the Reckoning. Argus does a lot of damage with that Particle Shredder going in. And like I said, I think Kwang just has that kind of kit where he can't really do anything too wrong. He has CC, he has damage, and he's able to kind of just play around anything that the team needs. So I think right now for Veni Men's, their strong suit is definitely going to be playing around those tight corners and the objectives. And as long as they don't get picked off, keeping the Revenant alive, being able to get that DPS off, that's pretty much good for them.
Yeah, I think I agree. So with you, F6 on the side of a VVMM, I think the Revenant pick into this comp is kind of a really good setup. And without, engage factors such as the Tool, the Sevarog, I think that Team Immune are lacking a little bit of forward momentum onto this Revenant. I think the Greystone is what you have, but you have a lot of lockdown on the side of the Kwang, the Argus, the Rampage, and the Aurora. A lot of these are single target, but with the Aurora in the mix on the side of VVMM, that's a lot of peel that can come out for this Revenant. So I think that if that takes over, I think that VVMM should be taking this one. But yeah, I'm going to go with them.
Well, there is only one way to find out for the final time in this series with a trip to the grand finals on the line. We're going to throw it to Philly and Falcon.
Well, welcome back, everybody. It's Philly and Falcon for game number 3 between VMMM and Team Immune. My goodness, friend, a trip to the grand finals on the line. Guaranteed money. We've said it each and every game. We're taking a look at the augments here. Everybody kind of going for what is tried and true. What's standing out for me is Conte picking up the augment that helps his ultimate, provides a little bit of stun, because Team Immune, not many stuns or lockdowns on their side. They're going to need every bit of CC they can get.
That is definitely the case. I mean, you have got Richter. Richter is one of the kings of CC, especially with that Rick class. That skill, it can lock down an entire team if it connects on multiple people. And I do think that knock-up on the Feng Mao is just so strong. It is a bit ridiculous in how high you fly into the air. And for the likes of ManQ and Neff to get a free hit on that target, it does basically guarantee that kill. But also, we finally have a Rampage back in the jungle. Secret got bored of the Rampage, wants to play a different off-pick, so has seen Penguin play earlier, saw the Krang and said, I can do that just as good as you.
Yeah, so very interesting to see how they get that done. I mean, we've seen Revenant Kwang lanes just run through people. So going to be looking at Secret to make an impact. Been quiet throughout the series so far, but we know he's one of the better players on the EU side. Looking at him in this one for, is the final match of this best of 3. On the other side, though, Conte, my Italian brother, he's on the Feng Mao. I love Feng Mao in the jungle. We've seen so far through this tournament and today how effective he can be on this character.
He definitely can be, but we saw also that Ben didn't have the best of times on that character last game. lack of CC once again from the Game 2 Many Events Many Men's draft was a big talking point, and Conte's kind of got the same issue. Has gone for that Warriors Crest, is going to go for that more bruiser build, maybe augmentation first item instead of the Mind Razor. Isn't going to have that assassination damage, but is going to be a bit more tanky, a bit more survivable in the team fights to try and just get more of those abilities off to help the rest of his team.
100%. I mean, and we're seeing 2 pick compositions basically from both of these squads. They're not going for huge wombo combo ultimates. I mean, for the side of TI, I think their ultimate combination's a little bit better, right? You can skewer into Black Hole, even put the Stoneforge Soul on top of it, which I believe Morose took that augmentation that enhances that ability. So a little bit better, but still, Veni Vens. I mean, you get in a good Cryoseism into the Fury of the Heavens, that can put in a ton of magical damage that you're not aware of. So gotta be careful if you are Team Immune coming into some of these fights, but still, they're going to be looking for picks before they start any of those big engagements.
I do love how Ven just shadowed Mayor there, made sure that he would be able to pick up the rebuff for free. Now, yes, the Rock Grit Blast is going to follow through, but the CC is going to be more than enough. Blink is used by Penguin going out towards the river. Conte is going to follow through, just dashing back and forth through the heroes, but the size of that minion wave from the side of Many Events means that any team fight Team Immune would have taken what's going to be basically a guaranteed loss. A good heads-up play by them saying, we should not be fighting here, let's just back up, let's reset, let's just keep this wave frozen as best as we can by the tower, and that's going to mean that Ven is going to have to spend more time just by this wave, just making sure that the dual lane of Many Events is safe.
Those minions do a lot of damage early on, and so if you can get even one plate, facilitate Neff that much more, that would be, you know, Sagu is on the Dawn side this time. If you can facilitate him that much more on the Revenant, get a plate early, that would be huge for your side. Right now, a quick invade for Conte, getting that 2 camp. That's an all important. That's the most experience on the jungle side, is getting those 2 guys down. And so he does. Ven now a little bit worse for wear here on his red.
And that's just because of how long he had spent in the dual lane, as we were saying earlier. It gave the opening for Conte. Team Immune knew that there was probably going to be Ven camping that lane just in case. It gave an opportunity for the Feng Mao to get over there. Still not a actual level lead, and just hit level 5 now compared to Ven's level 4. We see it now. And a big issue with that as well is that Ven is probably going to get the Wild Hunt before Conte is going to get the Wild Hunt before Ven. At this point, he's going to have that 1000 true damage on the objectives compared to the 500 from the Rampage. So if Team Immune wants to look for an earlier Fangtooth, they have a sizable advantage with that.
Yeah, those hunt steals could be huge, especially with how quick the Feng Mao can get in and out of the pit. Right now, the River Bugs really kind of the only thing on the board for teams to take, and they go 1 apiece to either sides. Folks will be trading left and right here across the maps. The Aurora Bondro did take the augment that facilitates her passive, so she's going to be looking to take those trades early and often in this contest. The junglers really favoring this dual lane side. They want to facilitate their carries to get into this game.
Both teams have got very good carries. Team Immune has basically always been on Neff's backpack, so having Neff be so strong on this barrel is going to be always a boon for them. But Conte might be looking for something else, maybe looking for a tower dive, but Maya calls it out perfectly, backs behind this tower, made sure there's no chance for anything else, and now Penguin is face to Sven.
And he's got no blink to boot here. It's a good knock up there. And a Rip Flash is even better to reel in the fish. The pounce coming through here for Ven. He knows he can't give up his life. Secret, he'll be taking all the shots that he can. Allows Sagu to kind of trade health bars. He's going into the front line. Conte, he is going to dash out. They think they've done enough poke damage to at least start the Fangtooth. But if I know Team Immune, they're going to start it, wait for the other team to collapse, and then turn upon them. There it is. The Black Hole is massive into the Rip Flash as well to get Mayor out of there, but he doesn't fall just yet. Sagu now with the 4-round revolver. He's popping all the shots. It's in hunt range. Can anybody get the Fangtooth down? It will go the way of Veni Ven's many men's. They also get the exit kills to boot. That is huge for the Dawn side.
Maya, he just was there doing so much damage in that team fight at the start, and then Secret with that double knockup saved the entire team fight. He did sizable amounts of damage to Conte, forced him out of the pit. I believe the Cynatic Obliterator from Maya is what caught that first blood on the back line, and then Ven was just able to easily pick up the Fangtooth. There was 2 members of Team Moon left in that pit, unable to get away from Sagu, who is 2-0-1, picks up the Vanquisher on this Revenant. We have been saying this entire tournament, both EU and NA, that Revenant is an absolute monster come that late game, and now, many events, they have a online Revenant.
Yeah, that is really scary at 7.5 minutes into the game. Think maybe a little bit of an ambitious call from the side of Team Immune to go for that. They had some poke damage onto the Dawn members, but not enough for them to re-engage, and they did so quickly, and especially you have the advantage of being closer to the Fangtooth on the Dawn side, so they could re-engage that much more quickly. So right now at a 3-0 deficit and 1 Fangtooth down for the side of Dusk, but it's Conte who jumps right in. He gets the knockup onto Secret with the Rip Flash. It's a perfect execution. The inner fire shreds through Secret. The Reckoning has to be used to go to the Netherworld, so he dodges the damage there. That's a great combination play from the side of TI.
But it gives a chance of many events to start up the mini-fight. Maya, Bonju, they have control over their lanes. Ven is able to get here first as well. It may be given over to Bonju. I imagine there's no real contention from the side of Team Immune. However, the rest of the team is going to back up. Ven is going to be the one who does collect it. And remember, he is that mini Rampage. He is building towards the augmentation. Should be able to get it on his net back. Goes into either a Tyranny or some sort of other bruiser item and will completely bite the ankles off of Team Immune, especially with this mini prime. My only concern with it is it going to be still active during the next Fangtooth?
Is a good question. Maybe the Ashbringer could be next online here for the Tiny Titan man himself, but really it's Ven's many men's in the driver's seat here so far. I'm going to be looking for Ven to get active with this purple buff, maybe push a tower, get a couple plates. They're still online for at least the next 3 minutes or so. Right now it is Conte going with ManQ to do a little bit of the side has already been cleared. They've come up with nothing.
And Maya now hit level 9. That's an important breakpoint for the Argus. It gives him the max rank on his alternate ability. That particle shredder means that he can just keep throwing it forever and ever and ever. Cynatic Obliterator out. Conte just trying to block for as much as he can from ManQ. Does get hit once, is going to be able to survive, but is going to have to be forced to reset. And that in momentum is immediately going into the dual lane.
Oh, the blink off a cooldown. Bye-bye, Penguin. They've been pressuring him immediately as soon as that blink gets back up. I want to go back to that mid lane trade. I mean, you just highlighted it perfectly there, is that the Particle Shredder at max ability stacks is able to just run down ManQ. There's nothing he could do. He got burnt to a crisp. And then, taking shots for the president there was Conte to keep his mid laner up. So Argus, very dangerous right now. We're seeing a Typhoon as the crest being picked up from Bondru, my friend. What do you make of that?
That's going to be pretty meta at this point in time, especially the fact that they have got the auto attack augment. As soon as you get your passive online, those 4 hits, and get that AoE ability, you're going to gain a certain amount of attack speed depending on your level. So this gives you more boxing ability, gives you a bit of lifesteal as well as that extra dash means you can dodge the likes of a black hole, the likes of a knockup if you are lucky with that timing. And I think we're going to see that more and more until the augments get buffed or changed, especially for the fact that War really only has that one good augment. But enough about augments. Second Fangtooth is spawning in a second, and Neff is going to die.
Oh my gosh, that rock was thrown with precision. That was sublime from Ven to knock down Neff on the other side. The rest of the team being poked out as well, and a timely intervention for the Dawn side, knowing the second Fangtooth is up. They'll now be able to take position up around it. The Dust side, though, however, not going to give this one up easily.
Yeah, we got a grouping up from both teams. Jungler is still alive. Reckoning is on cooldown. If Conte wants to get into the pit, he could. But Team Moon, they're playing it safe. They know that they don't actually have to fight at this stage to take the game. It's only the second Fangtooth. They can play for the third. that out of combat move speed for Many Men's is extremely useful. It is a very valuable buff, but it's not game breaking. So instead of just having a larger deficit by going for a team fight and losing, they're just going to play it safe, make sure they can get up what farm they can, and just focus on the next 5 or so minutes.
I think that's a very disciplined play from them. They know that the third Fangtooth is when they're going to need to fight. So this is their opportunity to set their lanes, clear their jungles, get their next item online. Speaking of item, Bond Druid going for the Void Crystal, which only leads into World Breaker. So that's a very interesting choice there for him. We don't always see that item being picked up by folks. Ven spending a lot of time here in this dual lane. I can't let that be understated. Barely has made a trip into the off lane to try to contest over there.
It's worked out for the side of Many Men's. That is for sure. The Bond Druid is level 11. Moros only just hit to level 10. It's about a level and a half difference in this duo, which is a complete reversal compared to last game. Bond Druid was really suffering on the Severog. Black Hole out from Mayor, out from Manq. Blink followed through from Mayor. Conte was lurking in the rings. But, I mean, this Feng Mao is level 8. He's not going to be able to really do anything to these solo laners who are multiple levels ahead of him.
And that's the issue we were kind of talking about at the top of the program, my friend, is that there's not enough CC to help the Feng Mao. He doesn't have his own CC. You need to help him by facilitating the lockdown so he can get the kills and burst people down. It was a great play there from Mayor. He has his own self-peel, right? He has the Dread Nova. He can use the Ether Crystal to pop himself up. He did expend the Blink, but he doesn't go down for it, and he's able to stay in lane. So that is huge, and that wastes time for the jungler. Comes up with nothing for the gank. Now he falls even further behind.
It's not actually too behind, because we can also see that Ven is the same level as Conte in this game. Both junglers haven't had the most success in the world. It has mainly been these laners just gaining the victory on their own. Now we can see the Penguin has done the rotation, has done the reset for this mini prime, getting those sentry wards out, but Secret also has got that crest up and running, trying to clear what he can. It does look like it's going to be a 4v4 currently, but Sagi also has this reset. Same with Neft, we might be seeing just a straight up 5v5 team fight for this mini prime.
Folks, get ready for pandemonium in the prime pit. All 10 members gathering around. This is the time that Team Immune has decided to fight, but it will be Many Men's. The troops summoned, the troops called here to Prime's house to take him down first, and it looks like they will be going for it. Yes, they do secure it now. It's about how does Team Immune engage, if they do at all. It looks like maybe a truce between these squads. Now it's Penguin. He's going to be looking forward to that. Riplash takes a rock to the face instead. TI maybe too late on the uptake there. Nobody goes down, but yet still they converge. It's going to be over the 2 camp. You can see at least 9 members here in this slight choke point. Once again, that Riplash, the all-important ability. Manq, he's like, all right, I had enough of this. He dives right in with the black hole, but immediately gets stunned right out of it. He does leave the torn space to allow his team to engage. Sagu goes down with a sliver of help, but is able to stay alive.
Conte
uses the crest to get that shield, but it is Mayor with the Synaptic Obliterator to find a cleanup kill onto the Penguin. He's having chicken for dinner. One goes down after all of that. The Falcon, a very disciplined play from both of these squads.
It's disciplined, but also, why is that happening? Mini Prime has been already taken. That was all over a 2 camp. It doesn't really make much sense for Team Immune. What I would prefer for them to have done is, if they were already saying to themselves, we're not going to actually fight this mini prime, why not send Neft to the duo lane? Why not let him get all of that farm on his own, get that solo experience, maybe even get a tower, and make sure he is even stronger for this third Fangtooth? Because now that is spawning. Many Men's, they have the mini prime. They have got an extra kill during that fight, and now they're all alive for this third Fangtooth, and this is going to be a game deciding. If Many Men's gets this, Team Immune have to basically go up Mount Everest to come back.
It's going to be very difficult, but as we look at the little check marks above each player, only 2 ultimates online for VBMN, and that's the Cryoseism and the Fury of Heavens. That's their 2 big wombo combo ultimates. They need to pair those together if they want to win this fight. The other side, though, Black Hole, the Earth Shatter, the Stoneforge Soul, the Inner Fire, everything on the docket for TI. They are locked and loaded. but it's about the engage. How do they get into this fight? How do they find a pick? And it's got to be back on Penguin. This Richter needs to yoink somebody. Right now, though, it is VVNM who are going to start the Fangtooth once again. Conte is here, though, could go for the steal if they can get there in time. No, they cannot. Now the inner fire as the skewer has been laid down. That is the arrow slicing through, and it's the 2 wombo combos. They're dead. They used both of those abilities to no effect. Now it's time for Team Immune to put the syringe in, and they will find a triple kill here for the side of Neff, but they lose the objective. That's the 3rd Fangtooth for the Dawn side.
That's the 3rd Fangtooth. That's what many men wanted. But they didn't want 3 deaths afterwards. Bonju did such a good job of delaying the entry from the side of Team Immune with the help of Secret. But Team Immune, instead of just going for the pit, they just focused down the Aurora, focused down the Krang, knew that they had the damage to get through them. Then tanky, yes, but they're not true tanks. So with the inner fire, with the black hole, with Conte and Morose just basically doing whatever they could, that took them down. They got some shutdowns. They also killed Mayor on the back end because he was stuck at the back of the pit, didn't have any way out, didn't have any sort of link to escape. So they got some decent gold, got some decent shutdowns from that. But again, they lost the objective. How impactful is that going to be for the 20-minute mark, for that Orba Prime, for 5 minutes in time when that Primal Fangtooth spawns?
Very impactful indeed. Off the back of that, though, they do get the mid tier 1 tower, so a little bit of extra gold in their pocket, and they've kind of leveled the kill score to just 1. But still, the amount of experience and gold you get for killing the Fangtooth cannot be understated. As we take a look across the board to see how the levels are shaken out, everybody pretty much about even here. It looks like the Fang Mao now ahead with a level 12 online. So they're going to be feeling pretty good going into this one. Just trades across the map.
This is a Slap City in the solo lane. Bontrud level 14, Morose level 13. Damage is coming out, but both of them have got decent healing. Bontrud from his Omnivamp, Morose from his passive. So they're not going to be actually in any danger of dying from either side. It's going to be more on this duo side. We can see that Ven and Maya are coming in from the back end. Conte as well as Mancu might get caught.
And hopefully not, because that's a bulk of their magical damage. Did use the Torn Space in that one. Has the Black Hole online again. Could be disaster in the duo lane, depending on which way it goes right now. Morose, he's the one under pressure. His tower just getting sliced by this, auto attack build Bond Druid on the Ice Queen. That's a good little chunk of gold going his way. Still, though, these teams, they're gearing up for the next fight. We've seen how patient and disciplined they've been throughout this entire series. In about 30 seconds or so, Big Prime will be on the menu. That's when these teams are going to clash next.
It is crazy to me that we've only got 9 kills in this game, considering how much action there has been. A lot of these moves have not actually been successful. They have been read by the enemy team. They have been neutralized in a way, but there's always something happening on the map. There's always some sort of play trying to be set up, and just most of the time, the IQ of these players has managed to force it. With the All Prime now spawned with 20 minutes on the map, that is going to be really what Redefines is looking at. They're not going to actually go for it until Sagu returns from that side of the lane, because he also, Bonjoud is going to the dual lane. They might also be focusing on this tier 1 tower, trying to kill Neft, and then rotating over to the Omnivamp. There is multiple members of Team Mindo on this side of the map.
Could be a very precarious situation for Neff, but you always feel like he's got eyes in the back of his head. There's some good ward coverage there as well. But right now, I mean, Conte, he's on the red side jungle while the Prime is active. So if they are wary to that, if they do have the vision down, they could start it up and potentially finish it. So they have to be careful. They have to be able to track that jungler's movements. Looks like right now, BMMM gonna maybe go for a quick reset before they go for that Prime. The Fangtooth will also be up in a couple seconds here as well. Could be a trade between these objectives, Falcon.
It's going to be interesting to see what Many Men wants to do for their first move. They have the advantage in terms of momentum, in terms of having a larger threat with their pick potential, that Rampage Rock, that Dread Nova. Team Mean can't really walk into the river without having multiple members there just to make sure that they don't die. You can see Penguin is doing that now, yes, but there was always a chance of him walking into multiple members. But he needs to check the primal. He needs to make sure that Many Men's is not starting it, because if they did, they would have to instantly make a decision on, do we contest it or do we go to the Orb Prime?
For sure. I mean, that's your job as the support. It literally says in the game, put down wards, give vision for your team, even if you have to sacrifice yourself. That's an asterisk. But, you know, he does it well there, recognizes there's nobody on the dinosaur, so maybe the robot is next. About fighting in these corridors, this is where Penguin will be the most effective. The skewer can connect onto multiple members. He just has to, it's a lot that rests on the support shoulders.
We can see also still on the opposite side of the map, Bondrude is continuing his split person basically the entire set. It's been a nuisance to Team Immune trying to widen the map, make as much macro opportunity for the rest of his team as possible, and always gets the first rotation as well. Now going towards the mid lane, seeing if he can find any sort of pick from that side whilst leaving Manq on the opposite side of the map. That is going to be the call to start the Orb Prime, already down to 10k. Argus does so much damage to this objective.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that particle shredding, aptly named. I thought Manq was going to flash that wave. Looks like he's not, but we do have an engagement going out here. Causes Penguin to expend the blink again. Conte, he's now diving in. He does have the Salvation online to give him a little extra durability. There's the Stone Forge Soul to lock a couple people in, but they don't get locked down. It's Penguin the first to fall. Finally, Manq goes over the top with the black hole, and it is Neft in the backline, tossing an arrow after arrow, looking like Katniss Everdeen gets a double kill in exchange for the support.
They're going for the Orb Prime. They want to make sure they get as much of an advantage as they can. Ven is still alive, though. Ven is still healthy. The team, they realize just they're backing up. They don't want this fight. They don't want anything else to do with this. And that is going to be the smart decision. They got to shut down on Revenant. They got that extra money onto Neft, of all people as well. This Sparrow is their sign-in hope. It is their chance in this game, because we have seen in the past how much damage a Sparrow can do if you just let it rip. 5-2-1, 240 CS, 3.5 items, actually ahead of Sagu at this point. And just look at the CS difference between Revenant and the Sparrow. That is such a big difference.
My goodness. I mean, we know that Team Immune, their strategy is 4 protect 1. We are going to jump in, dive in, bomb in, whatever it is to distract the team long enough for Neft to just pop, take everybody down. Because as long as he's the last one standing, he'll have the damage to take out any structure, any objective, any core, which is the ultimate prize in this game. It's about how does VMN protect themselves against the onslaught of arrows. Right now, though, all the check marks starting to gleam once again as we wait for the Primal Fangtooth to be on the board, and it looks like they're going to start it. VMM once again. Here's Bondrude with the Glacial Charge. Puts down the Warfrost as well. Doesn't do enough to cut off the side of Dawn. There's a massive Rift Blast. That is going to be huge. The Skewer as well, and there goes Ben. The Jungler is dead. No hunt online. This is when the Dusk will strike. The moon has now risen upon the Sanctuary, and the Primal Fang, the first of the game, will go the way of Team Immune. They get a couple of exit frags as well, and it is Neft deadlifting this team. Can they get one more? It's Secret against the world. He dives right in, and it's another double kill for the Neft.
They're still going. Morose is chasing Sagu off. The Reckoning has been used on Neft. Does clip Penguin, but he loses his own life. What just happened? Penguin is an absolute goat at support in this game. What a Whiplash. That is game deciding to hit it onto Ven to get the follow-up kill. That was the jungler. That was the guarantee of the Primal. And now they get the Orb Prime as well. It's just such a comeback for Team Immune from that first attempt at the Orb Prime to now this only 3-4 minutes later.
My friend, we've been talking about this since the beginning of the program. It's that one hook. Penguin is the key. And that time, he got the largest Marlin in the sea, and that was Ven. They locked him down immediately. The other thing is, we're scaling, and eventually Neft becomes unstoppable. He is just cutting through everybody, and now they are double bubble buffed. There's still a couple of towers on the board for the taking that will just accelerate them that much more.
Yeah, if they can give all of that gold over to Neft as well, just allow him to finish either that Dust Devil or most likely the Imperator for the next big team fights, that is going to be such a great buffer Team Immune as well. There's quite a lot of standing gold for them to take on this map. Tier 2 towers in every single lane. Bondroid has pushed out the solo side, so they're not really going to be able to get for that. But the mid lane has already gone down. We can see that Rose is pushing down the duo lane as well. Bondroid now returning to the party. These inhibitors might be going down.
It's a big rock onto Penguin. This Dreadnought over there to keep him in place as well. The Skewer in desperation. Now Manque goes in with the black hole. It sucks up a couple in secret. He was not long for this world. And of course, who else picks up the frag? It will be Neft. They're looking for a couple more. Bondroid this time gets the yoink. He is out of position. He has to blink away, but Neft will find him. The arrows hits the bullseye. Down goes the offlaner. All the while, it's another inhibitor down. They take the 2. They're looking to take more. The core exposed. Not many members left to defend it. Sagu finally claps back, but it's just 50. On the support. Do Minions. They go for it? They're expending everything they got here, Falcon. It will be Team Immune to take it all. It's a trick.
Decisive. They didn't reset. They didn't wait for anything else to happen. They knew they were in the driver's seat, and they just rushed down mid. They rushed down duo, and they just took down one by one. Tier 2 tower, inhibitor, a few kills here and there, and then the core. That was so... What a comeback from Team Immune. I know I said in the middle of the game once, many men got that third Fang Tooth that they had to climb Everest, but apparently Team Immune, they're season climbers. They don't care about that.
I think they've been to the top of Everest, meditated with some monks, and found nirvana and discipline, because that is what they did. They knew they were giving up a couple of those objectives, but they knew for Protect 1, we got Neft at the certain level, the 5-item power spike. He's unstoppable. And that's exactly what happened. They took 2 team fights. They were able to run it all the way down. They could shatter the core in an instant. Perfect, immaculate, disciplined play from the side of Team Immune. They will move on to the grand finals. Guaranteed money for them. My friend, it's been an absolute pleasure casting this historic season between these two fantastic squads. Predecessor fans, we're going to send it back to the desk to break it all down.
What a series we just witnessed. Congratulations to Team Immune for making it all of the way through the winners bracket to grand finals for PCC EU Summer Series on July 13th. F6. What did they do right that game?
On the side of Team Immune?
Yeah, the team that won.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
Because I'm still shocked here by what Vennyman's just allowed to happen here in game number 3. But on the side of Team Immune, they didn't really do anything too special. What they did was they contested the objective. On the side of Vennyman's, they backed away from the objective for some reason, even though having the advantage. And they were just able to capitalize on the kills. Neff was able to free cast in the back because everybody got split apart in the fight, because I kind of looked like they didn't agree on the call. So everybody was doing split decisions, and Team Immune just took advantage of it. It was very simple. They just outplayed them by Vennyman's making the wrong decisions at the times around the objectives.
And I agree with what you were saying. I think they really facilitated playing towards Neft and playing towards Conte in this match as well, really utilizing the strengths of their carries, of their kill threats. And this was just an incredible series just in general. Hats off to the way that Vennyman's Minimen played within this, taking Immune all of the way 2-3 games, winning that first game in as dramatic fashion as they did. I would not be surprised if Minimen make it through the losers bracket last match last series that they are going to have to play on the 13th of July, and we see this as our grand finals best of 5 again. But for now, they still have a little bit of a road in front of them. They do get knocked down to that losers bracket, are going to have to win one series for their chance at a rematch against Team Immune.
They do, right? I mean, I definitely agree with you. They're going to be very highly favored to be the ones to verse Team Immune again once we kind of see how that loser bracket figures out. But I still think it's going to be close because if Vennyman's don't clean up the small mistakes they were making around the objectives, going to lead to a lot inside those loser brackets, and some other teams might be able to take advantage of that. But definitely a lot to kind of dive onto the table. They have some time to kind of look at themselves and like where they made those mistakes. They kind of come back onto those finals day to really put themselves back on there and really show us like, hey, we are really better than Team Immune. Because from my perspective, they don't mess up those objective fights. They commit to them. I think there's like one time it was down to like 5k HP. I mean, you just kind of burn that down, then turn. So they just clean that up. I feel like they are the ones that are going to be able to take down Team Immune.
We'll have to see. It will potentially be happening on July 13th. We do have one last series for you today. It is BBC taking on Black Lotus. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with our final series of the day.
Witness my power! Can you taste it on the wind? Fresh glory awaits. Perish amongst the weak. Leave this to me. Fools!
You were my master, my teacher. But all you really taught me was what it feels like to be betrayed.
Your insolence dishonors us all. Wukong! I told you to stay away.
Haven't you figured it out yet? I never listen. Not all bonds are physical, but in the end, they all break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to PCC EU Prelims Day 2, where we look to crown the successor of Predecessor Glory. I'm D-Lo, your hostess with the mostest for Losers Bracket Round 5. Joined with me here on the desk is Spooky with Frauken. We got choice plays as the man behind the curtain. We got our friend TDM, Almighty Eye in the sky behind that cam, and we hope you are looking forward to the sets we got cooking for you today. Lads, how we feeling?
You know, D-Lo, it's always great to be here. We've had some incredibly intense matches throughout the day already. And it only gets more tense as things ramp up, right? The winner's bracket, obviously, everybody loves being up there. Down here, the loser's bracket, I mean, that's where everything gets really intense, because you're fighting for your life down here, man.
The loser's bracket is always going to be a matter of life and death. Even now that we've gone to the best of threes, yes, you can lose a game, but you cannot lose a series. You cannot lose a set, because that is over. And this one is going to be even more important, because it's not just a case of surviving, it is a case of getting to the next stage, getting to the main competitive scene in 2 weeks' time. So to actually continue playing, you have to win this game. And both of these teams we have seen in the past, and we'll have to see them one more time today.
Black Lotus, big beautiful creature's going to be stepping up shortly. But before we get into that nonsense, let's take a quick look at the winner's bracket. We're just on that winner's side. The grass is always greener over there, and we have plenty of mean green teams that are now on the other side, those killing machines. We just saw Team Immune step up over Many Men's. What a great name. I've been saying it all in the green room all day. Those two have already secured spots. We know that our friends on Sin are in that top 3 as well. There's only one spot left, but guys, taking a look at the action we've seen here today, anything that's catching your eye?
I mean, the big thing that sticks out to me, D-Lo, is how far Black Lotus was actually able to make it up in that winner's bracket. They only recently fell down here. So they made a pretty strong run, only falling to Many Men's, which honestly puts them in a pretty favorable position down here in the loser's bracket as well. Yes, Big Beautiful Creatures are a very good team, but they also did not make it quite as far as Black Lotus. And you can talk about the different matchups that both teams might have faced. Black Lotus has to be feeling confident right now.
They're definitely the favorites in this lower bracket compared to Big Beautiful Creatures. But we also got to remember, Big Beautiful Creatures have just come off a 2-0 win against Team Obscure, which we saw yesterday. And Obscure basically decimated Flow State in our last game yesterday. So they are not a bad team whatsoever. And in terms of actual momentum, Big Beautiful Creatures might actually have more of an advantage compared to Black Lotus, who is coming off a loss.
That's a really good point. Sometimes having that wind beneath your sails, even if you're stepping up, maybe it emboldens you, the fact that, yeah, they're sleeping on us, but we're going to show them something. You know, we're coming off 2-0. We have the hot hand right now. If you can carry that same energy, carry that momentum, like you said, into the next game. Inertia is a hell of a force. I took, like, basic physics. We all know the deal. If an object's in motion, it's going to stay in motion. So hopefully we can see that locomotion on their side of BBC, and they can try to bring some of that fight right back. But when it comes to the players, when it comes to the drafts, looking at the kind of landscape we've seen here in EU, of course, it's a different breeding ground, different little microcosm. As we hop into these P's and B's, guys, what are we expecting? What are we hoping for? What are we afraid of?
D-Lo, you left out a very important part of that law, right? An object in motion stays in motion unless acted upon by another force. Black Lotus, trying to be that force, starts in the picks and bans. I mean, we've seen a lot of things come throughout the day, right? A lot of attention paid towards Sparrow, a lot of attention paid towards Revenant. Very infrequently do we actually see them getting banned away. I think we saw Neft eat the Revenant ban once or twice, but that felt kind of more targeted towards Neft than just, oh, hey, Revenant's too strong, we need to get him out of here. This has been things like the Countess we've been seeing a lot of. Sometimes that Aurora as well brings a lot of utility that you don't want to deal with. Either way we're looking, you can pretty much count on seeing a Sparrow in this game.
Yep.
That is definitely going to be the case. I think we're going to see a Seraph ban come out next from BBC. There's no real way that Black Lotus is going to ban it themselves. I think they would be more than happy of first picking that if it does come up. We are going to see the Wukong ban first, though, and that is mainly the fact that Flame Token is one of the best Wukong players in the game, you don't let him play that ever. So I think even between Seraph and Wukong, he still might prefer the Wukong personally. That's how good he is on that character. So that's definitely going to be the champion pool that BBC is going to be focused on in these bans.
It's always good when we're doing our homework, recognize what our opponents bring to the table, and we're making sure to not let them get their comfort tools online. Zara is going to be the next band coming out here from the Black Lotus side. So getting someone off the map that has a bit of flexibility, you don't want to see something that you can keep your cards close to the vest. We want to make them a bit more predictable with the picks they've got to go down to. It's going to be the Seraph band on the other side. First pick, now open for the mark. Spooky, what's on the table?
I mean, Sparrow's a big one on the table, right? Revenant's there, sure, but most times you're looking at these ADCs, you're going to see the Sparrow picked up first. Revenant's good, but not as favorable into the Sparrow. You'll also be looking at some other options as well. The Kwang, well, there's that one, has a lot of flexibility, right? We've seen it in support a couple times today. You see it in the off lane. You see it in the jungle. It just offers a lot of disruption to a fight. Offers a ton of damage, kind of an unreasonable amount of damage at times. And by picking this Kwang first, you're pretty much guaranteeing you're going to get an ADC that you want. The odds of big, beautiful creatures taking Sparrow and Rev are 0. So you're pretty safe taking this prio pick right here.
Unless they're going for something like a Revenant mid, which we have had in the past, not in tournament play, but it is definitely a case. But it's going to be the Revenant Rampage. I was expecting Revenant to come out here, but I was expecting it to be paired with a Rick to get that dual lane rolling. We've seen how destructive that has been in this tournament. Just such an easy setup with that Scar route into the Rip class. Rampage is going to be one of the stronger junglers, could be in the off lane. I very much doubt it. And I mean, it's a strong pick. I don't think it is the most optimal pick here. And now, BL, they've gone for that Steel and that Argus.
It makes sense in the sense that we don't have to worry about our ADCs being taken. We can wait until the back half of the draft at that point for us to pick that up. So instead, we're securing some mid pressure. We're trying to take some of that pressure that they've been putting on with that Rampage. The Tiny Titan's been a terror ever since that augment's come out. It's been certainly a massive breath of fresh air there for that pick. And now it's going to be responded back. Swords are very, very powerful nowadays. Haven't you heard? Greystone locked in for BBC.
Swords and guns on the same side here. Dilo, you've got to be having a field day right now.
Wow.
I actually do have some concerns about the Black Lotus draft, though, right? Choosing to wait this long on your ADC means big, beautiful creatures can't just ban that Sparrow away and force you into a slightly weaker choice now. Instead, they're going to go for the Twin Blast, which is extremely interesting to me. I would be very shocked if I don't just see Black Lotus pick up Sparrow in their next pick here. They could go for something like the Murdoch, but in the meta sense right now, it's just not quite as strong. What I do like is what they've drafted so far. There's a lot of flexibility in this top 3. Kwang can fill multiple roles. Steel can go in multiple roles. Argus can go in multiple roles. Looking at the top 3, you're probably expecting Steel support, Kwang, maybe off lane with the Argus mid, but you can swap some things around here. And they also have flexibility on the side of big, beautiful creatures. Picking that Rampage up early means he could go in support, he could be in offlane, he could be in jungle. And waiting on those picks allows you a little bit more time to see more of the draft from your opponents on both sides. It's almost like a chess game happening in draft right now.
It's just seeing what pieces the enemy has and seeing how you can counter that with your own pieces or something else you want to pick up. But that Decker pick, it does basically guarantee that it's definitely not a Rampage support in this game. It's going to pair decently with the Revenant, not the best pairing in the world, but is going to be able to deal with the front line that Black Lotus has so far pretty well. That containment fence, that status bomb is going to be pretty strong. Plus the Iron Strike, if they go the augment and that, get even more armor shred for the Revenant to go ham with. It is going to be a very potent... Speaking of very potent, that is a Wraith. That's not something we've seen often. And it could be a specialist pick. I'm not entirely sure if it is still Gatka playing for... it is still Remy playing for the side of Black Lotus. I do think he is a very strong Wraith player from what I've heard. And I am quite excited to see how that goes in this game.
Too many Falcons in the sky, man. The Sparrows are scared to soar. So it's instead going to be the Wraith paired with that Sevarog. So a lot of scaling ads. Don't shrug. You know it's your fault. Nonetheless, scaling on the board here for BL with that Sevarog pick. Race obviously got some tricks up his sleeve, man. I mean, you can go cloak, you can try to trick out this Greystone from sticking to ya. It's going to be the Gadget in a response, likely stepping up to that Argus. Guys, 5 picks, 5 picks. What are the identities of each of these comps?
I really feel like Black Lotus is more of a pick composition here. They're long range. If you're utilizing this Wraith well, you can put a lot of damage out without committing too much to a fight. And while Big Beautiful Creatures does have a lot of good engage, if Black Lotus is playing back enough, they can use this steal to just disengage, to counter-engage, and disrupt what Big Beautiful Creatures want to do coming into the fights. And Sevarog kind of does the same thing as well. Drop a subjugate, set up for your Wraith, and if people get too close, knock them out of the park, get them away.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. And I think the Wraith combos for that really well, because a Colossal Blow into the back it up means that even if they blink away or try and escape in some way, you can immediately pull them back to where they landed. It allows for an easy kill set up for Black Lotus. Plus the fact that you have the Argus, you have the Krang, so there's a lot of shutdown in that front. In terms of the Big Beautiful Creatures though, I think they've just got strong picks across the board. Gadget has been kind of an EU specialist in terms of that mid lane. The Tesla Dome has done a lot of damage in these team fights. They have got some sort of containment with that Decker, but it's not exactly Azarus. And of course, the Revenant, Greystone, and the Rampage, they've just been really strong picks that have been individually very valuable in this tournament. But in terms of actual cohesiveness, I don't think it's at the same level as Black Lotus.
Well, only going to be one way to find out, folks. Black Lotus, Big Beautiful Creatures. Will that momentum prove enough to make a victory for BBC, or will Black Lotus prove themselves to be an equal and opposite reaction? We'll toss it over to our casters, Tang and TJ DJ. Take it on away.
Thank you so much, Dilo. Welcome, everyone, to the casting desk here for our final series of today. Black Lotus versus the Big Beautiful Creatures. We had a crazy series beforehand, so make sure we don't fill up on the main course. We still got the dessert, still got one more game to go. TJ, Tang, alongside with the TNT caster back. So it's going to be a banger game, and tournament life is on the line, Tang. One more spot left in next month's finals.
Black Lotus, Big Beautiful Creatures, both of them are gonna vie for this one. As you said, 3 spots already taken, 1 last to go, and I know both of these teams are hyped to get it and pick it up for themselves. Both losing in the winners bracket to Venivent, Manimans going into losers into the lower bracket to clash it out once more. Really, yeah, I mean, to sort of link up on what the desk was saying, like I'm really interested in how these drafts also play out, because like obviously we have the player storylines, but also looking at these heroes, I think both teams are going to be pretty happy with what they drafted.
Yeah, for sure. There's so much for us to dive into, but I know what you all want. You don't just want the cams on us, you want us to go in towards the Sanctuary map. So we're going to play that Stinger, and we're going to get ready for one final series on the main channel. Black Lotus versus the Big Beautiful Creatures. Game 1 here in the lower brackets. 1 spot left. It all comes down to this, my friends. We're going to hit play button, Tedium, on the Observer. Beautiful cinematic shot with that. We're going to kind of ignore that little rift in the background for now here, as all players off the jump pads and onto the map.
Ooh, Black Lotus, Big Beautiful Creatures. We see a bit of a swap out compared to yesterday. We did see both of these teams already on stream. Have a bit of a tap screen as well. TDM nice enough to show all of you what augments our 2 teams have chosen. We will also sort of announce it once again when they actually find an impact in the game. But back to the point, Sane is going to be the one piloting the Gadget in the mid lane. Nerf swapping over into the support role. It's going to be a bit of a different lineup for our Big Beautiful Creatures.
A different lineup, and also with that tournament life on the line, could be something both of these teams can look for. But honestly, I mean, what we know about the backgrounds of both of these teams, not only have they been stung by the same team, Venivent and his many men's, condemn them down to the lower bracket before. They have a bit of a chip on their shoulder. But now, with everything on the line, sometimes maybe a bit of desperation comes in, or maybe something a little bit crazy. Got to see what this best of 3 has got in store for us. Game 1, minions crashing. No shenanigans just now.
Sane starting with the Seek and Destroy. Pretty not that so sort of uncommon, but at the same time a bit surprised into the Argus. I don't feel like that's something that you necessarily need to do, but maybe that is also sort of the strat cooking up, because we did see the Argus try to get those early trades in already. Gadget being forced away from the wave. A lot of trading early on. I think another big focal point this game I want to have on that right-hand side, Cheroli on the Severok. Not something that we really associate with him. Cheroli usually a player that likes to pick up his Saris, likes to pick up his Greystone. Obviously, one was picked away, the other one was banned away. So Black Lotus, even though they picked Comfort in every single role, offlane is the only one that is going to have to suffer a bit. The Reaper of Souls, especially in the early game, not having the easiest sort of matchup into Guileless's Greystone.
And what we saw yesterday as well, Goroli really wants to be that player with agency. He wants that Greystone right now. Guileless going to make sure that every single tick of that make way is going to be personal here. Goroli's got to wait a little bit of time. Could nice that he's running around on the Zarus, not involved early on. Darkin and Zane also trading it out once again. Argus vs Gadget, matchup we have seen quite a bit there. So we've got some interesting lines here in the side lanes and also in that mid lane as well. Left hand side, battle of the ADC those Tang. I think we want to talk about Remy and Gak. A lot of eyes could be on this Revenant and also this Wraith.
Definitely the dual lane is going to be interesting. I'm mainly focusing on this mid lane though. Argus trading super aggressively means that he does not have any mana left. Really requires this mana buff for himself. Looks like Flame wants to prepare the right one for him. It might be a trap still. Jack's in the vicinity. Flame keeps on looking towards it. 2 versus 2. Not gonna be happening quite yet. Darkin pretty low himself, but Flame, he's still looking.
Looking for this Tether, looking for it on towards Zane, who is able to play it on the left-hand side of the map, drop down to the river, and she'll be able to regroup with Nerf to support Sub coming in for the side of the big, beautiful creatures. Bit of a meeting in the mines, but neither team dropping just yet. Might be in for another slow burn of an early game.
No cares happening quite yet. 3.5 minutes in. I think jungle pathing is gonna be very important to track. You mentioned the dual lane beforehand. That is also gonna play a part, of course. 5 minutes is when the Fangtooth spawned. So we're looking at dual lane prior. We're looking at the jungle sort of camp timers on like how and where each team can actually contest it. Rampage so far on that right hand side is gonna have his blue side spawning at this 5-minute mark. So this Dawn team, Jax in particular, should be fine contesting this. A bit of a sneaky takeaway though. Flame already invading towards this 2 camp. Jax knows exactly what's going on though.
Gonna leap towards it. Flame's already taken one. Maybe he can take the other one there. So they're gonna start to fight. Darkin moving over. Not got their gadget just yet. Dreadnova not gonna connect. Jax able to retreat back towards the tier 2 tower. But look at the dual lane rotation as well. Eyes on that middle lane priority. They have got the prio in duo lane. 30 seconds allows the Black Lotus squad to get some setup or maybe even get a reset.
That's actually such a big play out of Flame. Like he takes away the 2 camp out of the Rampage. He delays sort of his 5 camp as well by doing it. And then he still has his own 2 camp up on that left hand side of the map. That gives him that level 5 early. Usually you would have to go over to the blue hand side. You would need to take the 4 camp. And since he already gets it from the enemy invade, he can instantly sort of position around this Fangtooth steel was in the vicinity. So is the Argus. Looks like even with that level advantage, they don't quite want to pull the trigger yet. They see dual lane is off a reset. Jax is, as we said, in the blue hand side. Another team going for this Fangtooth immediately on spawn, but we can see it even with that 4 camp. Jax still not hitting the level 5.
And when you have that Rampage, the big moments, of course, are going to be with that tiny Rampage, the Behemoth augmentation to shrink him down, start biting at a few ankles as well. But that timing might make all the difference. We really do need to keep an eye on that when that fight happens. Not if, but when. Neither team, though, wanting to pull the trigger, as you mentioned. A lot of posturing around. Really get the sense that both teams are eyeing for a pick before they commit, before go for that 60-40 play rather than 50-50.
Jax off a reset is gonna be now on that left hand side. Meanwhile, Rampage needs to go on that right side, which means the dual lane might be a bit exposed. Gak and Nerf on that left hand side with that Revenant and the Decker. Gak actually one of our longest standing competitive sort of like ADCs that has actually won and or nearly won tournaments. Like, he has been a menace for the longest time, has been taking a bit of an extended break from sort of competitive predecessor, has been now making his way back in the comp scene with PCC EU arriving, and he has a sort of a tall task ahead of him, because on the opposite side there's Remy and Chich.
Yeah, Remy and Chich, especially in the series that we watched yesterday, this dual lane was so good. We got to maybe talk about Jax here. Thoughts out, Blink expended, links up with Zane. Ultimate gonna be channeled there, and there it is. Divine Judgment comes down from Flame. First blood secures. Zane going low, but the Synaptic Obliterator is off cooldown. Flame's not got the mana to hit the tower. Holy! Gets himself the double kill, but the rotation, the trade, Flame will pay for his life as Gak and Nerf are here, looking for one more stun to land. Chich and Darkin are able to get away, but there's the first clash, and it's the Black Lotus squad who strike first.
Strike fast and strike hard. 2 for 1. Now it's not over quite yet. Remy is in the river, hitting those knocks. I'm looking at the level until level 6 has been reached. Guiler's also going dangerously low. Still has everything in his pockets. It's just gonna pop the Stone Forged Soul to disengage Geraldine from him. Does have the Tainted Oath, so no extra damage on that ultimate. But importantly to note, compared to all the previous games we've seen so far in this tournament, neither team has been willing, has been confident in starting up this Fangtooth quite yet. Level 6 has already been achieved by all junglers as well, and now Rampage wants me to change my mind and immediately starts this up instead.
And with Guileless called over as well. Fangtooth going to be started. 4 members here. Nerf still in the mid lane. Flame, Chich on the way. Now this is starting up, but the Fangtooth a little bit too far gone. Unless Flame's got something to say about this one, but it's zoned away by Jax and Nerf as well. Flame stuck inside that containment fence. Fangtooth aggro is dropped though, wanting to go for the fight. Jax in that tiny rampage will force the blink out. Darkin, but he can't get over the wall. Chich though, shield slam on the left hand side. Jax will put down the mid laner where he stands. Need to reposition, but that's going to be Chich falling as Gak inside of that will get the kill. Gorali still split pushing. The big beautiful creatures still have prio on that left hand side. Flame still is around though as Gorali gets more time on that tower. And again, Fangtooth aggro just drops so casually here because they might have a pick though, as Remy's in trouble and Remy is down. Zane gets the killing blow. If you surely guys, we start the Fangtooth at this point here. So much dancing early on.
So much dancing, and it all benefits big, beautiful creatures. Like, don't get me wrong. Yes, the Severo gets a few platings on the right-hand side, but with Black Lotus wanting to fight a 3 versus 5, they just end up losing so much more. So many frags going over. And to be honest, looking at the team comps, I don't think that the Sephiroth is going to be the win condition anyways. So in the end, just a bit of a misplay coming out of Black Lotus. We see it in the picture-in-picture on the bottom left. They were able to pick up so much for themselves. We see the Greystone walking into the mini prime pit. Flame Poiken is pretty low, should still be able to secure this one for themselves, but the Rampage is already here.
And Chich arrives on the scene. The bull rush comes through, enough to get Garless away, but you really get the sense that for the Black Lotus squad, they wanted to get that over towards Gorali. The hunt had to come through to make sure Guileless didn't go for an audacious steal attempt. Neutrals are going to be 1 apiece here. As I said, Tarang, I think the big beautiful creature is feeling pretty happy at the moment.
I think the early game out of Black Lotus was really good. That invade onto the 2 camp, I think it set them up perfectly to go for the Fang play themselves. Instead, they sort of greed for the waves, they greed for the blue side. Instead, I think if they just immediately collapse, utilize the jungle lead that they've gotten, right? That XP lead, level 4 to level 5 is a big difference. They could have played it a bit more sane, taking a lot of damage. Darkin with that particle shredder. And that Argus has been his signature pick since he made his debut in the Predecessor competitive scene. Together with Flame Poiken, they have been able to tear apart other mid-jungle duos. They're looking to do the same to Sane once more.
It's another gank on towards the mid lane, and Flame once again, lightning will strike twice and 3 times at that. It's another kill in the mid lane, and it goes into the pocket of Flame. 3-1-0 on this Kwang, and already giving the side of Black Lotus an avenue to play for. Rotation in from the big beautiful creatures, trying to just push them away from this tower. Nerf looking for a flank on the left-hand side. Chich goes for the bull rush as Jax leaping forward. No. Big iron strike stun onto 2, and there is the rest of the damage as Guileless jumps into the fray. We'll fire one flame nose stuck inside the containment fence. Nerf with such a crucial rotation, almost single-handedly wins a team fight for the big beautiful creatures.
Dude, Guileless is not worried about dropping a wave if you can just secure 3 frags in the mid lane. Once more, Chiroli stuck on the lane, not rotating over, which is not a problem whatsoever, but the team needs to realize this. Now Remy also caught up, is rooted down, is just getting knocked up by Jax and smashed down into the ground. Now tier 1, more platings secured for themselves. Finally, Sevarog makes his entrance into the mid lane, but the kill lead already heavily in the hands of our big beautiful creatures on the Dawn side. That's gonna make this next Fangtooth contest so much harder.
Oh man, as this game goes on as well, because surely in the back of your mind you're thinking we're 2 core destructions away from defeat here. So now maybe a bit of desperation, maybe a little bit of that discipline starting to lose here. Hopefully it seems so. We're now going to be pretty switched on, but that is something to keep an eye on as this game goes. 12 minutes on the clock. We're now approaching second Fangtooth spawn in about 1 minute and 30 seconds. Mini Prime also about 2 minutes away. Another rotation of objectives, and surely for the big beautiful creatures more time to grow this lead. And I gotta say, Tang, I'm loving the rotations. It's clear to me that, you know, these are set plays as well. Guileless or whoever is calling the shots. Coming up big though, some big calls to make.
Guileless, honestly, one of the smartest players. Like, he has been memed, of course, is one of the Fangtooth OTPs, or has been historically, I should say. But honestly, one of the players that actually deeply thinks about the game, really wants to make his rotations count. And it's partly his good gameplay and big beautiful creatures sort of finding the rotations, but at the same time it's also Black Lotus not respecting the timers, not respecting the Sevarog, not being there for these team fights. I'm looking at it once more. Greystone already on the rotation, Darkin far too deep. Nerf just hits him and shuts him down.
But Aldertoss is going to connect one more blink, but not away. Guileless will get that killing blow. Mid laner down for the Black Lotus squad, and the big beautiful creatures all rally over towards that left-hand side. Remy, Chich, Garoli on the way. Flame here. 4 versus 5 with a Fangtooth in play as Chich goes aggressive. Bull rush stun on towards Zane. 2 hit with the tether as Flame looks to re-engage. Zane is already down for the fight. Big combination. Big shield slam from Chich. But they need to land the damage. They need to confirm it though. Jax with the blink. The tiny terror is going to get one onto Flame. The opposing jungle is down. Garoli blinks 2 with the colossal blow. Guileless left. Gak goes to the right hand side, but Garoli will take his soul. Nerf cannot do much to now to shut down on towards Gak as Garoli finds the impact there, but 3 for 2 is the overall trade here. Stun lands a few tower shots. That might be enough to call off the play for now.
Certainly should be. We see the Argus making the rotation in. Does have that Annihilator. Is not going to connect onto the Decker, but honestly, I don't think their focus is correct because Jax is just vibing on that Fangtooth. Going to be able to secure that for themselves. So many wards around the pit for big beautiful creatures. None for our Black Lotus squad. They're going to give up the second Fangtooth of the game. Darkin getting caught there at the beginning of the fight. Good Riftwalker usage coming out of Nerf on that Decker. Really showing the strengths of the character, especially with lately all of the supports sort of opting for those melee characters. Left hand side, Revenant blinking away on the minimap as well. Mini Prime is going to be this next target. Black Lotus, they need to find something because so far, yes, Sevarog is pretty big, but they've not been able to contest in any of these Fangtooth fights.
And Garoli's going to try and do something here on the right hand side. Only Guileless here at the moment. Jackson red side jungle. A movement over here. This is a big rotation. Look at the minimap. Members flooding in. It's only the ADCs not here, and Guileless will call off the play. Knows not to overforce. They're in a pretty good spot. Need to try and go for the flip here, but they can see too early. Black Lotus now have control over the pit. It looks like they have eyes on everyone as well. Nerf not going to be able to make another one of those flanks for now.
If Guileless actually takes the portal, it would be pretty bad for big beautiful creatures. Yeah, he uses it.
He's gonna take it.
That means there's going to be a numbers disadvantage, and Flame Poiken, really solid jungler, is not going to let that go to waste. Immediately starting up this Mini Prime should be a no contest. At least something gained for our Black Lotus squad as the left-hand side is getting pushed. Sevrok picking up this mini prime for himself, but now this entire turret being traded on the left side.
I'm just seeing here as well, Gak is 4-1 and 4 on this Revenant, and we have seen the power of that pick so much. We might have to rely on it once again if your name is Gak. As a setback comes through from Remy, Reckoning comes out, a duel in the shadow round in the ADCs, pacified to dash, but Remy doesn't miss. Gak gets taken down by the knock, and one ADC will fall. A shining light for the Black Lotus squad as Garoli getting aggressive on towards Zane. Seek and Destroy is going to follow him enough. Blink has to be utilized. Subjugate not going to connect, and Zane throws down the Tesla Dome defensively. Get away from my tier 2 tower.
Ooh, Sevrok is scary. A gadget is gonna be able to survive though. Lots of cooldowns are blown. Ultimate, honestly, not the worst, but this blink timer is gonna be a bummer, especially on an immobile mage as the gadget. Right hand side, Jij is gonna go for the Decker. This time, the Rifties are not gonna be enough. 2 ultimate procs hit from that Argus. Garoli is gonna finish it up, but now there's the tiny Rampage.
Jax dives in, looking to cause chaos. Skak and Guileless rest team arrive. Colossal blow. Garoli wants to disengage. It's a fight Black Lotus do not want at all, especially with a Fangs upon the horizon, but Guileless clearly does, jumping forward. Eyes on towards Chich. Teverlands on towards Jack's Flame with the surge. With the Fury of the Heavens, so much damage, and Gak is gonna fall. It's a Typhoon dash away from Flame to reposition. Now Jax caught. No tiny Rampage. He has at least got the pounce. He will escape with his tail between his legs, but Black Lotus have got a very important kill and a very important time. No Fangtooth available for them, but signs of life from the Dawn squad here.
Getting the pick at the beginning onto the Decker means that even with Remy split pushing on that right-hand side is not going to be a disadvantage in the fight for our Black Lotus squad. And now in an even sort of fight, they are coming out ahead. Flame finding the pick onto Gak. No blink up, no reckoning up, no hopes up to escape from this prophecy Quang that we've seen so much of in this tournament. Generally, slowly but surely, upgrading his shoulder stacks. Gonna be 1 tier higher now. Rampage making his way over to the right-hand side. I don't think either team really wants to play at the moment. I think the main focus is gonna be this third Fangtooth of the game. We want to see Jij sort of provide the wards for his team, because so far it's all been on nerf.
There are 4 wards down for the big, beautiful creature squad. So they know exactly where the Black Lotus team are. Flame with that sweeper will at least to take away some of it. Darkin moving over here. Chich also arriving on time for that Fangtooth to drop. Flame got more objective timers than Squidward at this point in his cupboard. Just keeping on top of all of these objectives he's here for the spawn. Do they decide to stick around or do they twist? Flame's here, but they're not going to start it once again. Guileless though forced out. Garoli is on the way. There is a light window here for the Black Lotus squad as they started up.
Rampage does have the Tiny Titan, does also have the Blink, could easily make his entrance into the pits, but it's hard to know the time as Jax jumps in.
He's going to go for it. That Ether Crystal, the Tether down. She's trying to deal with him. Reckoning comes out, and that is going to be Jax out of the fight, though, as the Black Lotus squad do secure it there. Remy gets the killing blow and a shutdown on towards Jax, whilst Guileless decides, you know what, Garoli, I'm going to do what you've been doing all game, taking that tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, though, a pick potentially in the left-hand side. Blink expended by Nerf as Black Lotus look for the exit frag. Starkid just shows off with the cross-court, the Red Nova there.
And I'm also looking at the tier 2 turret on the left-hand side. Gak needs to be scared of a potential dive coming in. Remy also has not used his reset in this recent fight. Might still get it up before we see this next engagement. I'm not gonna push their lead. I'm not gonna overplay on the left side. I like this. Big Prime has spawned from this point onwards. Every pick could have a bigger effect. This big purple bug might be the target. Neither team really strong enough to contend for it quite yet. Cherodi on that right-hand side has been making it work. Was a bit critical in the early game, but honestly, the Sevrok has scaled up 2 levels ahead. Is getting ganked now, but the rest of the team on their way.
Potential 5v5 brewing. Remy is here. The rest of the team. Riftwalkers comes down. Shield Slam not going to find a mark. Double stun connects though as the Black Lotus squad looking to win this team fight. Flame with the blink with 3 hit by the Tether as Flame dives into the backline. Reckoning will come out the 1v1 in isolation, but Flame is still here. Flame causing so many problems as Nerf is down. Gak though isolated and he will be taken down. Remy once again getting the better in the ADC battle as a siege onto the tier 2 tower. Zane lost inside of the melee. 3-0, and a tier 2 goes the way of Black Lotus.
Oh, Remy, don't overplay your hand now. Guileless is going to look to punish. Steal should be enough to at least zone him away, but recoils have been stopped. It's actually really good for them, because that means that this big prime is going to be impossible to take until the rest of the squad of big beautiful creatures make their reappearance on the sanctuary. So good tempo play coming out of big beautiful creatures, but honestly it's just salvaging an absolutely dismissal sort of position, because all the team fights have been going their way. But I think with that Fangtooth setup around the third Fangtooth, where they were not able to get there in time for the first time, it feels like, in this game. Greystone, the second one on the rotation, and Black Lotus finding their way back into the game, equalizing the kill score. And honestly, I would not be surprised if they have retaken the gold lead as well.
Sure here, 12 kills to 12 levels. I mean, the biggest lead still remains in the right-hand side. It is 2 levels for Garoli. As I said, Tang, you know, he was just kind of having to weather the storm, having to farm up. And now he has been rewarded. It's paid off. 22 minutes on the clock as well, and all prime to play. Garoli now has that freedom to move around, and now becomes the Sevrog that all of these teams know to fear when those stacks get up. All prime, though, going to be started up by the Black Lotus squad.
Revenant does not have the Reckoning. This might be the time that they're playing for, but regardless, Rampage is super far away anyways. It's gonna be a no-brainer for them to contest, and Chich might not be done yet. Sane once again having to flash defensively, not wanting to risk that shield slam coming from above, and with that it's just an easy objective take out of this Black Lotus squad.
I mean, that is fantastic timing coming out from the Black Lotus team there as well, to recognize the timing. Jack's nowhere near, and it's just these little moments, especially when we think about where we are, one final spot in the top 4, to be there for the final day here of PCC EU. Sometimes it's moments like that, sometimes you've got to go for it, and Black Lotus, it pays off big for them. And big beautiful creatures started off so strong, but team fights not going their way. Objectives now all of a sudden not going their way either. Crucial few moments here as Black Lotus is going to start to siege and push into the Dawn side of this map.
It's also going to be so hard to contest this next Fangtooth. Yes, it's going to be Primer, but it's overlapping with this big Prime buff. Bonus stats on everybody on Black Lotus. Those who have that extra sort of buffed up minions are going to be able to siege in this mid wave. See Remy on the left-hand side. Sevrog is flanking around, but it's going to be the Greystone engaging.
Both solo lanes looking for the flank, no eye. So on this lane here in the mid lane, as the shield slam did come down. Jaxo from the top ropes, looking for the Swanson bomb. Epoch pumps out, but not enough. Darkin can only strike the pose. Jax gets the kill, looks to try and get away, but it hits into a brick wall and might be punished for it though, as Inhibitor is going to drop on the left-hand side. Remy cashes in, right lane pushing in. Garoli causing problems, and a pick on towards Darkin. They will at least answer back and trade it for Jax though. Nerf gets hit, knocked into one, knocked into another, knock him up. Remy knocks him down. Double kill for the Wraith ADC for the Black Lotus squad, as the big beautiful creatures have to call off this defense.
No jungler available, no hunt to contest with this Fangtooth. Yes, they do still have that Revenant with that Reckoning, but can you even enter the pit in the first place is going to be the big question. Darkin falling at the start of this previous fight is actually going to be really good for them now, because he's going to be up in 5 seconds. Meanwhile, this Rampage and Decker going to be for another 20 seconds on the gray screen. I don't think that it's going to be big, beautiful creatures even able to contest it, even able to be in the vicinity of this Fangtooth, as we already see Black Lotus starting that objective up for themselves.
And they've warded up this side of the map so well. There's almost no avenue through the lanes. It will have to be through the jungle, but with Flame here, and once again, Jax only just coming down. Flame Poiken, the man with the objective timings down to a T, will get his reward. A Black Lotus secure Primal Fangtooth for themselves. I mean, I saw the rock. I have seen crazier things, I'm not going to lie. But Primal Fangtooth does go the way of the Dust Squad here on all 5 members. Gala split pushing on the right-hand side, but Black Lotus don't care about that. They've got eyes on this tier 2 in mid.
Big Prime still up for another few seconds. They're gonna use it to its best effect. Get this tier 2 in the mid lane. Start sieging the rest of the inhibitors. It's actually not that easy to defend this mid inhib. They have the left one down already. Good shield wall coming in from the steel. So it's starting to be sieged up. I really don't want to see BBC start to defend this. But Sevarog taking so much damage.
Wow. I mean, that's just Nerf and Jax there hitting Stasis Bomb. The Seek and Destroy on top provided by Zane. Going to force Garoli on towards the reset here. 1 member down. Your Prime will eventually run out. Only Primal Fangtooth here. The Black Lotus still sticking around. 4 members versus the 5 of the big, beautiful creatures. Jax below our screens there. Currently, at the moment, just being quarterback, just launching rocks forward from distance there. Force out abilities. Garlus clearing at left-hand side. Jax, once again, comes from base. Throws another boulder. Black Lotus still ain't giving this up, though.
Remy using the cleanse there on that Decker ball. It's going to be an important cooldown missing. We also see Sevarog not with his team. Always an opportunity to start the 5v5 up. Guileless.
Garlus goes in. Jack's looking to follow up as well with the Behemoth. Ether Crystal comes down, buys a bit of time for the Black Lotus team to reposition, but the big, beautiful creatures want this fight. Chich hits 2 with that shield slam, but that's a one-way ticket. Gak puts the final shots, the final nail into the coffin and goes in towards that reckoning. The blink out from Remy to try and get away, but Flame is also down. Gak has got 2 waves crashing in towards the core, and Garoli is here. Will not get one on the left-hand side as the Obliterator will come out. 2 shots onto Guileless, who's got to get it back to the base because the big, beautiful creature space is in tatters right now.
2 inhibs have fallen. Mid inhib should be the next target as Cerula is just being a nuisance, making sure that they can't back as Zane gets picked up by Remy in the blue side jungle. It's gonna be on Darken to push down this inhibits in the mid lane. Cerula still playing distraction duty. Jax not connecting with the rock, which puts him in an awkward place now. If that subjugate connects, it would be this Rampage falling. All 3 inhibitors are down. Rest of the members are gonna be up in 20 seconds. They find one good pick. They could still play for the end. No rewind available for the Brave. No big ultimate to fight here. So it's just going to be them backing off, not going for the low percent play instead. Going to play it safe. Take the enemy side's jungle. I'm going to go for the reset. Spend their gold. And then just try it once more with all inhibitors already falling.
The base is an absolute tatters. Core down towards 50%. It's not going to heal back up until the inhibitors are here. But that is something for the big, beautiful creatures to constantly have in the back of their minds. They cannot overstay. Potential for 1 wave and a backdoor could be enough. Garoli has now reached raid boss levels. Level 18 maximum stacks here. Looking for Gak. He's got 3 levels on this Revenant. Gak takes the damage. Stain and Nerf arrive on the scene to get Garoli away there. They can take off the Sevarog. That's a lot of CC. And the Sevarog is down. Garoli overstays. And the big, beautiful creatures will collapse.
Well, a lonesome ADC has been the best sort of bait since the day Predecessor came out, I believe. Now Guileless is going to be the one caught out on the right-hand side. Remy does have that rewind available. It's just going to put him in the arms of Darken. That ultimate is being used. Stoneforge Soul is going to buy himself a bit more time, but not with Flame Poiken close by as well. Chich, the one in the front line.
Jax having to leap away. His Flame is here. Another Tether will land on towards Nerf. Good surge. Knock up. A blink back. Chich is here. Shield slam. Good reposition. And Chich once again gets deleted by that enhanced shot from Gak. Steel is down. So is the Sevarog. We're still in the base of the big, beautiful creature squad. Jax is here. Throws Remy a boulder to the face because inhibitors are back up. And Flame already hacking, whacking, and smacking on that structure will knock it down to keep the pressure up.
Pressure's definitely there. Wave clear is pretty fine for our big, beautiful creatures. They have Sane on the gadget. Should be able to deal with the waves. But realistically, every team fight is going to be a 4 versus 5 from this point onwards. 3 inhibs down is just such a death sentence for any team. I think big, beautiful creatures, they're going to have a tall task ahead of them, especially now with this next Primal Fangtooth spawning. This would not only give them this sort of temporary buff, but it also gives them this big power and armor buff, and that's exactly what we hope to see out of our teams. 30 minutes in, it's already gonna be fully maxed as well, this temporary buff that you get.
Both teams want the free Fangtooth Monty. Third one drops down 8% offensive and defensive stats percentage as well. Gets even stronger, not just with that primal Fangtooth ticking as well. Black Lotus control over the entrance of the pit and the big beautiful creatures team. Everyone inside of the blue jungle looking around. They're just having to clear the waves at the moment. With 3 inhibitors down, this is so difficult. They have to time this perfectly, but Black Lotus, but they might start up that objective if they're not just sweeping the wards, deny the vision, deny the knowledge, then maybe look to trick big beautiful creature squad in here.
They just need to wait, because the right-hand side is still pushing. I don't like Darkin taking so much damage for no real reason. So we see the rest of Big Beautiful Creatures just not sure what they actually want to do. We see resets coming in at a really inopportune time, because Greystone is also in a base responding to that wave on that right-hand side. Gotta think that if the Wraith and Dargis were there, this could have been taken almost instantly. Finally, Chich starting this one up. The offlane is going to be here a bit later. Revenant also showing on the left-hand side. It's all going to be on this rampage.
Everything on Jax. Gak and Zane are also here as well. 3 members against the Black Lotus squad on this Primal Fangtooth. Nerf arriving as well. Push Remy out. It's only Corellian Flames. This is taking a little bit of time to drop down. That does give an opportunity for big black beautiful creatures to arrive, but not enough. I know Black Lotus are going to take it, and now Guileless in the Stoneforge Soul with a Tesla Dome on top. Chich is down. Ozane will get one killing blow. Primal Fangtooth is down, but look at the waves on towards the core. Black Lotus want to keep the resets, want to stop any backs they can, and taking down Gak is going to be a big part of that one. Zane will get himself a double kill, but the base now 52% on the core, and Primal Fangtooth only on 3 members. I think the big beautiful creatures might have done enough for now, though, but Remy wants to shut me up. Down goes Nerf, and now Zane and Jax must defend the core, but this might be too little. It might be too late, as that's going to be victory going the way of the Black Lotus squad.
What a roller coaster of a game. The early game, Black Lotus seemed to struggle a bit. Big Beautiful Creatures with those rotations from that offlane, able to win those team fights. But honestly, once Chiroli hits that level 14, level 15 mark on the Zevrock, hits his tier 3 spikes, it suddenly looks like a different story. Really good presence in the side lanes, always there in those team fights towards the later stages of the game as well. And Black Lotus coming back in this game, finishing it up. Bit of a banger towards the end game. I feel like they could have maybe ended it a tiny bit earlier, but honestly, better play it safe than play it sorry, because of course this is the deciding match. It's gonna be a best of 3 though, so it's not all done quite yet.
I want to say near enough from the 25-minute mark onwards to the end, we basically were just watching the big beautiful creatures base, honestly. We spent so much time inside of those structures around the inhibitors and around the core. Drop down to 50%. Holy, what a game that we just watched there. First strike is going to go down towards the Black Lotus team. Look for big beautiful creatures to find a response. We're going to throw it back to Desk, the post-game breakdown.
You know, guys, Glenn Research Center from NASA says that whenever one object exerts a force on another object, the second object exerts an equal and opposite on the first. That is what we saw here in this game. Black Lotus started off with a rough hand, but they ended up making it work. They pulled their way back, and they took down the momentum makers. Spooky. Falcon, what did we just see?
Well, D'Lo, I'll be honest. I was homeschooled, so I have no idea what you just said. Those words right above my education level. What we did see was some very good Pred coming out here. I think 2 big names, honestly a few big names stuck out, but G. Raleigh on that Sevrog was just creating so much pressure on the map, creating space for his team, and even when he wasn't grouping up, just the split pushes that he was exerting, the fact that if the big beautiful creatures wanted to answer what he was doing, they had to send multiple people, which just opened up so much of the map for the rest of Black Lotus. It was just such a tricky situation for them to deal with. You cannot let the Sevrog get that big.
This is the first time I feel like in a while we have seen a Sevrog be this much of an actual threat in the game. Yes, it took a while. Yes, in the early game, Big Beautiful Creatures was the one kind of dominating. They kind of had every single position under the control. We can see in the highlight here just how many times they are winning these team fights. But once that Sevrog got to those max stacks, once Remy finally finished farming, I think he had about 11 CS a minute in the first 25 minutes or so, and actually started moving up, then it started to become a problem. After that second mini prime, they started losing people. They started losing these tests. I think this one here, right in this highlight, where Remy managed to 1v1 Gag in that Shadow Realm, is where Remy started to really impact this game.
And we saw the game start off pretty slow, so maybe we need to see a bit more of that attention dedicated to those particularly threatening players when they're on these scaling picks. You got to make sure you pay them those visits. Make sure that you're making them pay the fee. Unfortunately, it's going to be BBC instead who pays, and now all that momentum that we were talking about, guys, it's got to be a bit dented. Maybe your pride as well. So if we're looking to the next game, how can our underdogs get back into things?
Well, I do think that Black Lotus showed their hand a little bit early in their draft when they banned away that Countess, right? A lot of times when you're banning the Countess, it's because you want to play that Sevrog, because she plays so effectively into him. And I feel like maybe Big Beautiful Creatures could have expected that, seen that coming, put a ban over towards that Sevrog. At the same time, though, Falcon, you touched on it, on how targeted PBC's bans were towards Flame Poikin, taking off the Wukong and the Seraph. So now it becomes a question of, do you allow Flame to have one of those more bursty, high damage characters and just say, he's a glass cannon, let's draft some CC, make sure we deal with him when he dives in? Or do you try to make an answer for that Sevrog? I think we were also kind of talking backstage a little bit about how well the gadget does deal with these tankier characters, and that wasn't quite enough, so maybe it's time for a switch up in the draft.
I definitely think the draft is something that BBC wants to look at in this. The issue is, I don't think you'd want to ban away anything else. I think the Wukong Seraph was a good set of bans, but I said I'd prefer them to say, okay, let's get the first pick, let's force them to ban away the Seraph, let's force them to ban away another character and then leave something open. Then we can pick up the Krang, which I know Jax loves as a character in the jungle. It's kind of half the reason why Black Lotus picked it in the first place anyway. And then they can start working with that. I don't think trying to target the Sevrog or trying to target the Wraith is going to work, because those players are so effective on multiple different heroes. Let's focus on ourselves. Let's create a composition which we can play, which we can control this game with, and then go from there.
That's always an interesting thought line, is the different philosophies. Do we decide to try to make sure the opponent can't play their game, or do we focus internally, look within, and try to make sure that we're playing the best of ours? One thing's for certain, these two teams, when they are playing at their prime, are an even match. BBC can absolutely bring it back. Will that be the case, or will their bracket run be erased? Stick around, more PCC after the break to find out. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to PCC EU Prelims, Day 2, Game 2. We're looking to crown the successor of Predecessor Glory. Dilo, Falcon, Spooky back on the scene here for this match between equal and opposite forces here. But so far, not equal in terms of the scoreboard. It's going to be Black Lotus up 1, potentially on match point to secure their final slot there in that top 4. BBC looking at a potential bracket boot. Spooky, Falcon. What's the scene? What can we see for BBC to get back in?
Right now, the question is, does this momentum keep going? We talked about opposite reactions, equal reactions. It's now up to BBC to find that reaction and push it back against Black Lotus. We can bring this to a 1-1 game state. We will truly be even in all regards. The question is, can they do it? They've found some questions in game number 1. They did not find the answers to those questions. They got to dig deep, maybe open up some research books, maybe go to, what was it, Glenn Research Facility, see what they've got for them. They got to find something.
They should find something if they have any chance of surviving. But we've got to remember, in the first 15 minutes or so, they were the ones in control of that game. They were the ones in the lead. So they have some answers, at least in terms of the early game, to deal with Black Lotus. But how are they going to deal with the scaling? How are they going to deal with that late game, that menace of several, that menace of a Wraith? So that is going to be the real question, and a lot of that is going to be within the draft.
We'll find out shortly as we hop into those P's and B's, because there's certainly got to be something left. If they ban away that Countess, we were talking in the green room, banning away the Countess is a fantastic move to start. But maybe that it doesn't have to come from the composition. Maybe it just comes from the execution. Other characters that want to make some early rotations, get some ganks off. But right now, composition is what we're looking at here. And if we stick to those same bans, I wouldn't be surprised if BL just says, run it right back.
Yeah, Black Lotus very likely to run those same bans back. They had no problems whatsoever. Although, like you said, Falcon, there were some hiccups in that early game. You may want to make an adjustment to make sure that things transition a little bit more smoothly, because it's not guaranteed that you get that same run back, right? Big Beautiful Creatures found themselves a fantastic early game. They just need to find a way to continue that trend and not let up off the pressure. If they do that and Black Lotus changes nothing, they are liable to get run over in that game. Now, maybe you change a few things up. Maybe you change up what your first 3 picks are. They did leave a lot of power up on the board to secure themselves that last pick, Wraith. Now that surprise pick is kind of gone. Now, Big Beautiful Creatures may be expecting that, might have something ready for it. So you kind of lost a little bit of tools there.
That's definitely the case. And we've got to also remember that Black Lotus last game had the first pick. So they have sort of around BBC is going to be the ones with that first pick opportunity. Though the bans are a bit surprising to read. Seraph ban is normally seen on the second pick, that Dusk side, because of the first pick potential. It being banned from BBC gives me the feeling that they aren't actually comfortable with the pick. They haven't really been able to practice it. They haven't really know how to play with it and aren't comfortable playing it themselves. That's the only reason you would ban it with the first pick. The Sparrow as well wasn't banned last game, I don't believe. It was just not picked up at all. So I don't know why that ban has suddenly come through. But this is what I was expecting. That Crank, it was influential in the last game, wasn't the key maker, but Jax is a lovely he's a lovely guy, but he's also a very good player on the Krang. So I think this is very much a comfort pick. Let me have it. I want to be able to do what Flame Poikin did last game and set up his lanes.
Zarus was banned away prior, this time being picked up right alongside the Revenant first. So we're seeing a lot of priority still being put on that carry role by BL. But now it's paired alongside the Gladiator Cage to maybe try to lock down that top locked Quang, or anyone who might want to try to step into a Sevarog spot. But that Zarus very well could be off lane as well, so we're going to have to find out as the draft continues where exactly they're going to be blocking.
I really like this Zara's pick in response to that Kwang as well, because like you said, Dilo, it gives you flexibility. You can wait to see more of this draft and decide where you want to put that Zaris. It offers a lot no matter where you put it. It's going to be able to lock people down, and if you see, well, there's a Sevrog there, maybe you throw the Zaris into the off lane, get some brawls going early on where the Sevrog isn't quite as strong, try to take advantage of his weaker early game, and see if you can try to push him down and keep him behind a little bit. Said the Kwang still has some flexibility there as well. They could put him into the support, try to pressure this Revenant, but it's a little bit harder to do when you against someone like the Rev, because he can just hit level 6, toss the other guy into the Shadow Realm and say, okay, that was really cute of you, but you actually have 0 pressure on me now. I'm going to kill your ADC.
That is definitely the case with that, but I don't think it's going to be Kwang support, at least for the side of BBC. Me and Dilo earlier just used the exact same face when we saw that Sevrog pick. We were talking about, like, what do they do with the Sevrog? How are they going to counter it? The answer, which either of us somehow came to, was, let's just pick it ourselves. Fine! It worked very well last game, so if they can do what BL did last game and just let it farm up, let it get the stacks, go into that mid game as a absolute raid boss, then it is going to work quite well. The Gideon is an interesting pick for me personally. I would have preferred the gadget, get that microwave onto the enemy Zaris, use that counter or that synergy against them. Black Hole does a similar thing, but with the Argus pick, the Dreadnova is a very normal way of cancelling that Black Hole, get that CC onto the Gideon, and it's just kind of counter picking into yourself. So I'm not entirely sure why you pick it, but I mean, it's still Gideon at the end of the day.
This is interesting. We're seeing bans being locked down for a lot of support picks. You got the Rampage on the side of BBC. BL take away that Decker. We did see both last time, so we're going to have to definitely get a bit of a new landscape in terms of which beefy bodies are brawling alongside you. Taking that Sevrog is interesting. In my opinion, it's not just obviously a tactical move, but it's also a bit of an ego move. You're saying anything you could do, I could do better. Nah, it wasn't execution. This character's just broken. Watch me now win with it too. Aurora is going to be now stepping up instead. So walls upon walls between the Zaris and her. There is so much player-made geography that you've got to just walk your way through. If you're BBC, it's going to be very difficult to play in confined spaces.
Lots of obstacles to work through. Lots of ways to restrict the map. I really like this draft coming out from BL. I do think this kind of indicates, at least to me, that we're going to be seeing Zaris in the off lane. I think I prefer seeing the Aurora in the jungle, traversing across the map. So much mobility, so much CC to bring into those lanes. Could see the Aurora support. I don't think I want to see that in this game. I think she brings a little bit more value in that jungle role. But again, I hate to go back to the Sevrog here, but I find it actually a little bit concerning on the side of Big Beautiful Creatures, because one thing that was going so well for them in Game 1 was the early game power they had. Sevrog doesn't bring as much to those team fights early on. You really want to leave him off on his own, farm up, and that was the thing that was going well for them. You've now kind of hindered yourself in that regard to take away from your opponents, and I don't know how well that balances out. I haven't been able to see enough of these teams in action just yet to see how well they perform and how well Black Lotus can do with maybe a more prominent early game offlaner, but it does raise some question marks for me.
It's definitely a lot of question marks, especially like Kira as well, that's just been picked. Victor's always a very good support. It's always going to be useful. But I know Revenant was picked already. I know that Sparrow was banned, but Trimblast is normally the go-to character. And I feel like Trimblast would have been fine in this composition. You got the long range ultimate, you can lock down people from quite far away. Yes, Kira has got that big team fight ultimate, and you have got that triple front line to make sure that she gets off. But it takes longer to set up. Again, this is just a very big scaling composition from the side of BBC. And considering that the strongest point last game was the early game, like we've been just going on and on and on about, it's just like a completely 180 in this draft.
We've taken a massive change in pace. We're trying to take notes from any team, but maybe we copied off our neighbor's test a bit too hard, and some of those answers aren't always right. So you got to make sure that you're double-checking your own work, whereas BL, they move forward with their own composition that they seem to be rather happy with. I feel like they feel satisfied, whereas BBC are trying to make a statement. Hopefully it's one that results in a victory. Guys, 5 members on each team, 5 champs ready for battle. Who takes it and why?
I think I'm preferring Black Lotus's team comp here a little bit more. We kind of touched on the reasons for that. One, they have great engage, they've got great CC, and they have so many ways to restrict those team fights and remove ways to enter them, right? Big Beautiful Creatures pretty much have to walk forward. They can try to send Sevarog and Kwang in there first, otherwise you're relying on Richter to pull someone in. But if you've got a Glacial Charge Wall in your face, well, suddenly your team is separated, you don't have a good way past that wall. All of these are just dashes you can try to torn space through with Gideon. That means you got to send your mage into the danger zone to get everyone else in. It's a risky play. I think Black Lotus is just a little bit easier to execute on.
I definitely agree with all you said, Spooky. I am just going to give how BBC is going to have a chance in this game. Yes, they need to scale. But if they get to that 20-minute mark, if they're not too far behind, the amount of damage that Kira is going to impact onto Black Lotus is going to be so high, especially the fact that you have to get through a Severog, you have to get through a Richter, you have to get through a Krang, and although they are big tanks, they can do decent amount of damage as well. They can be actual threats to this Revenant, to this Argus. So if the game is pretty even at that point in time and we go for one of these another 35-40 minutes actual bangers of a game, then it could easily be a comeback in that state.
Well, we'll be finding out shortly what the result is. BBC, can you hang on a bit longer, dig in your heels and fingernails, and find a chance to get that top 4 slot, or will it be ripped away from your hands? The only people that could tell us are our lovely casters in cam, the 3 Ts, TJ, DJ, Tang, and Tedium. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Desk. What an absolute roller coaster game 1 was for us all. So let's see what twists and turns are in store for us in game number 2 between Black Lotus and the Big Beautiful Creatures. TJ here, Tang alongside me once again. And Tang, we're speaking behind the scenes about this draft. You know, a lot of takeaways, although I might have to maybe hold my tongue a little bit here because we already have some level 1 action there. Darkin is in trouble. Darkin's already rooted. And Darkin's already down his first blood, going the way of the Big Beautiful Creatures.
I love this so much. I think like the adaptation coming out, right? Like knowing where the mid laner starts and then just immediately punish it. The game does not start when the minions spawn. Instead, the game starts at 0, and smart positioning is going to be able to give you this early lead you need in these lanes. Be a pick onto nerf. Going to be important. This Kira is going to have a lot to do, as we've heard from the desk. Comes into those late game team fights. Kira might be sort of the saving grace for this Big Beautiful Creatures. They are on the brink of destruction. Jaroli, though, as well, getting caught. He's going to be able to blink away Jax. Still on the follow. Blink in. Level 1 is just going to fall in a second. You got to think one more right click should do it for Jax with that passive. Ooh, not enough, but Guileless is going to pick it up. Is going to fall to the turret and not skip anything over to the Ceres.
Holy, gets himself the execute, and the gank works on that right-hand side. 2 kills in an instant, and the Big Beautiful Creatures are already asserting their dominance on this map. Black Lotus invading to the red side, wanting to punish as much as they can, but the kills going over to one way, and already I can tell, Tang, that we're not in for the slow burn of game 1. Game 2 has got a few twists up its sleeve.
I love this so much out of Big Beautiful Creatures. It really shows us that they are taking this serious and they're doing their homework. Generally known for his aggressive play level 1. He likes to leverage this Ceres strength in that level 1 engagement. Pop a pot and then just run at the enemy offlaner. And Jax is like, okay, you are gonna abuse my Sevarog. I'm just gonna start blue. I'm just gonna gank you at the level 2 point and get a free frag for myself. Darkin, the mid lane, not having the blink up would always be a viable target for the Kwang that instead goes for an invade.
Going for an invade, just trying to at least get something back though. As said, they've got the kills though, and that invade did come through, so maybe take what he can. 3-minute river buffs contested by Darkin and Zane. And looks like, unfortunately, Darkin is going to be a little bit longer without the mana. That's going to hurt a little bit more. Might be hurting as much as Goroli, as Jax once again ganks the right side and Goroli's down.
That's so smart out of Jackson Gylers. Honestly, this 2v2 jungle offlane duo has been impressing me for sure. In that first game, was even with those rotation, the team struggling. Big, beautiful creatures not able to extend the lead from the early game. Now in the second game, they're doing it again. Early game lead secured for them. 3 picks being picked up. I think 1 or 2 of them actually in Severok's pockets. Jax might have also picked one up for themselves. And of course, a nerf getting this first blood onto the Argus with that 100 bonus gold. It's gotta feel fantastic for these big, beautiful creatures, as Jax shows on that left-hand side.
Still is around. Jax though looking for a tether, gonna find it though. Look for the surge, good shield bash there, interrupts the surge, prevents the knock-up, and a lot of return damage there on towards the duo lane. Flame still invading on the blue side, trying to get as much as he can off the map, maybe looking towards the mid lane as Zane forces to spawn space out though. With this invade though, Flame moving in towards red side. Jax trying to take this camp away, or at least take one. Flame is here contesting that one as well. Jax doesn't have much mana. I don't think he really wants to stick around as the Black Lotus team flood into the red side jungle. The response from the Dust side moving in. Chich not in a great position. He's able to stun, reposition, and get away. Things are getting tense already. 4.5 minutes into this game.
Flame is not getting anything from this though, and the Kwang able to pick up both of these 2 camp minions is going to be a big play for him. Jax not opting to go for the recoil quite yet though. Does not have a lot of mana. Surely is going to look for a Spear of Nia potentially on the 3 camp. Take a bit away. Darkin does not want this buff stolen away from him once more. Is going to secure it with a good Dread Nova. So far this game, it feels like we have swapped regions, TJ. This is so fast.
It's so fast, so brawly as well. Ganks into invades in towards picks. Not what we have been seeing here from EU this weekend at all. But maybe it could be a little bit of the same there because objectives are up, and we've not quite gone completely into the NA playstyle right now with that region. We are not on the Fang Tooth at 5 minutes. Once again, both teams are looking for the perfect opportunity before starting it up.
Gylers does have the dash augment, able to get an easy stack whenever Jeruli tries to go in with the evade checks on the right hand side. Clearing his blue side. Flame resetting in his own blue side, so he's gonna be stuck on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, it's gonna be a big, beautiful creatures jungler in prime position to contest this next Fang Tooth objective. Level 6 has been reached by both of our mid laners. It stands. We're probably gonna wait for the junglers to do the same, for we're slowly but surely making our entrance start to look at these objectives as well.
And also, maybe it's going to be the dual lanes getting involved. We did see that early on in game 1. It was rotating Remy and Chich over towards the mid lane to help with the picks, though. Jax going for the gank there because Remy is left on his lonesome. The Whiplash goes over his shoulder. Blast Flower into an immediate tether. What a hit from Jax. And that's Remy down. Kill once again goes towards the Kira as well. Exactly where the big, beautiful creature squad want it.
Just a bit greedy out of Remy. If he immediately blinks, then he's still healthy enough to contest this Fang Tooth objective. Flame gonna trade it out for this 2 camp though in the meanwhile, so he's not gonna be too disappointed. Has the level 6 with that crisis, and with Darkian winning that 1v1 in the mid lane as well. Let's be not everything lost for them quite yet. Chich the one getting caught, hook not connecting this time. Severok again in the river. Fang Tooth is the prime target, but neither team really getting a substantial lead in these team fights. Can't start it up quite yet.
There's a lot of argy-bargy in the river on that left-hand side. But as you said, Tang, neither team just confident enough. They haven't got the pick. They haven't got the setup. We're just constantly resetting. Everyone kind of knows that Fang Tooth is over here. Flame definitely does. He's 2.5 minutes. He's been snoozing that alarm clock constantly, but he will finally start up the Fang Tooth, and he's got a good timing here as the big, beautiful creature squad are coming off of recess. This should be a free one.
And it's actually so good because he took away the 2 camp, so Kwang doesn't have anything to do on the left-hand side. Is gonna look for that Colosseum gank though. Generally utilizing his own ultimate, but he might be the target after all. The Spear of Nia not connecting after the threshold, so it's him falling, traded out for that objective on the left-hand side. A bit of an overstep by our Saras once more. If your team makes a play on that left-hand side, just chill a bit. Just don't over-engage, because otherwise you're going to be the one trading the advantage back. Chich stopping this mini prime take. Good rotation from the sewer lane.
Yeah, because that was, I feel like, the natural progression from that play. Jax ganks the right-hand side, gets the kill on towards Goroli, then immediately has to get this mini prime. That's gank. That is the third gank going over here in the 8.5 minutes of game number 2. Not losing this mini prime is a massive setback, I feel, for the big, beautiful creature squad. As the mini prime also looks like it will be given over. It goes into the hands of Remy, though. The Revenant, already a terrifying pick, and now have the enhanced buffs from that little purple buff.
Grants him that faster reset as well. It's going to make it to his lane a bit faster. Could also be sort of like the reason why Jax will focus that lane a bit more now from this point onwards as well. Jitch going in a bit too deep. Darkin does not want any of this smoke, and Jax with the rotation in as well is going to make sure that Chich has to utilize this blink to escape.
Whiplash not going to connect those. Zane, torn space, Flame blinks, Hoarfrost down, but not going to root up onto Zane. Has to take a bit of exit frags there. Goroli going low though. Guileless winning out on this 1v1. Goroli just trying to dance around it, evading the subjugate as much as he can. Guileless going for a blink, 180 back. Guileless blinks out underneath the tower. Ring around the Rosie, but Goroli is down, and that is another soul taken by the Sevarog.
This time, it's Skylar's not making those rotations for these team fights. Stays on lane, able to contest with Geroli, especially after he got 3 ganks by Jax within 5 minutes. Gag looking for that Whiplash. One would be enough to potentially steal away this mini prime. Remy still going for the trade. 1 versus 2. Gideon on the rotation.
It's a big movement here there. Zane is able to reposition. Flame nearly catching him out, but another torn space comes in clutch. As Chish is over here, so is Flame. No objective. Maybe just trying to make something happen on this left-hand side. Zane stayed over in the red side jungle as well, making sure that Flame can't go for an invade. There's no camps available for him to take away. Could be a siege there. Mini Prime is going to be utilized over on that left-hand side. Looks like a Whiplash did finally connect, but just Chich repositioning. Now Goroli hit by another Tether 4 times. Is the charm apparently. Jax yet again gets the kill onto this solo laner.
So I think the biggest thing you can say about Geroli is wins his lane if he doesn't get ganked. Jax, he read the
4
memo.
times.
Yeah, he read the memo and he's like, okay, I'm just gonna gank this dude and I'm gonna secure pick after pick after pick. Red buff being contested, Flame picking that one up, utilizing that criticism though, and running away after the fact. It's his jungle, supposedly, but it's Jax wanting to change that, not able to steal away that red buff, but getting a big team fight ultimate out of this Aurora.
Jax basically saying, yeah, you can take my 2 camp as much as you want. I'm just going to take the life of Goroli. Yeah, kind of same thing, I suppose, at this point here. Always got something on the right-hand side if the Zarus is knocking about. 7 kills to 0. The Black Lotus team have not been able to get seemingly any advantage in the kill department. Objectives, though, they have got 2 of them at least. So that is still keeping them in this one. But for the big, beautiful creature squad as well, really got a sense it's just going to keep going. If they can just get onto these objectives, should be a relatively straightforward closeout of this game.
So far, definitely looks that way. 0-7. Been going fantastic for them. Black Lotus at least able to secure this mini prime for themselves. Also able to get this Fang Tooth. So objective gameplay is definitely in their hands. But yeah, as we said before, that right-hand side is going to be a problem from this point onwards. Once that Sephora gets a few resistances, the Saras can only play on the turret, can't really move himself, and that Sephora goes a bit too safe to really impact for the jungler of our Dawn team. Aurora not having the damage that you want out of somebody ganking the Sephora. A bit of a shuffle in the jungle. Jax going low, rest of the squad is close by.
Gak, I hear Gak moving forward. The glacial charge going to stop that for now. Gak moving forward. Whiplash connects though on towards Remy. That's going to be the ADC is down for the side of the Black Lotus squad, and immediately straight on towards this Fangtooth. Exactly what they needed. Can't be allowing a second Fangtooth to go their way. Good secure as the Black Lotus squad also moving around. Maybe looking towards Garlus, who rotated over from the right-hand side. A lot of damage there for Garlus. I don't think he can stick around too long because Darkin just runs him down. Particle Shredder is enough, and Garlus gets popped. Now Zane Tether lands into another Tether from Jackson. That's going to be Chich falling once again, though. Another kill on towards Nerf as this fight moves in towards the right-hand side. From the left to the right, Crisis will come down, though. It's going to be on towards Nerf as Darkin able to use Crystal reposition, but not enough. He's going to go down. Goroli crashes with the Colosseum, gets a shot down, and Goroli needed that more than anyone. The fight still not over because Zane gets hit by the root, and Remy is back in the fight. He died right at the start of this.
And immediately gets his cash out, though, towards the end of it. Fangtooth secured for our big, beautiful creatures, but they had to pay for it. 3 of them falling. A bit of an overplay in the mid lane. Sevarog not as tanky as he wants to be, especially with that Argus passive shredding him alive, getting this pickup onto Darkin. That's going to be an important shutdown, giving over a lot of XP as well. Sevarog was up a good level on the Argus before the play, has been completely neutralized with that one pick. Revenant also securing 1 frag for themselves. Kill score still heavily in favor of big, beautiful creatures. They've also been able to secure this Fangtooth. Now this mini prime is a different story. The Sevarog is sort of getting a lot of people interested on the right-hand side. It's just going to be Jax taking this one away.
Just running distraction duty. That global taunt is online. 3 members are here, but now the rest of the Black Lotus squad are arriving. Mini prime secured by Jax. How's the team fight though, lads? There's Chich. It's a ball rush. A blink. He's going to be expended, and Jack's able to get over the wall as well. Take the objective and also get away cleanly. But still, Black Lotus moving around, trying to get something back, but the big beautiful creature squad ain't going to give it to him.
Yeah, and Kira is just farming on the left-hand side. He is chilling, does not need to go with his team. The rest of the squad playing so far back, and also with Jax and Zane, the Gideon Quang combination, being so safe. They don't need to worry about being caught too much. Chich is a different story though, even with that unstoppable bull rush, with it being on cooldown, has to, as you said, invest a blink to get away from the lockdown out of our BBC squad, as the shield wall is going to do its best to stop this push with the mini prime.
And I want to hold the tier 1 tower as well, and that's exactly what they will do. Was the BBC squad having to move back, but still regrouping inside of that mid lane as well, and not giving up the C's just yet. Big commitment of objectives there, of players there, personnel inside mid lane as Remy now a little bit of solo XP. Potentially a move though. Dual lane is on the way over. That's going to be a Nerf and also Jax. Big on towards Remy here. Could be a really good target. Remy has got Reckoning available. He has at least got something to buy some time. Good route comes out. Has done enough to get away here. BBC squad still on the hunt.
I want to tell you something funny, TJ. The Saras has been caught 4 times. It's been ganked 4 times by the Jax, and somehow I'm looking on the right-hand side and Guileless is the one missing the tier 1. Like, what is happening there? You can't keep Jeroli down. It seems like first structure of the game, of course, secured on the right-hand side, but as we see, the trades still heavily in favor of Guileless. Was just making those rotation in the mid lane, falling there to the Argus. Means that Jeroli had a bit of free time, just pushing down this turret for himself. He's gonna get a good trade in though. Guileless not too worried about it, I do believe. Rest of the squad not close by. Fangtooth is gonna be this next target after all. Both teams now look, really want to see this Argus Aurora combination make its play. Jax also in the vicinity.
Yeah, Flame has been doing so well. Just farming up, just constantly invading. But now we need to see that. We need to see the result of this. As the tier 1 tower on the left-hand side finally goes down. Remy with the last shots. And this has got the Black Lotus squad in position around the entrance towards the pit though. But going in though, a bit of a fight, a bit of an engage as well. It's got Case of Ripflash. Free hit with the shield stand. Black Hole over the top. Ultimates on ultimates. Damage on damage there. And Flame is out. Chich might just be following him back to spawn, and he will be taken down. Another kill into Nerf's pocket at least. The rest of the squad moving forward. The Reckoning comes out. Remy trying to outplay what he can, but Nerf wins it in the Shadow Realm. A double kill onto the Kira.
I am so annoyed at this Black Lotus squad. Hey, guys, Jerole split pushing. We don't need to invade the red side. If you don't want to play it, just back off. You don't need to make 2 plays on different sides of the map. Now you give over a bunch of kills. Yes, you secured a tier 2 on the right-hand side, but with this Savrog rotation, you give over, as I said, a few frags, and you also give over the Fangtooth. Just trade. It's fine to make a losing play on one side of the map as long as you get something in return on the other side. Kill lead extending. Black beautiful creatures picking up the second Fangtooth of the game for themselves as well. And we've seen Jax walk from lane to lane to lane, and now with that bonus movement speed, it's going to be even easier for him.
Blink coming out from Flame, and also going to hit that's Crisis him as well. Stuns up. Blink coming out from Garlus, going to make his way over towards the gateway. Will at least be able to get back to Nerf if he needs it though. But the rest of the team still looking around, and they're just not interested in the Sevarog at all. Everyone turns up, but everyone immediately leaves back into the red side here. I'd say another rotation of objectives. That mini prime on the right hand side, moving around the map though. Once again, back towards this mid lane, a constant Born in the side for the BBC squad. Trying to take it down though, but members of Black Lotus are arriving and BBC will back off.
Kyler securing the tier 1 on that right hand side. Even with the rotation, he just blinks towards the gateway, does not even need to use it, and can keep on having the pressure there with that Saris being out of mana, having to recall. Just an easy structure taken. Bit of time invested towards that right hand side. Now Gylus, it's a bit of a timing. It's gonna look towards the mid lane, looking to find anybody. One subjugate might be all she wrote. With that long range lockdown, that Quang tether together with the subjugate might be all they need.
And it has been something that they have been looking for. I mean, Ades mentioned this as well about the power of this composition for the BBC squad when it gets to the late game. I mean, the kills have been going exactly where they need them as well. Nerf was playing support before, swapped in towards ADC, and honestly, you wouldn't notice the difference. Been playing pretty well, getting the kills into his pockets, and they're just playing around it so well. You gotta think though for the Black Lotus squad, as these objective fights start to happen, need to find a solution here. They're losing kills, and eventually it's only so long that they can stay on this map before BBC takes so much off other players, or Prime is up, maybe, at one of our battlegrounds here.
Well, good points, yeah. 20 minutes in. Big Prime. If another bad fight happens, it wouldn't only be one of those small objectives, it would be the big purple bug instead. Jerole does not actually have what it takes to contest with Gylus in the side lane, and Gylus shows him, right? No tier 1 available. It's just going to be Gylus. Keep on running him down.
Subjugate is going to land. Garlus still sniffing around, waiting for the evade to come out, but not going to go for the killing blow. Red side, though, you got rotation. Yak and Zane on the way over and towards the red side. Pouring members in. Remy is on the left-hand side, saying no. Going to have a numbers advantage, especially if Goroli has to reset tier 1 tower. Once again, they're looking for it. Chish is the only one trying to defend it. Might not be able to hold it on for much longer. Another wave, another push, and that will be enough for this tier 1 to finally drop.
At least they're getting something on the left-hand side, so I don't mind it too much. Steel just buying time, buying one more wave to enter. I don't think they plan on keeping that indefinitely, of course, but just making sure they're not giving anything for free. Honestly, trading evenly is the best thing that Black Lotus can do at the moment. It's all about finding mistakes out of big, beautiful creatures, because in those team fights, you gotta think that there's a big advantage over to our team on Dusk that could be exposed if somebody tries to overcommit. It's really intense right now. One pick could be all it takes to start up this big objective, and we can already see that in sort of the pathing that everybody chooses to take.
Drax gets hit by one Dread Nova, and Darkin, that particle shredder, has already claimed 1 life, wants to claim another. But regrouping here for members of the Black Lotus squad, now moving towards the Orb Prime pit. Flame is already over there as well. They need this team fight to go, because right now BBC looking pretty good to take us towards game 3, but not if Black Lotus can say anything about it. It's again a lot of posturing, a lot of pathing. Can't afford anyone to be isolated, anyone to be caught out. Looks like Remy did take a little bit of chip damage.
Church playing with fire, walking through the river, but I don't think that belongs to you anymore. Nerf gets caught, but so does Remy.
It's going to be the Reckoning comes out. Crisis from Flame on towards 2 as they have at least got Remy out and a shutdown from Garoli. Jax is down. A big collapse from the Black Lotus squad. Starting to obliterate the channel as well. Chip with another shield slam, but not going to find a knockup. Gak pulls it under. Impale in towards the Black Hole. One last roll of the dice. The Hellbots go low, but the Black Lotus squad stand tall. 4 members of BBC are down as Black Lotus finally win a team fight.
Oh, what? And they don't only win it, they absolutely smash through the big, beautiful creatures that don't stand a chance. Remy just finished his power spike 3 items deep, was able to just absolutely shred through anything that BBC was throwing at them. It's gonna be this big Prime as their target next. They have a lot of objective damage. Darkin already with that unlimited particle shredder, and this engagement in the picture-in-picture is what sets the tone of this team fight. Quang not able to output any damage checks, getting caught there at the beginning. Guileless falling, and then it's just the rest of the squad without the front line getting cleaned under this tier 1 turret. Big Prime is the target. Jax looking to make it into the pit in time, but the objective has already been claimed.
It's a good wall by Flame to block the Blast Flower entrance at the back of the pit, and everyone gets away clearly. This could be a massive momentum shift in this game, and I think Tang, poetic enough, it was Garoli that got the shutdown as well, who the Black Lotus squad have constantly had to deal with him just getting ganked over and over throughout this game, but he is still finding value as Flame and Darkin try to deal with Garlus. They're going aggressive. Hoarfrost roots up the Sevarog. He has to try and get away. Rest of BBC moving forward.
Remy.
Black Lotus still sticking around. Can't afford to be picked off here. Garoli looking for the flank. Maybe a fight in towards the mid lane again. Flame looking for an opportunity. Crisis and will come down. Routes onto 2. Black Hole over to the left screen. Colosseum to the right. Chico fights free with that shield slam though, and it will at least find some value with it. But it's a very split fight over to the river, over towards the mid lane. Garoli eventually runs down this player here. 3-4-2. It's a double kill for Nerf, who's able to get away. But that's prime buff of 3 members.
I mean, it's prime buff of 2 members because it was actually Black Lotus gaining that beforehand. So this entire kill lead that they've accrued over the course of this game has been completely nullified. Now Remy wants one more nerf. It's in the vicinity. It's gonna stop them. Primal Fang take. Richter also there. Gak could use that Blast Flower to make his entrance in. Generally just blinking in though. Nerf going dangerously low. Cleanse used by Remy, and it's gonna be enough to pick up the frag onto Nerf, and you gotta think that the support is next. And Black Lotus, they've done it.
It is an ace that comes through as the dual lane get picked off. Garoli and Remy play that one to perfection, and they are rewarded. Primal Fangtooth will go the way of the Black Lotus squad. So many twists and turns. I promised you right at the start of this game, it's not over yet, but Black Lotus behind in the early game, behind in the kills, and now once again clawed back to this state. We're 25 minutes in, and this game can go either way.
It can go either way, but even if you're looking at the kill score, right? But our Dawn team, they're down 5 kills, and suddenly they are up 5k in gold. It just does not matter anymore whatsoever. We also see 2 Fang Teeth for 2 gold advantage over 2 Black Lotus. They still have those temporary buffs as well, especially that Primal Fang. Gonna be instrumental. Chich though, getting caught out there in the mid lane. Gonna be Subjugate connecting.
Subjugate is going to land Bullrush though. Actually going to pull away Garlus there. Black Hole comes through. Flame though with the crisis and with the lockdown. Gak throws and Impale. Chich another shield slam on towards 2 members just to get the members out. And Remy loves the chaos his team is creating. He's already got one. As Jax looking to run down Flame, but Remy is the one you need to look at. He's got himself 2. He's taking names, looking for a 3rd as well. The only one left is going to be Garlus, who is safe in his spawn from the warpath of the Black Lotus squad.
It just doesn't look like that our big beautiful creatures have any damage to deal with the squad of Black Lotus. Guileless now getting shred by Darkin as well. And yeah, as you said, this might just be it.
That's it. Flame is able to use the Glacial Charge. Reckoning comes out from Remy. He will be hit by the Colossal Blow, but the core was always the target. What a comeback. They will not go quietly into the night as Black Lotus take their second game, and we will see them in July for the EU Finals.
So clean out of Black Lotus. Even towards the end, Remy putting the Sevrog into the Reckoning. Yes, he can't instantly one-shot the wave, just use that ultimate on it. Buy his team more time to respawn. Well, back in the Reckoning. You are not gonna have any impact. You are just gonna have to watch your core fall while you can do nothing about it. Black Lotus, early game shaky, late game dominating.
Late game powerhouse as well, and this is what we were seeing when you look at the squad that they had to deal with for the BBC team. It's like late games, they've got to Kira with all of this gold. Garoli's been ganked 4 times. And all of a sudden, they pull it back. Some amazing team play coming out from the Black Lotus squad and a performance worthy of locking themselves in that final top 4 spot. What a series, man. What a series we just had, Tang.
I mean, it's crazy, right? And comeback XP is a thing, of course, right? Like, they're playing so well around getting those shutdowns, making sure Jax is the one getting caught, right? Guileless is the one getting caught. And suddenly, those big members that are like 1 level, 2 levels ahead, give over so much XP, give over so much gold as well. And it just goes on to the perfect targets. It goes on to Giroli, it goes on to Remy. And suddenly, they are just absolutely smurfing in these team fights. And big, beautiful creatures. We've heard it from the desk. Gonna be tanky boys, but not if this amount of damage comes out of the Black Lotuses.
GG's and many congratulations to the Black Lotus squad on securing that spot, and commiserations to the BBC team. The tournament ends here for now. That's going to do it from myself and Tang, the TNT cast, signing out here for the final time today and this weekend. It's back to the desk for the post-series breakdown.
Well, Dilo, I think that was really a very solid performance you saw from both sides there. The thing that sticks out to me the most, talk about momentum there, and Black Lotus took control of it in game number 1, and then they just kind of kept going with it after that. Sure, the early game didn't look very good, but I kind of want to talk about that and kind of detail what I saw during that early game, because it was BBC finding a lot of kills. They were putting a lot of pressure onto that right side, trying to put Garoli down. But Garoli is playing Zarus. He's got the augments. He's going to be scaling up kind of no matter what you do. He's always going to be able to Coliseum someone. And so while those kills are happening, Black Lotus is saying, well, kills don't win games, guys. Who cares about that?
Yeah.
Laser focus on these objectives. Go for the Fangtooth. Go for the Mini Prime. Use that to remain in the game and just transition to the mid game, because that's what we want to play for. They don't seem to mind what happens in that early game, so long as they can reach the mid game at a point they are comfortable with to look for the fights that they actually want.
It went basically the same as game 1. I mean, I want to put fair play to Drawley. I feel like 90% of the player base would have just completely mental boomed by the time you went 0-5 in that lane. That would have just tilted people off the face of the planet. But he was still in the game. He was doing the work in that mid game. You see here him just taking down Nerf, in that fight. He did well in those end game team fights with those Colosseums as well. And I mean, normally when you see 2 teams have a 0-9 kill lead, the game is over. There's no real comeback. So it's part impressive from Black Lotus to have that chance to come back into the team fight, and half a question of what is going wrong with BBC. Why are they not using that lead in that early game? Because this happened 2 games in a row. Why is there some sort of disconnect from the early game to the mid game? That is what they really need to question right now.
What separates a good team from a great team is the ability to take inches and turn it into miles. We were content with inches, though. We didn't want to push our lead. We didn't want to go for objectives, right? First 8 kills. Uncontested, but 2 uncontested objectives go to Black Lotus. Unfortunately, at this level of play, you simply cannot allow for that to happen no matter what your stat line reads. Momentum, we talked about it all throughout this series. It means nothing if you don't actually look for things ahead. You don't look for ways to get to that core. And like TJ said, the core was always the target for Black Lotus. They knew exactly what they wanted, exactly how to get there. We'll take a few deaths along the way. We know we've got that top slot locked.
I mean, they just played their game throughout the entirety of this set, right? They were unbothered by things going wrong. And I think that's one of the most crucial things you have to have in a competition, especially at this level. You have to be able to eat those mistakes, eat those missteps, and say, it's no problem, guys. Big picture, let's focus on that. And to BBC's credit as well, they did make some transition plays there as well. They noticed that the kills weren't getting them everything, so they transitioned, looked for some of those objectives. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to push far enough with what they had quickly enough, and they gave enough time to Black Lotus to scale up, reach the points they wanted to play at. Remy came online, he started just tapping people, obliterating health bars. I think maybe not enough attention was paid to that mid lane either. We saw multiple times where Darkin just says, hee hee, funny button, particle shredder, now I'm gonna move at the speed of light, you can't get away from me, I'm not gonna stop casting, the damage doesn't slow down, now you're dead.
There's a reason why Argus is such a high priority pick rate for those mid laners. It's just such a easy character to pilot and such a lot of damage on both just the enemy team as well as those objectives. Those games, like Darkin probably did half the amount of damage to those orb primes, to those fang juice, just the fact that his particle shredder could just hold down that button, let his passive build up and do more and more damage. And when there's not much contention against them, that means it's just a pretty safe objective clear. And from there, we obviously saw how the result happened. I mean, again, I don't think that if it was going to be any other team in the top 4 and that early game happened for Black Lotus, I don't think they would be in the game. I don't think they would have had a chance to come back. So it is something that they cannot sit down on. They can't say, oh, don't worry, guys, we did this. Let's get ready for the next one. They need to work on that early game because it was, in a nice sense, horrible.
Yeah, I gotta say, that was certainly an interesting pivot they had to work their way back from. But you know what it tells me? They're never out of a game. They have the mental fortitude, they have the resilience, they have the tenacity to say, kills, 8-0, that's just a number, baby. Who even gives? We're going to come back in these final 20 and absolutely mollywop the competition. So if you have this team down, they're not out. You best watch out for that comeback potential. That being said, we've got a bracket coming at you in just a moment here. We now know our top 4 placements for the next series. It's going to be happening in 2 weeks' time. First match we're going to watch on stream will be Sin and our friends Black Lotus. Victors now stand up. What should we look forward to, guys, from the matchups we see before us?
I mean, is that a serious question? We've got so much to look forward to. Obviously, we're always looking forward to the grand finals. See, Team Immune has already secured themselves a slot there. But before we get to grand finals, we have to figure out who's facing Veniven's Many Men to put up a good fight against Team Immune. And I think that's going to be a real challenge for whoever gets past this first match between Sin and Black Lotus. Is going to be, honestly, a grueling couple of matches for whoever ends up in that bracket.
We ought to remember as well that Black Lotus has already faced Veniven's Many Men, and they did lose in a best of 3 and 2-0 at that. So there is a lot of pressure for them to get back, maybe get some revenge if they so want to. I'm not sure if that is on the actual mind of themselves before fighting Sin, but it is going to be very interesting on either of these teams. I think that Veniven's Many Men is going to be the favorites to return to that grand finals, get that rematch against Team Immune. And I'm just going to say, if it was anything like the game we had earlier, that set, or that best of 3, I am 100% down for a best of 5.
Oh, yeah. It very well could go all the way, but we're going to have to leave that for another day, because that is all we're going to have for you here today on PCC EU Prelims, Day 2, Losers Bracket Round 5. Our friends going to be able to move on. That's Black Lotus. A hearty congratulations. BBC, better luck next time, but y'all certainly played your best, should be proud of your accomplishments as well. I've been D-Lo, joined here on the desk by my friend Spooky Mars, as well as Falcon. Hurrah! We have Choice Plays, Almighty Eye in the Sky, Man Behind the Curtain, as well as all of our observers, Tedium, and more. Please make sure to thank our production for all they do. We could not yell at games without them. And last, but certainly not least, thank you, loyal, obedient viewer, for your time. We hope you've enjoyed these series just as much as we have. Keep an eye to the sky for more PCC content coming at you in 2 weeks' time. Until then, good games and good night.